Chapter 1979. Zhao Yute, who used to be Princess Consort Wusu's sword attendant, gently pushed the wheelchair and arrived at the shore of Tidehark Lake with Su Weisheng. This armored woman wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Weisheng said softly, "Aunt, I won't go to North Resisting City. You shouldn't go either." Zhao Yute asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" Su Weisheng folded his hands on his knees and looked at the famous Tidehark Lake. He said calmly, "We'll only distract him if we go. He'll have to arrange a retreat for us behind our backs and pretend to be happy in front of us every day. It's so tiring." Zhao Yute's hands trembled. Su Weisheng tilted his head and rested it on the back of Zhao Yute's hand. "Aunt, if that day really comes, help him take care of Wang Chudong and go to the Central Plains to find a paradise far away from the flames of war." "Okay." Zhao Yute nodded with difficulty. In Wutong Courtyard, the young female literary master who had won first place with the first snow was racking her brains because she had just promised to write a masterpiece for someone that would not lose to the first snow. She would write about the smoke of the Northwest, about the war at the border, about those brave deaths, and about those magnificent scenes. She would clear his name and give voice to Bailiang so that their names would be immortalized for generations to come. She couldn't allow future historians to throw dirty water at her. The slightly thin and haggard Lu Qingyan sat beside her. She was taking a break from her work to help the famous master Wang grind ink. Wang Chudong suddenly looked up and said with a bitter face, "Sister Lu, I haven't written for so long that I don't know where to start." Lu Qingyan smiled gently. "Writing is a work of nature. Don't be anxious." Wang Chudong made an "oh" sound and continued to ponder over her work. Lu Qingyan slowly got up and rubbed Wang Chudong's head. "Take your time." Wang Chudong suddenly smiled and waved her fists. "Don't worry, I'll definitely come up with ideas. When the time comes, no one can stop me." Lu Qingyan smiled. "When the time comes, I'll be the first to read it." After Lu Qingyan walked out of the house, Wang Chudong, who had always given everyone the impression of innocence, suddenly burst into tears. A carriage passed by the battlefield of Crone Mountain, where the smell of blood still lingered. A young general with a pale face stood up with difficulty and lifted the curtain to look, unwilling to put it down for a long time. That female bodhisattva of Mount Lautua was sitting in the carriage, in charge of preventing his injuries from worsening. She had to constantly impart a stream of peaceful qi to him. Xie Shibian looked at the abandoned Beimeng corpses on the battlefield and said softly, 20,000 monk soldiers, although most of them belong to the other powers of the Lantua Mountains, but your 3,000 direct disciples are also amongst them. More importantly, they are all your six-jeweled heavenly jewel master. I'm sure you can guess why I want to go to that corridor, right?" The female bodhisattva, whose hair almost reached her waist, nodded indifferently. Xie Shibian gave a bitter smile and said, "This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And I have no choice but to do it. Not only would they be able to intercept Northern Mang's reinforcements as much as possible, they would also be able to turn the originally useless monk soldiers into a surprise force in Flo Province. In the end, they would naturally be able to whittle away at Western Region's reserves. Regardless of whether Northern Liang won or lost, there would only be benefits. If they won, the severely wounded Lantua Mountain would most likely have no choice but to continue sending monk soldiers to Northern Liang for the sake of pursuing benefits. If Northern Liang's Su family lost, in the future, Northern Mang would lose at least 20,000 monk soldiers if they wanted to seize the opportunity to invade the Central Plains. In the end, it is Bailiang who has the upper hand, and your Lantua Mountains can only be led by the nose." She sneered and said, "You the main culprit of Western Border's disaster, if you died in that corridor back then, if Lu Province's border army also suffered a great defeat, I would have removed your head without the slightest hesitation and brought it to Northern Mang to ask for rewards." Xie Shibian smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." After saying this, Xie Shibian had no choice but to put down the curtain. He lay back down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. She continued to close her eyes and rest, without sorrow or joy. She silently recited a passage of scripture to release the souls of the dead. Inside and outside Huaiyang Pass, Southern Chu and Northern Dong, 2 of the world's most famous fatties were in a standoff. Dong Zhuo rode his horse to the front lines and raised his head to look at the top of the walls outside Huayang Pass. More than 20,000 sinners who had lost their identities from the grasslands were besieging the city like ants. Dong Zhuo, who had a personal army of 140,000 soldiers, did not have the extravagant hope that these 20,000 soldiers would be able to break through Huayang Pass. He did not even think about taking the outer walls. Dong Zhuo was patiently waiting for winter to come, waiting for the arrival of a heavy snowfall. Before that, using 20,000 soldiers who had no choice but to throw away their lives to deplete the forces defending Huayang Pass was very cost-effective. These 20,000 soldiers were only obtained by Dong Zhuo, and that old woman without spending a single tael of silver. Once he used the wealth of his father-in-law's Yelu family, he could borrow another 20,000 strong men from the grassland's great picker. In addition, Dong Zhuo had already sent a message to Heshi Prefecture's Jiefeng Helian Wuwei. If you can't take the towns of Fuling and Liuya before winter, I'll borrow soldiers to help you. Don't be polite. I, Dong Zhuo, will be unprecedentedly generous. When the veteran General Helian Wuwei, who was famed for his ability in warfare, heard this, he did not even bother to reply. He launched a large-scale assault on the city, day and night. His offensive was far more powerful than that of Huayang Pass. Dong Zhuo habitually tapped his teeth together like the world's softest drum. Chu Lushan stood on the walls of the inner city, and similarly gazed at the assaulting army in the distance. Chu Lushan was clad in iron armor, and exuded an awe-inspiring aura. The Bailiang Protector General crossed his fingers, and tapped them together expressionlessly. Beimeng's crown prince, Yelu Hongkai, did not ride a carriage. Instead, he wore golden armor and rode a horse in the middle of the army. Looking around, the grassland cavalry stretched out endlessly. It was said that in history, the emperors of the Central Plains had to ride a giant chariot pulled by 8 horses. However, the grassland did not follow this custom. However, this crown prince felt that after he became the ruler of the Central Plains, he could change this custom. He did not think that the emperor, whom he feared from the bottom of his heart, would actually be willing to let him hold real power, and not be a puppet. The Qieshui army around him that only listened to him was proof of this. Although the appearance of Yelu Dongchuang and Chun Zhemo and Tuoba Chiyun was a bit of an eyesore, it did not affect the overall situation. As long as he took every step carefully, those two would not be able to cause any trouble. One of them had a grandfather who was a senior official of 3 dynasties, while the other's father was the Beimeng god of war. Their backing was indeed frightening, but could they compare to him? Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently saw the woman sitting high on the horse beside him. It was his wife, the crown princess in name. If it was said that he was quite respectful to her in the beginning, and treated her honestly, and there were many times when she was his backbone, an existence that he needed to look up to. But after that person quietly appeared, the relationship between husband and wife became more and more distant, almost going from treating each other as a guest to treating each other as cold as ice. Thinking about the lover that was destined to never be revealed to the public, the Beimeng crown prince felt a little regret and guilt. However, compared to the country and the Central Plains that had never had a ruler of the grassland, the choice was obvious. Who asked that Bailiang young man surnamed Su and his so-called 300,000 cavalry to be so useless, and about to become his prisoners? The Beimeng crown prince was filled with pride for the first time. He wanted to roar out loud. I have 400,000 cavalry under me. How can a lone north-denying city stop me? Chapter 1980. In the night, candles as thick as a baby's arm were lit in the meeting hall of the mansion, illuminating the spacious hall as bright as day. The generals and generals in the hall were gathered together, possessing a kind of invisible brilliance, which complemented the brilliance of the lanterns in the hall. The commander-in-chief of the Northern Liang Cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, and great ancestor Gu, Qin Yunshui, were the 2 deputy commander-in-chief of the infantry troops stationed in Liangzhou. There was also Yang Xinxing, a deputy military governor, who had truly integrated into the Northern Liang border army. Lu Dian, who had previously been the deputy general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry as the deputy general of Yuzhou, was now in charge of a heavy cavalry. There were also Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia, and the others who specially came from Yuzhou, as well as a large number of generals and captains who were temporarily summoned to North Jebei City, such as Lingzhou's deputy commander Wang Ji and Huang Xiaokuai. The two Tongguan captains who guarded the east gate of Liangzhou, Lingzhou's Fengqiu captains Zhu Boyu, Beigua captains Ren Chunyan, and Jiao Wui who replaced Huang Xiaokuai as the Pearl captains. Many generals gathered together to discuss how to defend North Jiebei City. Among them, Hong Xinjia, who built the Gourd Wu Fort's beacon system single-handedly, actually did not have a high rank, but at this time, together with the young lord and the two deputy commanders of the border army, they were all listening attentively to the details of defending the city. A large number of green-robed counselors were present to listen. Madman Hong Shuwen was undoubtedly the fastest promoted legendary figure in the White Horse Righteousness. At a young age, he was already the commander of a provincial cavalry army under Lingzhou's General Han Laoshan. This time, he followed the two deputy commanders to North Jiebei City outside the pass. This valiant warrior who had followed His Royal Highness to the Central Plains Jianghu and rushed to the Iron Gate Pass of the Western region to kill Prince Zhao Kai of Liyang was not present in the hall. Instead, he stood at the gate with his saber in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. His aura was cold, like a merciless door god, who would draw his saber at anyone who disagreed with him. Liangzhou's provincial governor Bai Yu, Liangzhou's chancellor Wang, and Southern Border's Grandmaster Cheng Baishuang walked over together. After the three of them met, they hit it off and chatted happily. Chancellor Wang then sneakily took out a few pots of green ant wine that he had kept for a long time, and pulled the two scholars to drink together. An hour ago, after the counselor informed him that there would be a meeting in the main hall tonight, Chancellor Wang, who was in a good mood, felt a bit embarrassed. If he staggered into the heavily guarded main hall with the smell of alcohol all over his body, it would be inappropriate. Besides, Chancellor Wang didn't have that kind of courage. He was already so old, so no matter how thick his skin was, he really couldn't endure the sharp gazes of those crude generals. Chancellor Wang clearly knew who was the soft persimmon in this North Jiebei city. It was not Li Gongda or Yang Shenxing, this kind of old fox, nor was it Bai Yu, this kind of gentleman. It was not even that group of hot-blooded military counselors. It was obviously the young king. Even if the old gentleman did not keep his mouth shut and leaked the story of how he came out by leaning on the wall, wasn't it all loud thunder but small raindrops? He was only defeated by the young king, who flew into a rage out of humiliation on the chessboard. Other than that, Chancellor Wang did not dare to show the slightest strange indulgence of a famous scholar. The reason was very simple. The old gentleman knew that the civil and military leaders of Bailiang would never fall for this trick, and the old gentleman himself was not good at it. Therefore, Chancellor Wang only dared to pull the two people to the entrance of the meeting hall, after using all his strength to disperse most of the wine smell. As a result, the door god at the entrance did not stop the distinguished and elegant Mr. White Lotus, but he stopped Chancellor Wang and Cheng Baishuang. Bai Yu, as the little celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion on Mount Longhu in the ancestral court of Taoism in the past, also vividly carried forward the style of sacrificing friends rather than oneself. He turned a deaf ear to the old gentleman's request for help behind him. After striding over the threshold, he only turned his head and cast a helpless look. Chancellor Wang had originally promised Cheng Baishuang that they could enter the meeting hall hand in hand, but his old face suddenly became bleak. He first gave Cheng Baishuang a heroic smile, indicating that she could rest assured that he would take care of everything. Then he turned around and whispered to the young general, saying that His Highness trusted this Grandmaster of Southern Border very much, and that Cheng Baishuang was a person with a strong character, so she would definitely not cause any trouble, let alone leak military secrets. Hong Shuwen held his knife with both hands and completely ignored him with a straight face. No matter how the old gentleman lowered his head to flatter him, he just blocked the door and refused to let him pass. Chancellor Wang, who was talking until his mouth was sore, could only act shamelessly. He didn't care about being a scholar anymore and glared at him. Hong Shuwen, do you believe that the king will not let me enter the meeting hall if I cry out my grievances at the top of my lungs? Lunatic Hong, who was impervious to everything, was still indifferent and sneered. Old man, just shout. When the time comes, as long as the king agrees personally, I will make way. Otherwise, based on your ridiculous smell of alcohol, I would have really gone all out with you today. The old gentleman glared at him like a bull's eyes. Hong Shuwen said lazily, "What? You're not convinced? Chancellor Wang wants to bully me just because you're older than me?" The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the body of this shameless young general. The old man was indeed a person who learned real knowledge from reading books. He lowered his voice and stretched out a finger. Hong Shuwen sized him up from the corner of his eyes, and his face was filled with disdain. The old man reluctantly stretched out 2 fingers as though he was parting with something precious. Hong Shuwen muttered to himself, "Scholars are just not straightforward." The old man took a deep breath and stretched out a palm to slap the arm of this young man heavily. He said with a face filled with grief, "I only have this much. Killing people is just a matter of time. Hong Shuwen, give me a straightforward answer." Hong Shuwen raised his eyebrows and shifted his feet to make way for him. He said with a smile, "After the meeting ends, I will personally go over to your side to get the wine. 5 pots of green ant. If you dare to miss even 1 pot, I will tear down your etiquette wing. It's only a few steps away anyway. Also remember, don't get too close. Just stand at the edge of the room with Counselor." The grief-stricken old man didn't even try to bargain and hurriedly crossed the threshold. He didn't forget to turn his head and whisper to Cheng Baishuang, "Old Cheng, it's a cool breeze and bright moon outside. The scenery is pleasant. I won't accompany you." When Chancellor Wang was about 7 to 8 steps away from the door of the meeting hall, he suddenly turned around and pointed at Hong Shuwen. His face was filled with the expression of a petty person who had achieved success, mixed with the action of rolling his eyes and shaking his head. Hong Shuwen immediately realized that the 5 pots of green ant wine that he had agreed on earlier were definitely wasted. He raised his leg and made a kicking action. Chancellor Wang hooked his finger, looking like he was asking for a beating. However, when the old man saw that Hong Shuwen was about to barge into the meeting hall with a sneer, he immediately slipped away. Hong Shuwen wasn't surprised. He turned around and continued to hug his knife with his eyes closed. It was an eye-opener for Cheng Baishuang, a Mr. White Lotus who spoke elegantly and was proud of himself, a right chancellor of Shangyin Academy, who almost dominated the literary world in his early years. How could he be so shameless when he came to Bailiang? Cheng Baishuang, who cultivated both civil and martial arts and had profound attainments in both, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he didn't get angry and didn't leave in shame. Instead, he stood outside the door of the meeting hall and looked inside. He asked softly, "May I ask this general, can I stand here and listen to the meeting inside the room?" Hong Shuwen didn't open his eyes and said in a bad mood, "Since the prince allowed you to walk around the residence as you wish, then as long as you don't cross the threshold tonight, it doesn't matter if you stand outside the door and listen. Even if you lie down, I won't stop you." Cheng Baishuang, who almost had the aura of a Confucian sage, dismissed it with a smile. Previously, when he was drinking and chatting with Chancellor Baiyu, Cheng Baishuang heard a lot of interesting anecdotes. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener listened attentively. Baiyu said that the young prince would occasionally leave the study room on the right side of the signing room and go to the room on the left side of the signing room, which was called the Vegetable Garden, by North Jiu City. That was the headquarters of the military counselor. Because these young people with different backgrounds didn't have any official rank, they only wore the green robes of Confucian scholars. When they gathered together, it looked like a green vegetable garden. Moreover, these people were the students of Bailiang. Whether they were born in Bailiang or scholars from other places, they all took root and grew up in North Jiu City. From time to time, Su Fingyan would go there to sit, regardless of day or night. There were no long speeches. He just chatted with those scholars who were mostly of the same age. Most of them were trivial matters. At most, they talked about writing articles and learning. On the contrary, they rarely talked about the important matters of the country. The word peace was used to govern the country, and the war at the border was not mentioned much. Once Mr. White Lotus had nothing to do, so he joined in. That night, a king of Bailiang and a provincial governor of Liangzhou were surrounded by dozens of scholars in green robes. They were talking and laughing. When a military counselor said that he was willing to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy without hesitation, the young prince didn't refuse or approve. He just looked around and saw the young faces of the scholars. Only then did he tell the impassioned scholar that the scholar was the one behind the scenes. He was willing to give advice for the country's affairs. He was willing to speak out for the country's affairs. He was willing to fight to the death for the border army. This was a great contribution that no one could forget. Besides, if you scholars were willing to die, it would be a good thing. But I, Su Fengnian, would never advocate this. From Su Xiao to me, we have always believed that the Bailiang cavalry was guarding the border. Since they were outside the border, with cold sabers on their waists and horses on their waists, it was natural for them to die on the battlefield when they couldn't retreat. As for the scholars who were not good at archery and horse fighting, it was enough to have the heart. Bailiang didn't want to, and shouldn't ask you scholars to sacrifice your lives. It could even be said that it was understandable that scholars who had never experienced the smoke of war were afraid of death and cherished their lives. Scholars in the study and warriors on the battlefield each had their own duties. The former used the tip of the pen to write righteous words to express their feelings, while the latter wore armor to defend against the enemy. You do your job, and I do mine, so that I have a clear conscience. As for the ordinary people who lived in the streets and alleys, they shouldn't be expected to come to the border to kill the enemy. They should live a peaceful life. Chapter 1981. Cheng Baishuang put his hands behind his back and turned his back to the meeting hall. He looked at the archway and fell into deep thought. As the emergency strategy was formally finalized, there were many generals hurriedly leaving the meeting hall in batches. In the end, even great ancestor Gu and Chen Yinshui, the two border generals stationed in North Jiebei City, also stepped out of the door. The young king and Chancellor Wang finally walked out side by side and came to Cheng Baishuang, who had been standing at the door for nearly 2 hours. Bai Yu had already gone to the house to discuss matters. He was destined to stay up until dawn, so he didn't have time to greet Cheng Baishuang. The young king saw the southern wilderness master, who relied on the opportunity of the Confucian sage to reach the great celestial state in Wudong Mountain. Su Fengnian chuckled softly. After Chao Chongqing and Xianyuan Jingcheng, there will finally be another Confucian sage in the world. The three of them walked down the stairs together. Cheng Baishuang shook his head and said, "Limited by the pattern, I can't reach the realm of Confucian sage." Su Fengnian wondered, "What do you mean?" Cheng Baishuang smiled and said, "Even now, I still don't have the state of mind to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and to create peace for all ages." Su Fengnian nodded, but he didn't look down on the old Confucian scholar. Cheng Baishuang suddenly asked, "Your Highness, what do you think is a scholar?" Su Fengnian thought for a moment and replied, "Scholars rule the country, peace and prosperity." Cheng Baishuang asked again, "In troubled times, when the country is in trouble, what should scholars do?" Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Don't ask too much of them." Cheng Baishuang smiled and asked, "Shouldn't scholars rise up resolutely to save the country?" Su Fengnian smiled and dismissed it. "That's none of my business. The responsibility of scholars is chosen by scholars themselves. Whether they are willing or not, whether they dare or not, whether they can do it or not, it's all the scholar's business." Cheng Baishuang seemed to be a little surprised by this statement. After a long silence, he smiled and said, "That's true." At daybreak, outside Jbei City, a horse galloped from Luzhou's Old Woman Mountain to the east of Jbei City. Before approaching the city gate, Lu Huang suddenly pulled the reins and stopped the horse. Turning his head, he saw a man who was far away from the battlefield but was still clad in iron armor, and had 2 sabers at his waist. The man was looking up and smiling at him. Lu Huang dismounted from his horse and felt an extremely unfamiliar strong murderous aura from his senior brother. He couldn't help but ask, "What about that Xie guy?" Groom sighed softly. "I can only say that he's not dead yet. Xie Shibian's injuries are extremely severe." Lu Huang didn't say anything more. Groom hesitated for a moment. "Junior Lu, I have a favor to ask of you." Lu Huang said without hesitation, "Just say it." Groom said sadly, "I might have to trouble you to bring Little Green Robe back to the Central Plains. I've traveled a lot with her. I originally thought that she would be able to stay carefree at Tide Listening Lake on Mount Qingliang, climbing trees and catching fish with her peers, and then slowly grow up. Now it seems that it's going to be very difficult." Lu Huang shook his head. You can ask Su Fingnian to find someone else for this matter. I can't help you. Groom Yu frowned. You also want to stay? Lu Huang snorted. Could it be that only you, Groom Yu, can be heroic and I, Lu Huang, can't be heroic for once? Groom Yu was speechless. Lu Huang said regretfully. It's a pity that you and I don't have a good sword for the time being. Groom Yu patted the cold saber at his waist and smiled. After using it, I found that it's very useful. I don't even need to carry the saber away. It's quite carefree. Lu Huang joked. Why don't you share one with me? Groom Yu decisively refused. Don't even think about it. Lu Huang clicked his tongue. I also want you to promise me something. Groom Yu smiled. Let's hear it first. We'll see if you agree or not. Lu Huang grinned. If I kill more people than you on the battlefield outside the pass, how about you call me senior brother in the future? Groom Yu patted this junior brother's shoulder and said earnestly, although a junior brother who doesn't want to be a senior brother isn't a good junior brother, as a senior brother, I can understand this feeling. Unfortunately, I still won't agree to it. Lu Huang didn't feel surprised. He led the horse forward with a smile on his face. In the many years in Eastern Sea's martial emperor city, the two of them didn't have any interactions and wouldn't chat casually like this. Groom Yu, who seemed to be easy to talk to but was actually the hardest to talk to, was too talented, too good of a bone structure, too high of a cultivation, and too deep of a comprehension of the sword. Therefore, even if he had the best temper among all of Wang Xianji's disciples, he would give others the feeling that he was looking down on you. Lu Huang really couldn't like that kind of Groom Yu. The current Groom Yu and his junior brother, Lu Huang, who was extremely competitive, couldn't be hated. Groom Yu suddenly said, if I can leave Beiliang's border alive, I will find a graceful and charming girl, and find a peaceful and quiet village to spend the rest of my life with. Lu Huang nodded. Not bad. Groom Yu sighed. It is very good. However, I am also quite worried right now. With my appearance as a bridegroom, finding a beautiful young lady from northern Liang's Tuaji County would be a piece of cake. But junior martial brother, with your appearance, what should I do? What if I see a girl that I don't like and want to introduce her to you, but they only like me? It will be very difficult for me. Lu Huang took a deep breath. He took another deep breath. Only then did he resist the urge to beat him up. At noon in a secluded courtyard of the feudal residence, a white-haired, white-clothed, one-armed old man raised his cup and drank wine leisurely. This old man who was addicted to swallowing the world's famous swords was not only of the same generation as Lu Songtao, not only did he compete with Li Chungang in the way of the sword, but he was also the master of the West Shu Sword Emperor and Qingliang Mountain's sword Jiuhuang. Chapter 1982. On the opposite side of the stone table was the current head of the Dongyue sword pool, Chai Qingshan. Although Chai Qingshan's status in the pugilistic world and reputation in the Central Plains was much higher than the reclusive sword-eating ancestor, in terms of seniority in the pugilistic world, the 70-year-old Chai Qingshan was still one or even two generations younger than Sui Xiegu. Sui Xiegu had once visited the sword pool when he was 30 and defeated an elder of the sword pool with the surname Song. The latter was already 60 years old at the time. Although he was defeated and his sword became Sui Xiegu's delicacy, the elder still held Sui Xiegu in high regard before he passed away. He saw Sui Xiegu as a fellow swordsman. When the young Chai Qingshan entered the Dongyue sword pool as an outsider, he became the brother of the previous head of the Dongyue sword pool. He was taught by the previous head of the sect, Song Nianqing. Therefore, when he finally saw Sui Xiegu in person today, Chai Qingshan bowed respectfully. Sui Xiegu recalled the past and said slowly, back then, whenever Li Chungang defeated a famous swordsman in the pugilistic world, I would follow closely behind and join in the fun. However, after some swordsmen lost to Li Chungang, their sword hearts were covered in dust and their sword wills were shattered. Naturally, I had an unfair advantage. At this point, Sui Xiegu glanced at Chai Qingshan and sneered. Song Nianqing's father, your master, was such a person. He could not afford to lose, and after being humiliated, he died in depression. On the other hand, although your martial granduncle's swordsmanship was not as good as his nephew's, his temperament was clearly more tenacious. After losing to me, he trained himself for 20 years. When we fought again, he still lost. But do you know what that 100-year-old old man said with a smile when he saw me break his sword with his own eyes? Chai Qingshan shook his head. Sui Xiegu narrowed his eyes and sighed. That old man laughed and said that his mother's life was only 100 years. How could a 3-foot sword be enough? This old man still wants to practice swordsmanship in his next life, and the next 100 years. Chai Qingshan was silent, but his mind was filled with longing. Sui Xiegu said calmly, speaking of which, your master's swordsmanship was destroyed. His heart was not strong enough. After all, as the head of a sect, especially in the Dongyue sword pool, which had a long history of swordsmanship, he probably had to bear the burden of his family's prosperity since he was in his mother's womb. Naturally, it was hard to let it go. Chai Qingshan, who was still the head of the sword sect, sighed. Sui Xiegu said, it's even harder. Chai Qingshan was stunned. At this moment, Hong Shuwen, who did not leave North Jiebei City with Wang Ji and Huang Xiaokuai, walked into the courtyard. He was holding a huge wooden box. His expression was as if someone owed him 1,000,000 taels of silver. He slammed the wooden box on the stone table. He stared at Sui Xiegu and said, His Highness asked me to bring this to you. There are 6 swords in a box. Other than the 2 swords of Fuji of Shu, there are also the 4 swords of Jingshi and Dragon's Scale that were kept in Tide Listening Pavilion for many years. Sui Xiegu casually opened the wooden box. The sword chi was dense. The small courtyard was like it was in the middle of winter. There were indeed many peerless and famous swords, like each and every one of the beauties who were beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city, but were kept in their boudoir. Sui Xiegu muttered to himself, it's rare for that kid to make a loss. Sui Xiegu waved his sleeves and closed the sword box. He raised his head and smiled. This is definitely not your highness' original intention. If I'm not wrong, it's Su Weisheng's daughter's idea? Hong Shuwen was not in awe of some sword-eating ancestor. He said unhappily, I'm only responsible for sending the swords here. Just as the young man was about to turn and leave, Sui Xiegu suddenly opened his mouth and said, For swords should be enough for me to make a move. You can take back 2 swords. This old man is not someone who would take advantage of a burning house. Hong Shuwen bent down at lightning speed and opened the sword box. He hurriedly asked, Senior Sui, may I ask which 2 swords of Fuji are? Sui Xiegu laughed coldly and could not be bothered to answer. The sword was named Fuji. It was very easy to recognize. The body of the sword was long and narrow, and there were inscriptions on the scabbard. Hong Shuwen did not spend any effort to identify it. However, he was not sure which sword was the Fuji that was equally famous as Fuji. After much difficulty, he identified the other 3 swords. In the end, he had to choose between 2 swords. He was hesitant as he was afraid that if he took the wrong one, he would cause His Highness to suffer a huge loss. Sui Xiegu reached out and twirled his snow-white eyebrows with a playful smile. Hong Shuwen gritted his teeth and was about to pick up an ancient sword that looked like a Fuji. Just as he grabbed the scabbard, he heard Sect Master Chai of the Dongyue sword pool cough softly. Hong Shuwen immediately put down the long sword in his hand and grabbed the other sword in the black scabbard. He held one sword in each hand and laughed happily as he left quickly. Chai Qingshan hesitated and said, I hope Senior will not take it to heart. Sui Xiegu had an indifferent expression. It does not matter. At dusk, an old man in scholarly robes who had taken off his Taoist robes slowly walked towards the bridge towards the north. A tall woman in white blocked his path on the bridge. The old man did not care. He walked onto the bridge and asked with a smile, Celestials, why are you making things difficult for immortals? The woman with snow-white eyes said coolly, The heavens will not tolerate the actions of great rebels. The old man smiled and pretended to be surprised. Oh. The tall woman was the Qi cultivator Grandmaster Tantai Pingjing. Her gaze grew sharper. Zhao Chongling, you were not suppressed in the water moon sky well back then because the heavens had given you a way out. I advise you not to reach for a yard after being given an inch. The old man made a sound of acknowledgement. So what? She stood in the middle of the bridge. If you dare to come forward, even if I have to fight Su Fengnian, I will destroy your soul. The old man laughed. You scared me to death. The old man suddenly stopped smiling. Pity, I am the immortal of the heavens, Zhao Chongling. Chapter 1983. Facing Zhao Chongling, who called himself an immortal, Tantai Pingjing showed a hint of disdain. Banished immortals are banished immortals. Do you think that you are a Taoist spiritual master of the mortal world? And that no matter where you are seen as an unreachable immortal by the people? Tantai Pingjing was undoubtedly the only remaining great grandmaster of the Qi cultivators in the mortal world. She exposed Zhao Chongling's past. When immortals came to the mortal world, they were no longer immortals of longevity. They were like a powerful central official who had been banished out of the capital and wandered thousands of miles. While they would not become homeless dogs, their power was far less than in the past. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and follow the local rules. Back then, in the battle outside the imperial astronomer, Su Fengnian had used his power to kill countless ancestors of Longhu Mountain who had walked out of the statues. He had the advantage of the mortal world. If Su Fengnian was someone who had ascended from the mortal world and met so many ancestors of Longhu Mountain who had achieved longevity, he would undoubtedly lose. Compared to Zhao Chongling's bravado at this moment, Tantai Pingjing was more curious about how this person had been able to escape the heavenly way, and escape as a scholar after death, and not become an incomplete soul in the well. Zhao Chongling did not continue forward. He stood near the railing of the bridge, and looked at the quietly flowing river. The river flowed endlessly, and did not give up day or night. The old man dressed in ancient spring and autumn scholarly robes had his hands behind his back as he thought of the past. He frowned as though he thought of many heavy matters that could not be mentioned. One of the three great demons of the spring and autumn period, the butcher Su Xiao. This great general of Liang whose achievements shocked the emperor, his life could be divided into two parts. Before this, he had worked for the old emperor of Liang, Zhao Li. After that, the incense that the Su and Zhao families had accumulated over the years was almost completely gone. Zhao Dun had won the battle for the throne, and the new emperor had been the most meritorious official of the previous dynasty before ascending the throne. There was a grudge between the two families. The Su and Zhao families started to be strangers. Zhang Jilu's court reached the top, and opened the peak of the imperial court's secret encirclement and suppression of the Bailiang frontier army. In the imperial examinations, there was a threshold for Bailiang scholars to enter the bureaucracy of the Central Plains. He used Kai Nan, a direct descendant of Gu Jiantang, and the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying to work together to impede the Bailiang. In the end, the Su family, including the Su family, became non-human beings. They lived in a corner of the northwest of the Central Plains, and were not seen as people of the Central Plains. The reason why Li Yishan was seen as the least outstanding of the top strategists of the spring and autumn period was largely because after Zhao Chongling's death, he did not turn the tide and successfully help the Su family and Bailiang integrate into the Central Plains. This caused the Zhao imperial court to view Bailiang as a great threat. Because of this, the Su family and Zhao families had no victories to speak of. The Su family's cavalry, as the cornerstone of the border army, had never received the financial support of the Central Plains. On the other hand, the Zhao family also buried the roots of the two Guangling River rebellions. While they secretly pushed for West Chu to revive, and barely achieved the goal of weakening the vassal kings and generals, the progress of the war was not smooth. The loss of Liang's power was great, clearly far exceeding the expectations of the old Grand Secretary Zhang Jilu when he was alive. This caused the ambitious Yan King Zhaobing, who had been bitterly suppressed in the south for 20 years, to develop the desire to fight for the Central Plains. Similarly, the Su family also continuously fought bitter battles, greatly damaging their vitality. Even though they obtained a great victory in the First Great Battle of Liangmang, the northern Meng cavalry still wasn't willing to pinch the Liangliao border army and the Ji province border army that were even easier to deal with. They decided to first go down to northern Liang, and then swallow up the Central Plains. That was why from the current situation, northern Liang's Su family, Liang's Zhao Shi, and the northern Meng Empress, all three of them had lost. On the contrary, it was the Yan King Zhaobing, and that puppet King Jinggan Zhao Sun who was about to proclaim himself emperor, who benefited the most. As for the great pillar state Gu Jiantang who had been biding his time until now, how this martial artist of the spring and autumn four great generals would make his decision was still full of suspense. With Zhao Chongling's assistance, even though Su Zhao's achievements shocked the emperor, he was not cooked by the hounds. He was given the title of king, and spent his later years in the northwest border. After Zhao Chongling died on the western Shu battlefield, it was Li Yishan's turn to support the Su family alone. But now, with the 400,000 cavalry of Beimeng pressing against the northern city, the young king was likely to die young. The two Su family strategists, Su Zhao's right and left arms, had obvious achievements. Zhao Chongling did not insist on going north into the city, so Tantai Pingjing did not attack. A crossing bridge could create a world of its own. With Tantai Pingjing's superb celestial being cultivation and her great luck, it might be a little far-fetched to ask her to open up a fairyland. However, it would be very easy to just isolate the other celestial being's senses and set up a prison at a certain time and place. Zhao Chongling said to himself, "In the spring and autumn period, I was a strategist, and a strategist to my bones." Also, unlike the sages of the Qin dynasty, who were not nobles, I, Zhao Chongling, came from a top-class family. So at that time, the rulers, ministers, and ministers of the countries were willing to treat me as an honored guest even though I was in the enemy camp. I went out on generals' orders again and again, and was always successful. I won the reputation of unhindered eloquence and unparalleled flexibility. Some of the scholars under generals' command even felt that I, Zhao Chongling, could shoulder both strategy and decisiveness, and did not need Li Yishan, who came from a poor background, to worry. Zhao Chongling slowly shook his head and said emotionally, "How would the world know that this is not the case? Righteousness is Confucianism on the outside, and Tao on the inside. This is the foundation of the Su family's army, and caused general to be able to keep on fighting in the spring and autumn war. In the end, I, Zhao Chongling, am just the face of the Su family's cavalry, and the icing on the cake. Righteousness is indispensable, and is helping general in his hour of need. 20 years ago, righteousness might not have been able to do better than me, or worse. But in the spring and autumn war, I am far inferior to righteousness. I fear that the so-called 300,000 Bailiang cavalry in the world has already fallen apart, or become a wedding dress for others." Zhao Chongling suddenly turned and smiled. "The heavens are clear and retribution is not good. Sect Master Tantai, are you curious why the heavens have opened a path for me?" Tantai Pingjing was cold and silent, and did not speak. Zhao Chongling did not care. He looked up at the sky. "Because among my disciples, Chen Jibao, Yao Jian, Yi Shizhen, and General's brother-in-law Wu Qi are all important pawns to the immortals in the heavens. Chen Jibao is especially important. Of the spring and autumn war, the Zhao family of Liang destroyed 8 countries and took them into one. They are at odds with the north and south of Beimeng. This is still the arrangement approved by the immortals. But if one side can rest for 20 years and unify the world, the territory of the dynasty far surpasses the Qin at its peak, and then the people of the world will obtain peace for at least 100 years. It will go against the original intention." Zhao Chongling looked away, and pointed at North Jebei City. "So even if Su Fengnian can succeed in inheriting the throne, he should die outside Liangzhou Pass, under the hooves of the grassland warhorses. Then the Bailiang cavalry will be given to Chen Jibao. He will guard the northwest, and form a triangle with Liang and Beimeng. The 3 sides will fight for supremacy, and the flames of war will never end. In the end, the Zhao family of Liang will be able to continue for more than 100 years. During this time, the Beimeng grasslands will fall into internal strife. After that woman's death, the imperial family's Yelu Dongchuang, his relative Morong Baoding, and the military's leader Dong Zhuo will be in a triangle. The internal strife will not end, and they will be greatly weakened. Chen Jibao will take the initiative to attack twice. The first time, he will attack the grasslands in the north. He will fight all the way to the heart of the Beimeng court, but he will be trapped in the cold weather, and cannot make the final decision. In his twilight years he will choose to attack Liang. The latter will send an envoy to the grasslands, and at the great price of ceding Jizhou, ask the grasslands to send troops to harass Chen Jibao's Liangzhou rear. Chen Jibao finally reached Great Peace City, but was unable to break through. He regretfully retreated, and had no chance of taking over the world. The emperor of Liang, Zhao Zhuan, in his prime and in his later years, fought 2 great battles against Bailiang. There were no results. Liang lost but did not fall. Bailiang won but lost the overall situation. In the end, the king of Bailiang that Chen Jibao created will die after 3 generations, and he will withdraw from the fight for hegemony. Zhao Chongling laughed out loud. This may be the earliest trend of the world in the eyes of that strange person, Huang Longshi. But it is a pity that the talented Su Fengnian sought his own death. He changed the established situation on the spur of the moment, and caused Su Fengnian's rise to be unstoppable. It forced Chen Jibao, who retreated in order to advance, to still be unable to smoothly take over the 300,000 cavalry. Everything is in chaos. If Zhao Ningxin invited the first grandmasters of Longhu Mountain to fight Su Fengnian at the Spring God Lake, it was just a clever test by the mastermind behind the scenes, to test the bottom line of a certain great person in the heavens. Then after Liang Zhaoshi broke the rules, and invited the grandmasters of Longhu Mountain who have been worshipped for countless years. The immortals in the heavens turned a blind eye, and broke the rules they set. As to the recent almost blatant plans to increase Beimeng's power, they are shedding all pretense. Chapter 1984. Zhao Chongling pointed at the sky, and then at his feet. His smile was slightly mocking. Actually, everywhere is the same. There is no faction fighting. Some things have to be done before they stop. One side finished singing, the other side appeared. You go back and forth. In fact, many ancient sayings from the human world have already explained the principles of the heavens and the world. Finished. To tell you the truth, the important person who chose you, Tantai Pingjing, used immortal methods back then to make the heavens give me a way out. This is not his act of rewarding a meritorious official, but some things have to be cleaned up. Otherwise, if there is evidence left behind, it will not be easy to clean up. Also, he needs me to help keep an eye on Chen Jibao. Otherwise, how do you think Chen Jibao could become a fake Confucian saint so quickly after becoming a king and vassal of the Western Shu sect? It is not that there is no such thing in the world, but it needs to be accumulated over a long period of time to make the water flow into a canal. Chen Jibao becoming a half-step Confucian saint was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was forced on his fate. There was no other way. Huang Longshi caused trouble. First he pestered endlessly and was extremely rude. Then he handed it to Su Fengnian to continue playing. Originally, with Chen Jibao's temperament and foundation, he could naturally become a Confucian saint in the future. Tantai Pingjing finally asked, after Chao Chongqing died, of the 3 portions of fate, the largest portion was scattered to the Guangling sect. The smallest portion was intercepted by me. The 3rd portion was a transaction. It was the prerequisite for the first portion to successfully merge into the Old West Shu territory. This last portion should have gone to Western Shu. Why was Chen Jibao unwilling to accept it? Zhao Chongling was very proud. After inexplicably becoming a half-baked Confucian saint, how could my proud disciple not sense it? Later, he cooperated with the ambitious Xie Feiyu. The two appeared to be united, but were divided at heart. Chen Jibao was just feigning civility. Also, with his conceit, how could he be willing to accept a favor that was so easily obtained? The disciple that I, Zhao Chongling, chose, Chen Jibao, is a great talent that has not appeared in 500 years. Tantai Pingjing sneered and said, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty reincarnated as a banished immortal. He is indeed worthy of the saying that he has not appeared in the world for 500 years. Zhao Chongling asked with a smile, Tantai Pingjing, do you want to know which immortal you are? This old man can answer your questions and tell you about your past and present lives. The great Grandmaster Qi Refinement Warrior, whose nature had always been close to the ruthless nature of heaven, seemed to have his reverse scale touched. He flew into a rage for the first time and said sternly, how dare you? Zhao Chongling smiled and said leisurely, if I have no hatred in my eyes and do not believe that there will be white hair in the world, the ancients did not lie to me. Tantai Pingjing narrowed her eyes with murderous intent. Although her snow-white robe looked calm on the whole, ripples could be seen on it if one looked closely, like fine spring water flowing through a bluestone. In the river under their feet, a slender unknown wild fish suddenly jumped out of the water, and then fell back into the water. Zhao Chongling smiled knowingly. Tantai Pingjing also smiled. You've done everything you can to ruin my state of mind. Are you hoping to tell Su Fingnian in North Jiebei City where we are? Zhao Chongling waved his hand and said, From the start of my journey to the north, you have been hiding from the heavens. I only sensed a little, but the Su Fingnian knows that the core world of this bridge is just your camouflage. I, Zhao Chongling, am not so naive as to think that with a few words, I can destroy the South Sea Guanyin sect's centuries-old imperturbability. You used the fish under the bridge as a test to try and break my last reliance. The immortal mind left behind after losing the immortal body. Sect Master Tantai, you and I are both smart people. Tantai Pingjing looked pitifully at this strategist of the spring and autumn period, the chief strategist of the Su family who had firmly suppressed Li Yishan when he was alive. She said with a smile, Cleverness overcomes cleverness. Zhao Chongling, do you know where you are inferior to Li Yishan in my view? Zhao Chongling ignored the female Qi cultivator grandmaster's question. He frowned and turned to look at North Rejecting City. His gaze was complicated, puzzled, shocked, and in the end, understanding and disappointment. Tantai Pingjing walked forward to the south and brushed past Zhao Chongling. She said softly, Poison Warrior Li Yishan is the most emotional. No matter the situation, status, fortune or disaster, in the depths of Li Yishan's heart, he is always willing to be kind to the world and choose to trust people. You are different, Zhao Chongling. So the person you choose to inherit your legacy will only be Chen Jibao. Li Yishan will choose Su Fingnian. Zhao Chongling stood in place, back to back with Tantai Pingjing who was slowly walking forward. I lost. Tantai Pingjing, you will also lose. Tantai Pingjing did not stop. She walked down the bridge and headed south without looking back. A dignified voice faintly sounded in her ears. Ordinary people, foolish beyond compare. Blood immediately gushed out of her ears. But there was a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. She murmured, I am willing. Wherever she passed, this tall female Qi refinement grandmaster would constantly emit golden light. Her pair of treacherous snow-white eyes returned to normal. Zhao Chongling stood in place and sighed softly. A rainbow light landed on the bridge. It was the young vassal king who had hurried over from North Reject City. When the fish had jumped out of the water, the movement had seemed subtle. Zhao Chongling, who was in the world, had not been aware. But for Su Fingnian in North Reject City, it was like thunder. It was enough to see how chaotic Tantai Pingjing's state of mind had been at that time. Su Fingnian came to the bridge. He had to be wary of this old scholar who had disguised himself as a fortune teller and was able to hide from his perception. He was no less wary than the great Peace City eunuch of the same age as the country. Zhao Chongling was not in a hurry to announce his name. He asked with a smile. The books say that all good things must come to an end. The books also say that it is a small world. But in the end, since people have life and death, life is a parting. Why don't you guess who I am? Su Fingnian was unmoved. He looked to the south at the tall woman who, for some reason, chose to dissipate her own fortune and give it back to the world. Su Fingnian did not urge her to stay. He did not know how to do so. Without Tantai Pingjing holding him back, the banished immortal Zhao Chongling looked around and said leisurely, Some scholars seem to care about the world, but in reality, they are arrogant. In the end, they only see the empty world and disdain the country under their eyes. For example, I am one of them. Some scholars care about the country and the world. In the spring and autumn period, only Huang Longshe and Li Yishan are like that. Su Fingnian frowned and said, Who are you? Zhao Chongling took advantage of his seniority and said, Didn't I ask you to guess? Su Fingnian seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of attacking. Zhao Chongling did not seem to notice. Your mind is not calm. What? The Beimeng army is pressuring you, causing your mind to be as heavy as weeds. This is not a good sign. If you fight the blessed Tuoba with your present state of mind, you have no chance of victory. At most, you will die together. Zhao Chongling sighed and looked into the distance. In the past, the Chu had a powerful family, the Zhao family, who had been in power since the founding of Dafeng. They had a 300-year feud with the Su family of Western Shu. Later, they formed a deep grudge because of the Sweet Dew crossing south at the end of the Dafeng years. The Su family suffered and did not go to Guangling River, but instead opened a new path and luckily entered Western Shu. During the spring and autumn period, the Su family, who had become the family name of a country, tried to resolve the grudge and turn hostility into friendship. They took the initiative to form a marriage alliance with the wealthy Zhao family of Guangling. The Zhao family also wanted to have Western Shu as a paradise during the chaos of war, so they agreed to this marriage. A woman who bore the responsibility of the family married far away to Western Shu. In the end, she lost in the struggle for favor in the palace, and lost to a woman who also came from the spring and autumn period. Su Fengnian said. This woman was Zhao Chongling's sister. The two of them relied on each other since childhood, and the elder sister was like a mother. Zhao Chongling nodded and said, yes, the younger brother rose up in the family, because of the elder sister. His talent and ambition were finally displayed. In the end, other than waiting for the bad news of the elder sister's death, there was only the elders of the family saying, this woman asked for it. Her death is not regrettable. Now that things are like this, we cannot blame the Shu Su family to avoid making things worse. The most hateful thing was that after the Western Shu emperor learned the truth, he did not feel regret. At a banquet, he smiled and said to the Guangling Zhao family emissary who had gone to mend the relationship that in the future, when the Zhao family members enter Shu to travel, they should be treated as honored guests. Only that annoying Zhao Chongling dares to ask for an explanation. An explanation? My will is the will of the heavens. If Zhao Chongling dares to go to Shu, I will treat him as an enemy. As time passed, the pain and sorrow were like an old dog lying on the ground, powerless to whimper. Su Fengnian said with a smile, I fear that the ruler of the fallen country would never have thought that Zhao Chongling really went to Shu with 20,000 cavalry. On the Western Shu map, from the time Great Feng established the country as a commandery, to the spring and autumn period as an independent country, there has never been a foreign cavalry of more than 10,000. Zhao Chongling's lips jerked. It is a pity that I did not see the Su family's cavalry charge into the capital of Western Shu. You have to know that the general once promised Zhao Chongling that as long as the gates of the Western Shu imperial palace were breached, Zhao Chongling would be at the front. At that time it would not be a problem to kill with his own hands, or to sit on the dragon throne. Su Fengnian exhaled, turned and bowed to the old scholar. He said gravely, Su Fengnian greets Mr. Zhao. Zhao Chongling also turned and shook his head. I am not worthy of this bow. Su Fengnian lowered his head and said, worthy. Zhao Chongling had no choice but to respectfully return the greeting. Chapter 1985. After the two stood still again, Zhao Chongling smiled and said, do not take what I said that day seriously. I have caused you to suffer for nothing these years. I, Zhao Chongling, am half of Chen Jibao's master, am the main culprit. This time, I am here to make up for it. But due to the heavenly path or other important people, I cannot help you directly. I can only add some additional destiny to Beiliang. But this can only offset the additional destiny that Bei Meng has from the heavens. The celestials have their own rules. No one can truly cover the sky with one hand. After all, there are more people who do not think highly of Beiliang. This time, we have deceived the heavens. This is the limit of that person. You and I know that person. Su Fengnian was relieved. This is already very good. Zhao Chongling shook his head and said, but Tuoba has the body of a great Vajra realm celestial, and his comprehension of the profound finger and celestial phenomenon realms is astounding. The profound finger is the profound finger of the Taoist great longevity, and the celestial phenomenon is the celestial phenomenon of the scholarly saint. What kind of celestial is he? He will rarely meet a match in the heavens. Su Fengnian made a sound of acknowledgement, but said, Tuoba may not be flawless. I have to look at the timing. Zhao Chongling said in surprise, why do you say this? I am curious. Su Fengnian blinked. The mysteries of the heavens cannot be revealed. Zhao Chongling laughed joyfully. Of course. Zhao Chongling's smile faded. Let's wait and see tonight. Before Su Fengnian could speak, Zhao Chongling's figure flashed and disappeared. I will walk around and take this chance to say some inhumane things to Ishan. Su Fengnian did not return to the study. Instead, he went straight to the backyard. Jia Jiejia was teasing the big cat. The so-called big cat was different from the stray cats in the streets. In fact, this cat was still young. It liked to eat bamboo, but it was not a vegetarian. The war was imminent. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Su Fengnian could not use the spies of the Fu Shui chamber and the soldiers within his borders to transport it to the north resisting city. Su Fengnian's intention was simple. If the situation became worse, the girl Jia Jiejia should not die here. He hoped that she could leave the north resisting city, leave the Guanyi, and even leave the northern Liang for the sake of this big cat. She could go to western Shu, which had not been affected by the war, and take the big cat to a place where the bamboo was as dense as the sea. Su Ying's whereabouts were unknown. She should have left the city. Jiang and I sat on a small stool in a daze. Even when Su Fengnian walked in front of her, she did not come back to her senses. Su Fengnian smiled and waved his hand in front of her eyes. She finally woke up and glared at him. Su Fengnian sat next to her. I know you will not leave, but I hope you can do one thing. Only if you agree, will I let you stay in North Resisting City. Jiang and I nodded. Speak. Su Fengnian grinned. I will take it that you have agreed. Jiang and I widened her limpid eyes, her face filled with resentment. Su Fengnian put his hands behind his head and said softly, It is good to be alive. Jiang and I said in exasperation, Nonsense. Su Fengnian solemnly retorted, That's not nonsense. Jiang and I turned around and asked curiously, You just went out and floated here and there. How carefree. Don't tell me you accidentally hit your head on the ground and became stupid? Su Fengnian leaned forward and said with a smile, Why don't you touch it? Jiang Ni's face flushed red and she spat out 2 words with difficulty. Pervert. Su Fengnian sat up straight and rested his chin on his hands. He looked at the courtyard and sighed. In North Resisting City, Xianyuan Qingfeng found Su Yambing and said that he wanted to fight. Su Yambing was unwilling, and Xianyuan Qingfeng was even more unwilling. Su Yambing was familiar with this crazy woman's personality. He did not give her a chance to attack, and directly ran to the study of the manner to cultivate. Outside the North Barbarian City, a red robe swept across the sky, like a splendid red cloud that landed in the mortal world. 30 li east of North Resisting City, a woman in a veil hat stood beside a man in white. The former had a valiant appearance that made people forget about the difference between men and women. The latter had a graceful figure, but under the veil hat was a terrifying face covered in scars. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Su Ying was overjoyed when she saw the man in white. Her red robe flew around the man in white. The man in white reached out and pressed his hand on Su Ying's forehead. The latter's body suddenly stopped in the air. After the man in white withdrew his hand, he glanced at the woman beside him and said indifferently, Among the 3 of us, you are the most miserable. That vixen and I have never even seen you as an opponent, but you think you have a place in that person's heart. After waiting for so many years, you finally divined that he would come to the human world, but you still did not have the time to meet him. Once again, you will be separated forever. Why did you come? The man in white suddenly laughed. It's better if you don't see him. He will only be sadder if he sees you. In that case, this little idea of yours in the princess tomb is not extremely miserable. I only hope that you did not reveal your background to the Beimang before leaving the princess tomb. Otherwise, with those treasuries, it would be equivalent to letting the Beimang barbarians conquer half of the Central Plains in advance. Su Ying landed on the ground with a charming smile. The man in white, who was the #1 demonic cultivator in Beimang and Liang, rubbed Su Ying's head. Only you are the most fortunate, right? Su Ying only smiled foolishly. Luoyang in white laughed loudly. That city will soon be renamed as Luoyang City. Chapter 1986. The #1 person of Nanzhao, Wei Miao, lived in a small, secluded house in the North Resisting City. When he heard a series of urgent knocks on the door, he went to open it and saw an unexpected but reasonable face. It was the wife he had parted with on Mount Wudong. Wei Miao asked helplessly, What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to go back to Nanzhao? She rolled her eyes and said, Go back your head. Why do I need a man to accompany me? I can't sleep alone at night. Wei Miao said angrily, Go find one. She smiled charmingly and said, If I really bring a son of a bitch to you, I will smash your head with a punch. Wei Miao, who was invincible in Nanzhao, couldn't do anything to her. Knowing that she would never leave this time, He accepted his fate and led his wife into the courtyard. This woman, who was born in the 100,000 barbarian mountain, looked around curiously. That little handsome brother is too stingy. This house is not worth much. Wei Miao said, "It's just a temporary residence. He didn't say that he would give it to us." She curled her lips. "This melon child." Wei Miao lowered his voice and said, "That person can hear you." She hurriedly changed her expression, as if the young lord was in the small courtyard. She said sweetly, "This courtyard is very good." Wei Miao held back his laughter. In the end, this old man and his wife sat side by side on the steps. Although Wei Miao never thought that he and her were a celestial couple, after so many years of traveling in Jianghu together, they met countless heroines and fairies. Wei Miao didn't remember any woman at all. She leaned her head on Wei Miao's shoulder and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't give birth to a baby for you." Wei Miao stretched out his rough palm and gently caressed her cheeks. He helped her wipe away her tears. This simple and honest man who had never said anything sweet said softly, "Even if there were 10 Wei Miaos, they wouldn't be good enough for you. Wife, really." Night fell. As day and night alternated, a series of thunderous noises suddenly sounded in the sky outside the Bailiang Pass. For some reason, only the young king could hear and see it. The other Wu Dao grandmasters, who were as powerful as Dong Tai, didn't notice anything unusual. Zhao Chongling appeared on the city walls and laughed. "Everyone, if we do not descend now, what are we waiting for?" An immortal in the sky echoed loudly. "Dechu is the central plains." The scholar took off his shabby Taoist robe and put on a scholarly robe. "Li Mi, what Dechu?" "It's West Chu." A beam of magnificent rainbow light descended into the mortal world and landed on the top of the North Jiebei city. It came with a menacing momentum, but it was silent. Another immortal said loudly, "How can our glorious central plains sink under the iron hooves of the grassland?" Another immortal laughed boldly in the sky. 300,000 cavalrymen guarding the northwest gate of the central plains, fighting to the death for 20 years without retreating. It's fortunate to see it with my own eyes. Another immortal walked out of the heavenly gate and stretched. "My Defeng dynasty was useless in the past. Now it's up to your Bailiang cavalry." A tall and sturdy immortal in black armor looked down at the mortal world. "Oh, the grassland barbarians put on such a big formation. You think you're so great just because you have more people." Immortals and rainbow lights crashed into North Jiebei City one after another. Dozens of banished immortals from different dynasties became Bailiang's fate tonight. The banished immortals fell like rain to the mortal world. The young king with a cold blade at his waist stood under a loquat tree. Zhao Chongling's scattered figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Fingnian wanted to say something but stopped. The old man reached out. While he could not touch Su Fingnian's body, it was like he was patting the young king's head. There is meeting and there is separation. Fate comes and goes. Do not be sad. Su Fingnian raised his arms and cupped his fists. He pursed his lips and did not speak. The old man said regretfully, "It is a pity that I cannot help you more." Su Fingnian kept his back straight and cupped his fists like a common poplar tree in the northwest desert. Living and not dying for 1,000 years, dying and not falling for another 1,000 years, dying and not falling for another 1,000 years, dying and not falling for another 1,000 years. The old man's voice was erratic and unclear. He glanced at the new cold blade at the young king's waist and was gratified. "Good blade." Su Fingnian's lips trembled. The old man smiled. "The general told me to pass a message to you. He said that Su Zhao's greatest achievement in his life was not marrying your mother, but giving Bailiang to you. But he felt sorry for you and made you suffer." Su Fingnian shook his head. The old man said softly, "Xiaonian, Princess Consort said that in the past, she always advised you not to get into conflicts with others easily. She hoped that you could be like a gentle and refined scholar. However, if someone makes you angry in the future, it would be a waste not to beat them up." Speaking of this, the old man looked helpless. In his impression, the princess was not such a woman. The young man nodded gently with tears on his face. The thin old man closed his eyes and seemed to be listening attentively. He said sarcastically, "Huh? It seems that I heard the sound of the horses of my Su family's iron cavalry, and it is quite loud." The old man opened his eyes and asked Su Xiao as he did when he was in his prime. He asked with a smile, "What should we do?" Prince Su Fengnian loosened his fists and reached out to hold the hilt of his blade. He laughed loudly. "What should we do? It's very simple. Kill them. In the end, only the sound of the horses of my Su family's iron cavalry will be left on the battlefield." The old man finally closed his eyes. Before his soul dissipated, this strategist seemed to be reminiscing about the past and imagining the future of peace and prosperity. He said softly, "Xiaonian, that's right." Chapter 1987. Year 3 of Xiangfu Autumn. The yin energy grew heavier, and the dew turned white. The coldness of the central plains was the heaviest at the northwest border. In the twilight, 400,000 grassland cavalry troops set up camp outside of Jubei City, endless and endless. The war horses neighed, gathering like thunder. From time to time, there were dozens to hundreds of small groups of cavalry coming out of the battle formation and approaching the North Rejection City quickly. Then, when they were at the edge of the shooting range of the crossbows, they raised their heads and looked up, pointing their horsewhips and sabers at the top of the city wall in an arrogant manner. Just on the north city wall of Jubei City, there were 40 of the expensive ballistae that were hailed as the most important weapon of the country. Their range and power were far beyond the imagination of the grassland. The spring and autumn war armor Yi Baikue had once exclaimed on the west wall battlefield. 9 oxen crossbow, 1 arrow can destroy a mountain, 300 steps can kill a grandmaster. However, for some reason, facing the Beimeng cavalry troops that were outside the range of normal crossbows, the Bailiang city wall ballistae did not move at all. They did not show any signs of using this top-grade weapon to show off their might. Beimeng had actually already experienced the power of the Huta city ballistae. However, the group of grassland pickers that were responsible for sieging the city, at that time South Yard King Dongzhuo attacked Huta City without caring about the casualties, causing the other divisions to suffer heavy casualties. Today, most of them were still licking their wounds in the grassland territory, and did not participate in this southern expedition. In the first battle of Liangmang, General Yang Yuanzhan, who led the army to attack Heluku, Yuzhou died for his country. If Bailiang didn't want to exchange the head of this old general for the corpse of Lu Jinu in Huta City, Yang Yuanzhan's body would probably continue to be one of the piles of bones in a certain capital temple at Heluku. As for Deputy General Zhong Tan, who made meritorious contributions in breaking Huagong City and Heilwan City, he was defeated in the Battle of Miyun, and was still imprisoned in Jubiai City. Dongzhuo was in the north mainly attacking Huaiyang Pass, and did not follow the army to the south to Jubiai City. Therefore, the Beimeng army's impression of Bailiang was still the word, iron cavalry. Of course, this was all thanks to Dongzhuo, who used a stratagem to break Huta City. Even though Dongzhuo had resigned as the king of South Courtyard, he had reminded his colleagues in the southern imperial court that Huta City, the first town in the northwest border, was extremely difficult to attack. The magnificent new city outside Liangzhou Pass, which was built by Su family for 20 years, could not be broken in a short time. The grassland cavalry's way to the south was like jumping over a natural moat, so they had to be prepared for the worst. It was a pity that Dongzhuo had already lost his prestigious title as the king of the southern courtyard, so his words carried a lot less weight. Secondly, in the first battle of Liangmang, Dongzhuo deliberately held back his strength and wantonly depleted the grassland forces for the sake of that old lady. His reputation in the northern and southern capitals was getting worse and worse. Finally, in the officialdom of the 2 imperial halls, they all felt that Dongzhuo was deliberately exaggerating, saying that attacking the new city of Bailiang was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was nothing more than that Dongzhuo wanted to show off his military exploits, since he had already achieved great merit in taking down the Huta city. He still hoped that one day he would be able to unify the power, and once again ride on the necks of all the great generals and give orders. Outside the city, there were grassland dignitaries galloping on their horses, shouting domineeringly, "Grandpa is here! That coward surnamed Su from Bailiang. Do you dare to come out of the city and fight?" Some grassland generals with astonishing strength even pulled their bows like a full moon, urging their horses to gallop forward. The bowstrings pulled taut. After a thump sound, the arrows shot toward the city gate of Bailiang City, swiftly and violently nailing into the city gate. the feathers of the arrows trembling non-stop. When these famous archers of the grassland turned their horses back, they won the deafening cheers in front of Beimang's main camp. It turned out that the catapults behind the cavalry were constantly advancing south along the gaps in the main camp. There were more than 900 catapults in total. In addition to the 1,400 catapults that Wang Yong, the military governor of Aquarius, would escort to the battlefield before dawn, there were 2,300 catapults in total. Moreover, there were so many boulders that it was said that they had emptied the two opposing mountain peaks in the Southern Dynasty's Dragon Waste state. It was said that His Majesty the Emperor of Beimang and the military governor of Taiping had personally taken the time to go there. The old woman who wore a dragon robe and spoke of the heavenly law had personally conferred the two mountains as the mountain gods of the state. She had promised that when Bailiang City was breached in the future and the grassland finally unified the Central Plains, the two mountain gods who had temporarily lost their foundation would be able to rule over the two mountains respectively. Among the siege weapons, other than the catapults meticulously built by the Southern Dynasty's military weapons supervisor, Beimang, which did not hesitate to exhaust its national resources to fight this huge battle, also had more than 100 siege towers that were as tall as Bailiang City. Because the siege towers were originally built to target Huta City, they had to be temporarily raised after the more majestic and towering Bailiang City was built. For this reason, nearly 10,000 young and able-bodied craftsmen were urgently hired to work through the night to avoid delaying the battle and causing His Majesty the Emperor's anger. Because of the huge scale of the project, the Southern Dynasty's imperial court put even more pressure on the military weapons supervisor. As a result, the officials in the weapons supervisor, from top to bottom, appeared to be thin and bony. However, when it came to the construction of the catapults and the addition of the siege towers, it was rumored that the officials in the weapons supervisor earned a lot of money just by relying on this extra income. This was ridiculed by a depressed Hongjia remnant who wrote a poem, in which there was a line, skinny and bony with a bulging purse, two sleeves originally not a clear breeze, which was widely circulated. It was specifically used to ridicule the officials in the weapons supervisor for stuffing their own pockets and profiting from the national disaster. The Southern Dynasty's military weapons supervisor in Beimang had three departments: armors, crossbows, and siege towers. The siege weapons such as the siege towers all belonged to the siege towers department. The supervisor did not expect this matter to be spread so widely both inside and outside the imperial court. He was on tenterhooks and almost wanted to resign and apologize. Unexpectedly, His Majesty the Emperor, who had always been lenient to the Southern Dynasty's aristocratic families, actually issued an order to arrest the scholar from the Southern Dynasty's Ding clan and execute him for the crime of misleading the public with his lies. What really made the supervisor feel relieved was a private conversation with the supervisor of the military weapons supervisor. The supervisor said that His Majesty the Emperor had personally seen the items made by the supervisor and believed that there were no flaws. The materials were of excellent quality. Since this was the case, it was already a great contribution to the grassland, and a little windfall was not a big deal. Apart from this, the Southern Dynasty, which had always imitated the Central Plains in opening up courier routes on a large scale, built 3 more courier routes within half a year to transport grain and fodder. Although the provinces to the north of the Dragon's Waste Prefecture did not exhaust the national treasury's financial resources like the Dragon's Waste Prefecture, they also opened up a courier route to the Dragon's Waste Prefecture. On the fertile grassland in the north, there were easily hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep that followed the soldiers of the grassland down south. All of this was undoubtedly to pave the way for the Battle of Beijua City. At the same time, almost all the resources of the Southern Dynasty were tilted toward the Dragon's Waste Prefecture that bordered the Liangzhou Pass. This was also the reason why Dongzhuo was able to easily obtain a large number of grassland youths to besiege the Huaiyang Pass. Before the First Battle of Beimang, Tuoba had purged the forces of the grassland and the North Court. A large number of refugees and sinners who had lost their protection had to go to the battlefield and rely on military merits to regain their identities. At that time, because the main force of Yang Yuanzhan's southern expedition was unexpectedly annihilated, the middle army of Beimang also failed to break through Huta City. This gave the Bailiang frontier army some breathing room. It was believed that this time, Beimeng would not retreat so easily. Even though Huang Songpu had died in the Battle of Liuzhou, ending up in the same miserable state as Yang Yuanzhan, and becoming the highest-ranking general of Beimeng, the Beimeng emperor did not hesitate to let the crown prince, Yalu Hongkai, take the position of regent and lead the army down south to Beijua City. She personally guarded the west capital to calm the people down. Beimeng was determined to win this battle. It was probably because the silence of Beiliang's Beijua City had increased the arrogance of the grassland generals. In addition, the crown prince, who personally led the expedition, did not give orders to restrain the valiant generals under his command. Leading the elite cavalry out of the camp seemed to have become an unwritten rule of the Southern Dynasty's border army and the grassland's North Court. It was as if not going to Beijua City was an act of cowardice. In the beginning, not to mention the silent and ferocious large arqueballistas, even the ordinary city-guarding bows were nothing. They rode their horses forward, hating that they could not ride their horses up to the top of the city wall. Some young generals from the North Court wore gold and silver armor, dazzling under the setting sun. To these young grassland dignitaries who had been promoted from the cowardly Shuewei to the centurion, or even chiliarch of an army, they had been tired of hearing about the independent Liang border army since they were young. Calluses grew in their ears. They even had a lot of silent criticism. They felt that among the people whom His Majesty valued in the South Court, other than Fatty Dong who had some ability, Huang Songpu, Yang Yuanzhan, and Lu Gui were not worth mentioning. If His Majesty did not welcome Hong Jia and those stray dogs who had fled to the grassland to seek refuge in the north and inexplicably made an alliance for the Southerners to govern the Southerners, how could Huang Songpu and the other old fellows who had an undeserved reputation become great generals? After two riders left the camp, they did not go straight to the north resisting city, but instead rode slowly along the outskirts of the camp. These two riders were young. They wore ordinary armor and sabers, but one of them had a Xianbei buckle jade belt on his waist, which allowed them to travel unimpeded. This young man was none other than Yelu Dongchuang, a member of the King's Tent of Beimeng. Yelu Dongchuang's Xianbei buckle was also divided into high and low ranks, according to the number of gems embedded on the jade belt. Most of the children of Yelu and Murong could embed 2 or 3 gems, and then the number of gems would increase according to their military exploits. Murong Baoding, a member of the royal family who held military power in his hands, or Yelu Hongkai, an appointed minister of 3 dynasties, who was Yelu Dongchuang's grandfather, could embed 8 gems. Yelu Dongchuang's Xianbei buckle originally only had 6 gems. After he was conferred the title of Zhenghua General and Assistant Minister of War of the Western Capital, he added a large cat's eye stone to one of the 4 military towns, including the tiles of Gentleman's Pavilion. He should have stayed in the Western Capital Temple, or one of the 4 military towns at the border of Gusai Prefecture. But this time he made an exception, and followed the army to the north resisting city. He and the young knight beside him were both middle army supervisors. Chapter 1988. Yelu Dongchuang was short and dark-skinned, but he had the ferocious aura of a wild wolf. He turned around and smiled at the young man beside him. Tuoba Chiyun, you've made great contributions, but we can only stare at each other. Don't you feel aggrieved? The other young man was Tuoba Chiyun, the eldest son of Beimeng's military god Tuoba. He was the leader of the 4 great Chunjibo in the grassland. Compared to Xia Chunjibo, Zhong Tan, Qiu Chunjibo, Bo Erhui and Dong Jabo King Jing Chong, he had a stronger background. Originally, Zhong Tan was the most favored one. Not only had he experienced the first battle of Liangmang, but he had also made great contributions in Yozhou's Crouching Bao City and Heluan City. As long as he could successfully recruit the Buddhist forces in Beimeng's Lantua Mountain, he would have a meteoric rise in the Southern Dynasty. In addition, his family had a strong foundation. His father, Zhong Shentong, was one of the 14 great generals of Beimeng. Zhong Tan was even expected to become the next general without the title of king, Dongzhua. In the future, it would not be an extravagant hope to have 1 or 2 kings in the Central Plains. Now that Zhong Tan was missing in the western regions and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, Chunjibo and Tuoba Chiyun had one less natural enemy. Tuoba Chiyun said calmly, "With your status as my father's family, as long as we take down North Rejection City, We won't have to worry about not having enough military contributions even if we are napping the entire time on horseback. Yelu Dongchuang frowned and said, judging from Chunjibo's tone, you think there are still variables in taking down North Rejection City? Tuoba Chiyun hesitated and turned to look at the tall and majestic city in the afterglow of the setting sun. Forcing Bailiang's main force to dismount and fight may not be a good thing. Yelu Dongchuang laughed. You scholars have too much knowledge, but there's one disadvantage. You like to be afraid of this and that, but we have to fight a war. Tuoba Chiyun dismissed it with a smile. The famous scholars of the Central Plains like to play chess with their hands. There's a saying about golden horn silver edge grass belly. In the previous three-front war, Bailiang only won the Gourd city in Yuzhou, which made Dongzhuo's main force retreat to the north. This is the proof. Yelu Dongchuang twisted his wrist and gently waved the horsewhip. Now that we've been defeated at Old Woman Mountain, even the 50,000 elite cavalry of the Southern Dynasty Border Army that went to reinforce us were surrounded like dumplings. Are we going to repeat the same mistake? Tuoba Chiyun shook her head and said, on the contrary, we should go down south to attack North Resisting City. This is actually the intention of the Taiping Decree. They want to exchange the western capital of the Southern Dynasty for North Resisting City. Those survivors of the spring and autumn period who fled from the Central Plains to the grasslands have gradually gained a foothold after 20 years of growth. They have a vague tendency to become too powerful to be removed. In fact, His Majesty is not without concerns about this. In the entire 4 provinces of the Southern Dynasty, the power of the civil officials is deeply intertwined. Even the Longguan clan, who has always been extremely xenophobic, has to lower their status and marry them in order to secure their position. This is enough to show the great influence of the nobles of the Central Plains. In the long run, I'm afraid that the survivors of the Southern Dynasty will turn from knives to swords. Even if they have a knife, they will still hurt themselves. Yelu Dongchuang grinned, like a wild wolf baring its teeth. It was especially creepy. In this case, as long as Bailiang has the courage to mobilize the main force of Liangzhou in the Qingyuan region and rush to Liuzhou, we can let them invade the hinterland of the Southern Dynasty. After all, those who die are inextricably linked to the survivors of the spring and autumn period. We can just take it as helping the grasslands to eliminate some hidden dangers. It's fine if they kill by mistake. In the end, the Western capital's temple will be completely clean. It's equivalent to the cavalry of Bailiang helping His Majesty to be the executioner. The Taiping Decree is really ruthless. Tuoba Chiyun sighed with emotion in a low voice. This kind of method, maybe he learned it from the people of the Central Plains. Yelu Dongchuang curled his lips. When we take over the Central Plains, I'll definitely make those scholars suffer and make them disgrace themselves. Chunjibo did not answer. He only glanced at the majestic and silent silhouette of North Resisting City. It was like a mainstay standing before the flood of the grassland cavalry. It quietly gathered the vigorous fate of the Central Plains in the past 800 years. Within the siege of Beimang's western capital, an old woman with a hunched back walked under the walls. Her small and slow steps just happened to step on the boundary between the afterglow of the setting sun and the thick shadows. Beside the old woman silently followed the Taiping Decree of the chess and sword music school. He was an imperial tutor and an old man whose ambition did not lie in North Resisting City in the northwest, but in Great Peace City in the Central Plains. The old man suddenly said, "Why does His Majesty not allow Yelu Dongchuang to stay in Gusai to stop the cavalry of Liuzhou?" Dongjibo King Jingchong pulled back 10,000 cavalry from the border of Liang and Liao. Before the defeat at Old Woman Mountain, it was enough to deal with Yuandao's Yuzhou cavalry. But now, it is inevitable that it is beyond their power. Although the collapse of the Southern Dynasty does not affect the overall situation, it is still for His Majesty's sake. Even if the older generation of Hongjia people have retired from the officialdom, there is no lack of smart people. Perhaps they will be wary because of this. The old woman who did not have anyone to support her staggered forward. She coldly said, "I heard Li Mixi say that Wang Du has been well behaved for 20 years. Recently, I don't know if it is the final radiance of the setting sun, or if it is for the sake of his descendants, but he has secretly contacted many important people. It is better to be safe than sorry." Little Wang Jingchong. Let him sacrifice his life for the country. In any case, when the time comes, I will just bestow a dozen Xianbei coins and give old Wang Du a great title. Compared to the younger generation, the older generation of people like Wang Du who have survived until now are more like thieves. Back then, I had already paid close attention to their subtle influence on the officialdom of the Southern dynasty. Unexpectedly, I was still unable to stop their infiltration. I was kind enough to take them in and give them a bowl of rice to keep them alive. In the end, they left me with such a mess. Chapter 1989. The old woman's tone grew heavier as she said sternly, "Our grassland cavalry has been fighting for hundreds of years. Since Dafeng dynasty, we have been invincible. We relied on killing enemies. If we had selfish desires, we would divide the spoils after the war. How could we be like Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou and Old Woman Mountain of Liuzhou, who schemed before the war and were blinded by selfishness? If not for Wanyan Yinjiang from the Longguan clan, I would have used the cavalry of Liuzhou to help the South dynasty. I would not have spared these Longguan parasites that have been living on the grassland for generations, including the Wanyan clan. They deserve to die. They deserve to die." The Taiping commandant sighed softly. The agitated old woman slowly calmed her emotions. She squinted at the bright and dark boundary under her feet. It was like the border between two countries, but also like the boundary between yin and yang. The old woman said slowly, "Yilu Dongchuang, who has a good grandfather to help him strategize, my cousin Morong Baoding, who believes in every man for himself, and even General Zhong Shintong. All of them have wild ambitions. They seem to be shrewd, but in my eyes they are not as smart as Dong Zhuo. Only Fatty Dong, who is full of oil, is the most adaptable. No one is willing to attack Huaiyang Pass because they don't have much military merit. Even if they succeed, only Chu Lushan's head can be seen. At that time, they will suffer great losses and at least hundreds of thousands of casualties. In this way, even if I agree to be conferred the title of Marquis, according to military merit, without troops, an ordinary person will not be able to hold the position. Therefore, when I asked Morong Baoding to attack Huaiyang Pass, the Jiefeng commandant of Orange Province acted as if his parents had died. He asked for so many Ruran cavalry and still felt that it was not enough. He wanted to work but not put in effort. What is the big picture? He clearly knows the importance, but he is unwilling to take care of it. How hateful." The old woman sneered, "As long as Dong Zhuo can take Huaiyang Pass, even if he can't participate in the attack on North Resisting City, I will give him the title of King of the Southern Courtyard, and let him lead the army into Bailiang Pass." The magistrate of Taiping frowned and said, "That would be Chen Jibao, who was conferred the title of Prince by Li Yang, and is now a vassal of Western Shu. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is a disaster as big as the sky." The old woman laughed in a low voice. "Legacy? We don't even have many days left to live, so why should we care about the life and death of the two ingrates of the Yelu and Morong family?" The magistrate of peace was silent. The old woman comforted, "Teacher, as long as the hooves of the grassland cavalry step onto Great Peace City, step onto the Guangling Road, step onto the southernmost land of the Central Plains, you and I will not be forgotten in history. As to who will sit on the dragon throne in the end, what does it matter if it is Yelu, Morong, or Dong?" Taiping Ling smiled bitterly and said, "If we can unify the world, then fewer deaths will be a good thing." The old woman laughed loudly and waved her sleeve. "Then you'll have to endure for a few more years." Bei Mang's royal preceptor stood in place, his figure desolate. The old woman walked forward alone with her hands behind her back. The afterglow gradually disappeared under her feet. In the darkness, the old woman murmured to herself, "Maybe I won't be able to see the snow next year at your hometown in Liaodong's Jinzhou. Say, if I had not returned to my hometown back then and stayed by your side, would I have children and grandchildren now?" The sky was about to brighten. In the back courtyard of the northern barbarian manor, a room was lit by candlelight. A cold knife was placed on the table. A young man started to silently put on the manor king's embroidered robe. Outside the room, there was a young woman dressed in white. She held a red sandalwood sword box with a determined expression. She quietly waited for him to come out. Also in the manor, Shui Songguan, who had not slept the entire night, slowly sat up. He put on his boots, picked up the guqin, and gently pushed open the door. The old spiritual master of Wudong Mountain, Yu Xingrui, had just finished practicing the fist technique he had created from his little sect brother, Hong Shixiang. Feeling refreshed, he carried his sword and left the yard. A white-clothed, white-haired, and white-browed old man sat on a stone bench. The sword box on the table was wide open. The old man held the sword in one hand and broke the blade inch by inch with 2 fingers. He gently threw it into his mouth as if he was chewing soybeans. The old man casually threw away the remaining sword hilt. He glanced at the empty sword box and slowly stood up with a smile. The 100-year sword aura filled his stomach. It was time to vent it out. On the stone steps of a small courtyard, the young swordsman who was the sword crown of the Wu family's sword tomb squatted there. He suddenly stood up and turned to look at the swordsman Suehua, who carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon on her back. The latter opened her eyes for the first time and smiled sweetly at him. In a small courtyard, 2 disciples from Martial Emperor City walked out of their room at the same time. The handsome eldest disciple of Wang Xianji took off a cold saber from his waist and tossed it to the other disciple. The latter smiled knowingly and tossed one of the 2 famous swords, Fuji of Shudao, to his senior brother. The 2 of them. One of them hung the cold knife while the other hung the famous sword. Their movements were exactly the same. In the end, they hung their swords and sabers and strode out of the courtyard side by side. A middle-aged man with white cloth tied his legs turned around and waved at the Meow Girl's wife who was standing at the door. She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. In the same quiet courtyard, an old Confucian put down the sage book in his hand and straightened his clothes. The old swordsman sitting beside him raised his cup and drank half of the wine in it. Then he poured the wine on the unsheathed long sword. Outside the house, a burly old man stood with his knife in his arms. He closed his eyes and concentrated, waiting for his 2 old friends. In front of the meeting hall of the Northern Barbarian Mansion, under the wooden archway, there was someone holding an iron spear. Beside him stood the master of the Dongyue sword pool. Somewhere in the Northern Barbarian Mansion, a woman in purple squatted down and tied a small knot on her skirt. On the southern wall of the Northern Barbarian Mansion, an average-looking middle-aged swordsman sat cross-legged. He placed his sword on his knees and looked into the distance as if he was waiting for the sun to rise from the eastern sea. Not far from the city wall, a man in white stood. He was drinking happily with his head raised. The woman in the red robe beside him looked serene. After the young lord put on the python robe and put on the cold knife, he paused when he was about to open the door. Then he suddenly opened the door. Beimeng's army was about to attack the city. They were only waiting for dawn. Suddenly, a horse rushed out. It was the Beimeng generals. When he was less than 100 steps away from the city wall, he laughed wildly and said, "Bullshit Baoyang cavalry. Until now no one dares to go out of the city and fight." Chapter 1990. The sun rose from the East Sea, its rays reaching 10,000 zhang. Between heaven and earth, outside the northwest Great Wall, the sunlight was like a tide, slowly pushing from the east to the west, bringing endless light. The king's flag with the word Su on the top of the city wall and a large banner in the center of the Beimeng camp outside the city were illuminated by the sunlight at almost the same time. Under the banner of Beimeng, the crown prince of Beimeng was riding a Fergana horse, his body covered in dazzling golden armor. He was looking at the top of the city wall in the south, his face full of satisfaction and a smile. Under the king's flag on the city wall, there was a drum platform that was more than 10 zhang above the city wall. A young woman dressed in white walked up the steps and stood in front of a large cowhide drum. She took off the sword case on her back and smashed it heavily on the ground. Then she took a step forward, seemingly hesitating. Finally, she took a deep breath, picked up the drumstick, and held it tightly. The old generals and soldiers of Beimeng City who had experienced the spring and autumn war couldn't help but feel excited when they saw this scene. Perhaps the true backbone of the Baoyang Frontier Army, the most powerful Baoyang cavalry in the world, already belonged to Li Mofan, Lu Yanchao, and Ningame, these outstanding generals in their prime. It wouldn't even be long before the military power passed to younger generals like Yu Luandao, Chao Wei, Ko Jianghuai, and Xie Shi. This was like a person's life and death. It couldn't be resisted. However, in the hearts of the old Baoyang soldiers, especially those who had personally experienced the Spring and Autumn War and the Battle of the Western Wall. The memory of the big drum and the white dress was still fresh in their minds. For this brand new city at the northwest border, the most important thing, second only to the hanging of the plaque, was not the official completion of the great general's residence, but the construction of the stage and drum set, which seemed rather inconceivable to outsiders. This big drum came from the treasury of Mount Qingliang, and had been kept by the Su family for many years. Even the drumstick had a long history. The drum was made during the Battle of the Western Wall. After the butcher Su Shao was made king and took over the northwest, it followed the Su family's army into Beiliang. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the military that one should advance upon hearing the sound of drums and retreat upon hearing the sound of drums. This was also the origin of the saying, beat the drum and beat the sound of drums. According to the teachings of the Yinyang school of the Great Qin dynasty, the birth of spring, the growth of summer, the harvest of autumn, and the storage of winter were all part of the natural cycle. Drums were made of wood, which symbolized the growth of qi. In the Central Plains, it was said that after the Su family in the northwest left the Central Plains and went to the border, the Beiliang barbarians had a tradition of after the Western Wall, the Su family did not listen to the sound of the drum and only beat the drum. Most of the people in Liang were skeptical. No army in the world, no matter how majestic and elite, could truly only fight and not retreat? It must be an exaggeration. The drum was still the big drum made of cowhide, but the woman was no longer the woman from before. However, the sword box was still the same, the white dress was still the same, and the devastatingly beautiful woman was still the same. The woman turned her head to look at the horse path. The slender figure was slowly walking to the middle of the city wall, towards the top of the city gate where the horizontal board was hung. He was wearing the king's robe from Lingzhou's golden thread-weaving bureau. Under the sunlight, the black and gold robe shone brightly. As if he had sensed the woman's gaze, the young man turned his head back and smiled at her. The beautiful woman, who was originally a little uneasy, suddenly calmed down. She had never told him that as long as she could see his figure, she would feel at ease. She lowered her head and glanced at the red sandalwood sword box by her feet. Then, she slowly raised her head with a determined look in her eyes. She held the drumsticks with both hands, and was ready to beat the drum. Now, she was going to be like the female sword fairy Wu in the past. She was going to do it for Beiliang, for the northwest and for him. Below the city wall, the generals of Beimang were shouting that no one in Beiliang dared to fight. His laughter grew louder. He leaned back slightly and raised his head to look at the city wall of North Jiebei City. The tall and sturdy man from the grassland was arrogant and proud. He really did not care about the clanging iron armor on the city wall. However, when he saw the king of Liang's embroidered robe appear right above the city gate, he could not help but tighten his grip on the reins. He sat up straight and subconsciously pressed his hand on the hilt of his long saber. He didn't stop while he was ahead, immediately turning his horse around and leaving. Instead, he openly raised his head to look at the legendary king of Liang with a different surname. Behind this Dragon Waste province major, who had 400,000 grassland cavalry as his backer, was a 400,000 grassland cavalry. Even though he felt a bit of panic inwardly, his burning desire for power suppressed that fear. He understood incomparably clearly that with the two armies clashing today, his words were destined to spread throughout North Jiebei City. Soon, it would spread throughout the grassland's two capitals and northern Liang Pass. It would even enter the ears of the emperor, as well as that young monarch of Liang from Great Peace City. Even if he did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, this was already a monstrous military achievement. It would be heard by the heavens, and no one could hide it. If he could say a few words to the young king of Liang, it would help him become famous in the two dynasties. Therefore, he calmed his thoughts and deliberately turned his horse around. He pointed his whip at the top of the city wall and shouted while knowing the answer. "You are Su Fingnian?" Unfortunately, the young man's gaze was cast on the Beimang camp as if he was looking for something. He did not pay any attention to the generals who had taken the first merit with just a few words. The Beimang generals who had asked for a snub were about to continue to provoke him. Unexpectedly, the knight in golden armor under the banner waved his hand. Horns sounded from the Beimang army and the siege began. The black mass of Baimang infantry took the lead and slowly moved forward from the north to the south like a swarm of locusts. Looking north from the top of the city wall, among the dense swarm of locusts, there were 2,300 catapults of different sizes. Under the busy supervision of the officials of the Southern Dynasty, they finally took root in various places and formed an arc with Baimang City as the center. Baimang's catapults were divided into 6 types. There were huge catapults that needed to pull more than 200 people and small catapults that could be successfully driven by 20 to 30 strong catapults. Compared to the first time Baimang's catapults appeared on a large scale in the Battle of Huta Town, this time not only the number of catapults was more shocking, but also the large catapults made up the majority. This naturally meant that Baimang City had to endure more terrifying, heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The downpour would not stop until Baimang used up all the boulders in the 2 mountains. Among the swarm of locusts, there were also special arqueballistae made by the Southern Dynasty army. Unlike the arqueballistae that were mostly used as defensive weapons in the Central Plains, Baimang naturally had the advantage of cavalry. The arqueballistae's function was very simple. They only needed to shoot arrows that were as thick as iron spears into the city wall to make it easier for the attacking infantry to climb up. The dare-to-die soldiers that were praised by the Baimang border army as the best soldiers in the Southern Dynasty would hide among the attacking infantry. They did not use obvious targets like scaling ladders or towering siege wagons to climb up the city wall. Instead, they gave up their shields and only wore light leather armor. With a saber in their mouth, they relied on the arrows that were inserted into the city wall to quickly climb up the city wall, like wild monkeys. They acted as surprise troops to harass the defenders. Baimang's army was approaching the border. Other than the most eye-catching flag of the royal family, the grassland commander's flags were also fluttering in the wind. His Highness the Northern Mang Crown Prince suddenly frowned. It was because to the side of the divine steed beneath him, a sturdy and slow-built man suddenly appeared. He didn't wear any metal armor, nor did he carry a war blade. There was only a cloth pouch tied to his waist. The crown prince, who was personally leading the army, slightly bent his waist. He had the style of the Central Plains celebrities who were polite to the wise and asked with a pleasant smile, "Grandmaster Deng, why did you show up so quickly? Could it be that there are still people in Baimang who can fight their way here?" The man with a broken spear head in the bag kept silent. In just 3 or 4 years, the grandmasters of Baimang were scattered. It was a bleak situation where Jianghu was about to end. The head of the Tao morality sect, who had subdued a young Kailan with supreme magic, had already ascended and left the world. The 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain died in the hands of Prince Liang. Hong Jingyan of the chess and sword music school died in the Longyan Plain. The grandmaster of the bronze men was missing. A large group of grandmasters, such as Xiaoxiang of the Princess Tomb and Tietchi Air, died in Bailiang Pass. Luo Yang and Huyan Daguan, the number 1 person of the Devil's Path in Baimang, had already lived in seclusion. It was rumored that they were coldly watching from the sidelines in the Central Plains. Today, there were only a few masters in Baimang. Except for Tuoba, who was still standing, and Zhong Liang, the second head of the Zhong family, who had joined the army. Only this man surnamed Deng could support the overall situation. Therefore, he was arranged by Li Mibi, the leader of the spider web in Baimang, to be by the crown prince's side in case of an accident. After all, this young man in bright golden armor was the nominal commander-in-chief of the 400,000 troops in Baimang. The reason why Deng Mao, who was hiding in the dark, appeared was very simple. He knew that the devil in white, who had made the whole grassland bow their heads in the past, had arrived and was about to enter the battlefield. Deng Mao knew better than anyone the depth of the cultivation of the woman who had once chased through Baimang's southern court and northern court by herself. The generals of Baimang knew that they should retreat no matter what. The army behind them was about to launch a round of salvo at Baimang City, to cover the rapid advance of the besieging infantry. But at this moment, the burly general, who was about to turn his horse around, felt a gust of wind blowing beside him. He turned his head in horror, and found that the young man in a python robe was standing beside his horse. One of them was facing the city wall, while the other was facing the city wall. The famous young man was quietly looking at the grassland army. The generals of Beimang couldn't imagine that the dignified king would personally take the risk to go out of the city. The frightened generals of Beimang were stunned and said in a trembling voice, "Why did you go out of the city? Su Fingnian, how dare you?" Without waiting for the captain to finish his words, the warhorse he was riding was crushed by a mountain. Its 4 legs were broken, and its belly hit the ground with a thud. The young lord waved his hand, and the captain's body involuntarily slid towards him. Finally, the young lord grabbed the captain's head in his hand and gently threw it forward. Suddenly, the captain's body was thrown dozens of feet away and died on the spot with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Chapter 1991. On the top of the city wall, a woman was beating the drum. This was probably the first time Bailiang had made such a sound to this world. Following the sound of the drum, Su Fingnian appeared outside the city. Many figures fell on the ground outside the city like meteors and stood on the same line as the young king. On the left side of the young king was a middle-aged swordsman who came from western Shu to Bailiang. He was one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts, Dong Tai. He put his hands behind his back with 2 swords hanging from his waist. The wind blew in his face. The peach blossom sword god, who had never been recognized by anyone because of his ordinary appearance, finally showed the aura of a sword master who dominated the world of swordsmanship. On the right side of the young king was a woman in white. She was the devil Luo Yang, who had the double identity of the great idea of the tomb of Princess Beimang and the hierarch of Mount Zhulu. She didn't turn her head to look at Su Fingnian. Instead, she looked ahead and said indifferently, "You missed the appointment." The young king smiled but didn't say anything. Su Yambing landed heavily on the left side of Dong Tai with his iron spear and said softly, "I never thought that I would have the opportunity to fight side by side with the peach blossom sword god in this life." Dong Tai answered concisely, "I'm also very lucky." A woman in purple floated to the ground. She gently stomped her feet, and the knot of her skirt loosened. Xianyuan Qingfeng had a relieved smile on his face, like an innocent and naive mortal woman. This was the first time this stunning woman had been so relaxed since that incident on the snowy plains. "After this battle, you and I don't owe each other anything. Then we won't meet again." Su Ying in red landed beside Luo Yang in white. She turned her head and smiled, looking at her and Xianyuan Qingfeng with a face full of joy. After the white-haired Sui Xiegu landed, he raised his only arm and twirled his snow-white eyebrows with 2 fingers. This old man who had eaten countless famous swords in the world still didn't use a sword. He just gently exhaled. A cup of wine filled the sun and moon, and a breath could destroy the 5 mountains. The blind female zither player, Xue Songguan, stood with her zither in her arms. Her head was slightly tilted as she pressed her fingers gently on the strings of the zither. Knocking one's finger to ask for longevity, knocking one's finger to break longevity. Wu Luding, the current sword crown of the Wu family's sword tomb, looked at the Beimang army in front of him and clicked his tongue. Compared to the battle formation our Wu family's old ancestor encountered back then, this is much bigger. In the future, I must brag to Wen Busheng. After this experience, I can be considered to have seen great winds and waves. Sword attendant Cui Hua, who had been keeping her eyes closed, turned her head and looked at the city wall. She glanced at the woman in white who was beating the drums like thunder. After retracting her gaze, she whispered, "Am I a little ugly and have a bad temper?" Wu Luding was stunned. He grinned and said, "Cui Hua, ever since I ate your pickled cabbage, you are the best match for me, Wu Luding." Of course. Not far away, Wudong's great spiritual master, Yu Xingrui, who was carrying a peachwood sword on his back, laughed. "Kid, you do have some of my junior brother's style." On the other side, the knife master Mao Shulang, the old Confucian scholar Cheng Baishuang, and the chief guest of Nanjiang's Dragon Palace, Ji Luan, stood side by side. Mao Shulang closed his eyes and rested his mind. His palm pressed against the hilt of the knife at his waist. Ji Lu, and squinted his eyes and looked towards the north. The Beimang army was surging towards them like a flood. He was calm and composed. Cheng Baishuang, who was only a step away from the realm of Confucian saint, had one hand behind his back. He raised his other hand and stroked his beard. He looked towards the sky and muttered to himself, "Mister, who said that we scholars have no guts?" On the far left, the number 1 person of Nanjiao, Wei Miao, crossed his arms in front of his chest. Beside him was the Donghua sword pool's master, Chai Qingshan. Wei Miao asked with a clumsy Central Plains accent. Master Chai, I heard that the Donghua sword pool's scenery is very good? Chai Qingshan nodded and smiled. It's not as dangerous and remote as your Shirwan Mountains, but it's also unique. If Mr. Wei has the chance to visit my Donghua sword pool in the future, I'll definitely take out the 3 jars of apricot wine to treat you. On the far right, Yu Groom and his junior brother Lu Huang each had a knife and a sword at their waists. The sword they had was one of the world's 10 famous swords, Fuji, while the knife they had was just an ordinary Bailiang knife. Lu Huang said seriously, "Don't forget about the agreement." Yu Groom laughed it off. Outside the Northwest Pass, on the front line, 18 people. In the Beimang army, Chen Jubo, Tuoba Chiyun, and the royal relative Yelu Dongchuang looked at each other. The latter finally said, "Is this okay? Is Bailiang's final struggle?" Tuoba Chiyun turned her head and looked to the south. She didn't answer the question and said slowly, "The Crown Prince's broken spear Deng Mao, your second uncle Zhong Liang, and the Orange Province's disciplinary officer Murong Baoding. There are only 3 grandmasters of martial arts. Even if Spider Webley Mixie has a backup plan, it still seems to be a little difficult." Yelu Dongchuang's mouth twitched. Will your father be absent from such a soul-stirring battle between grandmasters? There was some regret in Tuoba Chiyun's eyes. She shook her head and sighed. My father never said that he would come here in person. Maybe he really will miss it. Yelu Dongchuang curled his lips and waved his whip. He said lazily, that would be the biggest regret in life. At this moment, in the open space between the 2 horses, a burly figure appeared out of nowhere. His arms reached to his knees, and there was a faint golden light flowing around his body. He was like a golden dragon python floating in the clouds. The newcomer said expressionlessly, "You 2 immediately retreat 10 miles." Tuoba Chiyun, the noble Beimang's disciplinary officer, turned her horse and rushed to the north without saying a word. Even the arrogant and unruly Yelu Dongchuang, after hearing this man's words, did not hesitate to retreat with Tuoba Chiyun. When this figure appeared in the Beimang army, Deng Mao, who was guarding the Crown Prince of Beimang, Devil Zhong Liang, who was on par with General Zhong Shintong, and disciplinary officer Murong Baoding, who was at the front line of the army, all 3 of Beimang's top masters were shocked. This person stood in the same place, as motionless as a mountain. Although he was on the ground, his aura was as majestic as the Kunlun of the ancestral dragon. On the North Jiebei city, the sound of the drum was the loudest. A young king in a python robe with big sleeves waving in the wind said heavily, "Kill." The other 17 grandmasters of the Central Plains also said the word "kill" at the same time. While Beimang's strong infantry in the middle moved forward steadily, a group of 5,000 elite cavalry emerged from the left and right flanks. The horses' hooves were like thunder. 2 groups of cavalry who were good at riding and archery cooperated with the infantry in the middle to shoot at the top of the North Jiebei city. They were used to block the crossbows on the top of the city, and let the attacking infantry advance to the bottom of the city quickly. Lu Huang, Yu Groom, Wei Miao, and Chai Qingshan, who were at the outermost left and right of the 18 grandmasters of the Central Plains, split into 2 groups and rushed forward calmly, blocking the charging path of the cavalry. On the path of the northern Mang army's swift and violent advance, because of the 18 people who had left the city to fend off the enemy, the ballistae that were originally behind the rain of arrows and catapults were the first to appear on the battlefield. It was as if the swords of the sword immortals of the land were unleashed with all their might, shooting towards the dozen or so masters who were blocking their path. In the vision of the sword crown of the Wu family, who was the fastest to move forward, 2 black dots instantly appeared. He laughed loudly and said, "Who can compete with the sword tomb of the Wu family when it comes to the art of controlling the sword?" While talking and laughing, the young sword crown continued to move forward. He stretched out his arms, and his 5 fingers were like hooks. The 2 ballistae that were about to pierce his shoulders at the same time were grabbed by him one after the other. The arrows that were as thick as spears had a huge inertia, and they violently rubbed against the dense chi between the young sword crown's 5 fingers, bursting out bursts of unimaginable sparks. Wu Liuding's body was dragged back more than 10 steps by the 2 arrows that were as long as a person. His feet slid on the ground, and dust flew up. Finally, he grasped the 2 arrows that were at the end of the arrow's flight. He twisted his fingers, turned his body, and shouted angrily, "I'll give them back to you." With a speed that was not inferior to before, he threw out the 2 swords in his hands. They pierced through the air, and in one breath, they pierced through 6 or 7 shield-wielding soldiers in 2 rows. The corpses were skewered like candied haws. The young sword crown did not give up. He stood firmly with 1 foot in front and 1 behind. He put his 2 fingers together and pulled back. Sword tombs chi nurturing 7th force, great wild goose returns. The 2 fierce arrows that were used to break through the enemy's formation were instantly pulled back, and they flew back to the young sword crown. The sword attendant beside Wu Liuding, Cui Hua, pulled out the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon, and casually swung it forward, splitting a heavy arrow in half. It flew less than a foot away from her shoulders and fell to the ground 20 zhang away. The female sword attendant who stood shoulder to shoulder with the young sword crown frowned and said softly, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. When facing an enemy, making a sound is a taboo in the sword tomb. It hurts breathing the most." The young sword crown lightly shouted, "Go." After throwing the 2 arrows forward again, he turned his head and smiled brightly at her. "I always feel that if I fight with my head down, I can't show the demeanor of a master." The sword attendant Cui Hua smiled helplessly and slowly walked forward. She raised her hand and swung her sword again, cutting a huge arrow that was flying toward the city wall from her right into half. A crossbow arrow was flying toward the great snow plateau. She tipped her toes and gracefully jumped up. When she landed, she stepped right in the middle of the arrow. The end of the arrow suddenly fell down and touched the ground. The arrowhead tilted up and continued to slide to the south until it completely stopped. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood on the arrow like this. He slightly shifted his gaze and saw the scarlet-red robe that was purposely blocking the young king's path. It was like a butterfly that was wantonly flying in the air. Wherever it passed, the powerful arrows were instantly shattered and turned into fine powder. An arrow was not able to accurately hit the sword-eater ancestor. It just brushed past his shoulder. However, the bored Sui Siegu still took the initiative to stretch out his only arm and blocked the arrow with his palm. The old man's arm did not move at all, but the arrow was broken inch by inch. Dozens of crossbow arrows that escaped the net passed through the gap between the masters, and luckily shot toward the city wall. Chapter 1992. Unwittingly, the blind female zither player who was standing behind all the grandmasters suddenly stood still, and placed the zither in front of her. Under the control of the chi of the woman whose mysterious finger attainments could rank in the top 3, the zither stopped in midair. The zither player listened to the sound of the wind with her eyes closed. Her thumb gently stroked the strings of the zither, and the speed at which her fingers landed on the zither became faster and faster. Every time the zither string vibrated, there would be an arrow exploding in the air around Shuesongguan for no reason. After the ballistae shot out, a wave of stifling loud noises sounded from northern Mang's middle army. A wave of pitch-black heavy rain immediately began to pour down from the great earth. Standing on top of the arrow, Huishan Zi raised his chin slightly. His gaze followed the wave of black clouds that was getting closer and closer to the majestic rain of arrows. At this moment, Shuesongguan's unique hoarse voice sounded in everyone's ears, including Xianyuan Qingfeng. "Everyone, don't worry about what's happening above your heads." Then an old Confucian scholar, Cheng Baishuang, smiled and said, "Let this old man help Miss Shui." This old Southern Tang scholar, who was appointed to become a Confucian sage at Wudong Mountain's Little Lotus Peak, closed his eyes and listened to the clear and melodious sound of the zither behind him. He murmured, "Among all the instruments, the zither has the best virtue. Therefore, since ancient times, scholars have never removed the zither for no reason. Who would have thought that I haven't played the zither for 20 years?" Shuesongguan faced the wave of arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth. She took a deep breath and pressed her hands on the zither strings for the first time. When she strummed the strings with all her might, Cheng Baishuang shouted, "Great music without sound! Great music without music!" Tens of thousands of Beimeng arrows stopped in the air outside the city, responding to the voice of the Southern Tang scholar. and the strings of the western shu zither player. Xue Songguan bent her little finger and hooked onto a string. She suddenly broke it. The wave of arrows that suddenly stopped in the air outside the city all shattered and fell straight down. The expressionless Xue Songguan's mouth leaked a trace of blood. Cheng Baishuang, who was extremely sensitive to people, turned his head and looked. The blind zither player, who had her eyes closed, shook her head slightly, indicating to the old Confucian that she was fine. Even though these Northern Liang and Liyang martial art masters were standing in front of the great army, Northern Meng's middle army still steadily advanced according to the established plan. This was especially true for the shield-wielding infantrymen at the front. It could be said that almost all of them were unafraid of death, their hearts filled with the resolve to die, of the left and of the people. And it. Jian Guan of the Wu family's sword tomb carried a crossbow arrow on his shoulder. His hands were lazily placed on the arrow. Beside him, Jian Suihua was holding the Su of Gozhouzian. On the other side, Mao Shulang finally unsheathed his sword. The name of the sword was Dezhua. Ji Lu, and held his sword in front of him. His finger gently flicked the sword. The sound was clear like the cry of a young phoenix. 10 steps behind the young Luoyang were Mount Hui Xianyuan Qingfeng, Mount Hui Sui Xiegu, and Wudong Yu Xingrui, the 3 martial masters. The 2 cavalry forces that had emerged from the flanks of the Bei Meng army suffered an absolutely unimaginable interception. It was absurd and tragic. Yu Groom and Lu Huang, Chai Qingshan and Wei Miao. Both of them blocked the 5,000 Bei Meng cavalry. The battle between the cavalry forces and the Jianghu experts had a similar effect. That is, it was all in one go. Then what would happen if the battle between the cavalry forces and the Jianghu experts and neither side was willing to retreat? At that time, there was once the sword emperor of Shishu who held his sword and fought against the Su family's cavalry outside the palace gate. In the end, he was still trampled into meat paste. At that time, there were 4 people doing the same thing. Chai Qingshan and Wei Miao did not need to communicate. They chose to fight one at the front and the other at the back. If the former needed to take a breath, he would boldly retreat. The martial master behind him would take the opportunity to move forward and fill the position. One was the current sovereign of the Dongyue sword pool, the number 1 person in the southeast of the Liang dynasty. The other was the leader of the Nanjiao Wulin, the number 1 expert in the southwest. Chai Qingshan wore a green gown and held a 3-foot sword. His aura was like a rainbow. If he held his sword vertically, the Bei Meng cavalry would be split in half. If he held his sword horizontally, the men and horses would be cut in half. Wei Miao was unarmed and only had a pair of fists. He was one of the few martial masters in the world. His might was even above Linya, the female martial master of Martial Emperor City. When Chai Qingshan was about to run out of breath, his body leaned back slightly. He stepped lightly and slid backward. He did not seem to be in a sorry state at all. Wei Miao, who had accumulated power and was ready to act, took a step forward, just barely brushing past the sword Dao Great Master who needed to take a breath of fresh air. Wei Miao's fist smashed into the head of a Northern Meng warhorse, smashing that tall and large horse until it immediately knelt down. The horseman threw himself forward, hacking out with his blade while risking his life. Wei Miao raised his arms and swept outwards, the 2 corpses of the horseman and warhorse respectively flying to the sides, smashing into the Northern Meng cavalry on the left and right. When a horseman from the back smashed towards Wei Miao's head, Wei Miao bent his waist and leaned to the side, smashing his shoulder into the horse's neck with a ferocious stance, sending that horseman tumbling backwards. Then Wei Miao's hands grabbed onto the warhorse's hooves, raising it high into the air. When Wei Miao killed more than 60 elite cavalrymen, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew backwards. Immediately after, Chai Qingshan's sword rushed over, displaying the sword qi of Dongyue's high mountains and long rivers. Under Wei Miao's flawless cooperation, the 2 sword masters who had never met before did not allow the Bei Meng cavalry to advance even half a step. On the other side, the 2 proud disciples of Wang Xianji, who claimed to be the second in the world for 60 years, Wu City's Yu Groom and Lu Huang, were even more radical than Chai Qingshan and Wei Miao. If the latter could block the charge of the Bei Meng's 5,000 cavalrymen, then these 2 were simply arrogant to the point of being unreasonable. Yu Groom and Lu Huang, one on the left and one on the right, did not take out their cold sabers for the time being. They each used Shudao's Fuji, two heavy weapons, showing an irresistible force. The more they fought, the braver they became as they continued to charge forward. The sword in Lu Huang's hand was called Shudao. The path of the sword was unpredictable and untraceable. Every time it slashed horizontally, diagonally, and directly back, it was fierce and incomparably domineering. Whether it was the Beimeng warhorse or the armored cavalryman, under one sword, only death awaited them. Chapter 1993. On the other hand, Yu Groom, who was favored by Wang Xianji in terms of swordsmanship, was the first disciple of the martial saint who did not like to fight for fame and fortune. Therefore, he was not famous in the Central Plains Jianghu like Min Linya. However, Yu Groom's cultivation was unquestionable. No matter if it was the young King Su Fengnian or Huyan Daguan, who replaced Chao Chongqing as one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation, they all believed that Yu Groom's true strength was the closest to Dong Tai in the world. If they were to talk about who had the most hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 2 old and new sword gods, Li Chungang and Dong Tai on the peak of swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly be Yu Groom who had the greatest hope, and not Qi Xianxiao of Longhu Mountain, who also had an outstanding foundation, and gave up the old swordsmanship and chose to break and rebuild. This gentle gentleman who seemed to smile at everyone, and was refined and courteous. His martial arts future was vast and immeasurable. The majority of Yu Groom's sword attacks were relaxed and casual, like the common people in the marketplace who were watching a bustling scene. He had truly reached the natural realm of doing as he pleased. However, every seemingly careless pointer would cause a rider to fall off his horse and die. There was not the slightest wound caused by the long sword on the corpse. However, compared to Lu Huang's bold moves, the leisurely Yu Groom's chiseling speed was clearly a level slower. In front of him, Lu Huang turned around and casually lifted the head of a Beimeng rider with his sword. He smiled at Yu Groom behind him and said, "I killed 16 more riders than you, how is it?" The calm and composed Yu Groom smiled and said, "A thin stream is long." Lu Huang snorted coldly and turned around to continue killing the enemy. After his junior apprentice brother Lu Huang turned his back to him, Yu Groom still had the mood to stand on his tiptoes and look at Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan's battlefield. Seeing the 2 Jianghu seniors working together, he nodded to himself. His and Lu Huang's rude and unreasonable advance was not because they were swayed by their emotions. These fellows who were born in martial Emperor City, under the supervision of their master, almost all of them had been diligent in fighting the tide since they were young. Therefore their one-breath chi was rather vigorous and thick, which gave them an innate advantage. Under the premise that their chi was not too different from martial artists of the same realm, he Lu Huang, Linya Gongbonk, and the others might have already changed their chi 3 times, but they only needed to change their chi 2 times. Bridegroom Yu lowered his head and gazed at the hilt from the tide-listening pavilion's armory. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad. A peerless sword had fallen on the battlefield. Wasn't it a bit unfortunate that it was born at the wrong time? Yu Groom Yu suddenly laughed out loud and sheathed his sword. At the same time he unsheathed his cold saber. His figure suddenly rose from the ground and moved freely on the back of the Beimeng cavalry, picking up the heads of those who died with their eyes open. Yu Groom Yu, who had always been reserved, laughed boldly for the first time. "Lu Huang, how about changing your saber? On the battlefield, taking people's heads with a cold saber is the same as breaking the tide on the city wall when we were young. It can be said to be the 2 greatest things in the world." In front, Lu Huang sneered, "Wait until my Shu Dao sword is broken." Yu Groom Yu joked, "A rough man who doesn't understand romance. No wonder he can't find a woman to warm his bed." Lu Huang didn't pay attention to this senior apprentice brother's teasing, but his sword was even fiercer and more decisive. In the center of the battlefield, for some reason, the king of feudal lords, the peach blossom sword deity, and the white-clothed Luoyang stood still at the same time and looked to the north. The 3 of them were not only waiting for the Beimeng infantry to approach, but also secretly looking for the real enemy. The young king of feudal lords finally looked at the Beimeng's dazzling banner in the distance and said softly, "Then I'll go first?" The white-clothed Luoyang didn't say yes or no. The peach blossom sword deity Dong Tai pushed his sword out of the sheath with his thumb and said flatly, "I'll help you find Tuoba Bodhisattva first." When the king of feudal lords was about to disappear in a flash, Luoyang finally said slowly, "After Tuoba Bodhisattva makes a move, you don't have to worry about your back, just open the formation and move forward." Su Fingnian nodded and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the young king of feudal lords appeared above the Beimeng infantry formation and stepped on a big stone that had just been thrown by a giant catapult. The boulder that weighed several hundred kilograms first froze in place for an instant before smashing back to the ground at an even faster speed. Not only did it smash the catapult into pieces, but the boulder also rolled down like thunder, crushing dozens of catapults on the spot and turning them into a bloody mess. The white-clothed Luoyang closed her eyes and sniffed gently. The battlefield of the Great Qin Empire 800 years ago was so bloody, and the battlefield 800 years later was still the same. She whispered, "The Great Qin's Luoyang is here." Dongtai finally found the target behind the layers of iron armor. He slightly leaned his body, and then gently flicked the sword with his thumb on the hilt. The Taya sword that had never followed the Peach Blossom Sword deity out of the Wu family's sword tomb was finally unsheathed today, and could show its peerless charm to its heart's content. This flying sword was too fast, the sword chi was too long, and there was too much sword will. As a result, a thin and dazzling white rainbow stretched out between the scabbard on Dengtae's waist and the flying sword. It was as if there was a sword in the world that was 2 miles long. The young sword crown Wu Luding, who was unwilling to fall behind, chuckled and said, "Suehua, as a sword servant, just stand behind me and watch how I open the formation." Right when Wu Liuding's wrist shook, and was about to use the crossbow bolts as great swords to open up the formation, he saw a violet-clothed figure madly collide into Northern Mang's foot formation with an invincible bearing from the corner of his eye. Countless shattered iron shields and severed limbs sprayed into the surroundings of that ball of violet light, and it was like countless scarlet-red flowers had bloomed. Wu Luding couldn't help but mutter, "This crazy woman." Under that large banner, Northern Mang's Crown Prince His Highness passed down the order, ordering Morong Baoding and Zhong Liang to each lead 2,000 private cavalry to reinforce the 2 cavalry units that were stopped. They had to bring back the heads of those 4 Central Plains grandmasters who dared to stop a chariot with mantises. Every head was equivalent to the head of a lower 3rd-rank general in the Northern Liang Border Army. Then, in front of the banner, he purposely cleared out a wide space with a radius of 1 mile. It was obvious that he was not afraid of the grandmasters from the Central Plains breaking the formation. Northern Mang's Crown Prince acted so boldly, but regardless of whether it was the experienced and prudent West River Province's disciplinary magistrate Helian Weiwu, or the shrewd Aquarius Province's disciplinary magistrate Wang Yong, none of them had the slightest objection. Even Broken Spear Deng Mao, who was in charge of the Crown Prince's safety, remained indifferent. Everyone was calmly waiting for the appearance of the young king. The calm and unruffled Crown Prince of Beimeng turned his head and asked the Crown Princess, who won first place in the chess and sword music school with the surname Gu Han, with a smile, "Do you think that Sugai dares to come?" Her face was cold. "Of course." The Northern Mang Crown Prince's face was filled with disapproval. "It's good that he's here. It just so happens that this Northern Liang king understands a principle. There are millions of miraculous medicines in this world, but there is no medicine for regret." She stopped talking and sighed softly. Before marrying into the royal family, she had read all the poems and books in the Central Plains. It seemed that heroes always died at the hands of ambitious people. However, she glanced at the man beside her who finally held great power and sneered. She thought, Butcher Su Xiao is an ambitious person. As the eldest son of the first wife, Su Fingnian is going to die at the hands of such an idiot. It's too pitiful. Helian Wuwei, the Beimeng holder Wang Yong, had a complicated look in his eyes. The old man thought of the hidden plan that he had only learned about last night and sighed. It's just like this to have the whole world as your enemy. The old man, who stopped his horse not far from the Crown Prince of Beimeng, collected his thoughts and looked at the open space in front of him. He was very emotional. He hoped that the young man would come here and fight bravely, but he also did not want him to die in grievance. But the young vassal king who had broken through 2,000 armors by himself had finally arrived. Chapter 1994. In the middle of Beimeng, the attacking army was divided into 3 groups. Two of the gaps were about 60 paces wide, allowing the cavalry to pass on orders or provide reinforcements. It was also convenient for the military to monitor the subsequent siege weapons. The three groups of troops were divided into groups of 10,000 infantrymen, with a 4-feet-tall Beimeng commander's flag as the backbone. If the Beimeng emperor were to personally lead the battle, according to the law, the flag should be 6 feet tall. On this battlefield, the crown prince of Beimeng was the commander-in-chief as the regent of the state, so his flag should be 6 feet tall. The rest of the generals such as Murong Baoding, Helian Wuwei, and Zhong Shintong were the top-ranking officials of the grassland. Their commander's flag could be 5 feet tall. The generals with real power and the commanders of the Jia army would use a 4-feet-tall commander's flag. The flag could be embroidered with the surname of the commander or the battalion number. The two capitals of the Norland and the Southern dynasties had no restrictions on this. Although the first three groups of 10,000 infantrymen were intercepted by several grandmasters of the Central Plains, they generally maintained their formation and continued to push forward. Each group of infantrymen had elite soldiers with large shields and heavy armor as the vanguard. This group of people did not carry any weapons. The grassland cavalry were familiar with bows and horses, and their riding and shooting were the best in the world. It had long been known throughout the Central Plains during the Dafeng dynasty. If they were already like this on horseback, they could not be underestimated. However, there were not many archers in the three groups of infantrymen. Each group only had about 1,000 people. The main force was still the 5,000 infantrymen. They wore light leather armor, held light round shields, and had a long saber on their waists. They followed the scaling ladders as they pushed forward quickly. After all, in Beimeng's strategic plan, there were a total of 2,400 catapults in the large arc that stretched across the battlefield behind the 30,000 people. In addition to the cavalry on the two wings continuously suppressing the north wall with their archery, there were also infantrymen behind the three groups of infantrymen. A total of 6,000 people were responsible for driving the arqueballistas, large yellow crossbows and ape-arm crossbows. These types of crossbows had once shown on the battlefield of the Central Plains. During the mighty journey of Hongjia to the north, there were family members who were in charge of the Eastern Vietnam and the Tang Empire. They were directly promoted by the Empress of Beimeng to the second class of the Southern dynasty, because they offered crossbow craftsmanship to Beimeng. They quickly stood out among the many remaining families of the spring and autumn period. Other than that, the three groups of formations were equipped with more than a dozen siege towers. Each siege tower could hide more than 300 archers and infantrymen. They were like a moving ant nest. The exterior was covered with a huge special cowhide that was difficult to penetrate. Even the terrifying arqueballistas on the city wall of Beimeng that were far more powerful than the Southern dynasty's arqueballistas could not easily destroy the siege towers. Once they got close to the city wall, the archers in the towers could directly shoot at the soldiers guarding the city. At the same time, they would set up scaling ladders like a floating bridge. They would cooperate with the densely packed soldiers below the city wall to attack the city wall, and the elite dare-to-die warriors would use the arrows nailed into the city wall to climb up. One front and two back, plus the catapults, large crossbows, and the cavalry on the two wings, it could be said that it was impossible to defend against. However, because of the appearance of the 18 people, the battlefield did not take place on the north wall of the majestic city on the northwest border. The young lord took the lead to break through the formation, and went deep into the heart of the Beimeng army. Luoyang followed closely behind him. Although she did not kill anyone, the new Lord Liang did not have to worry about anything. In the end, Su Fengnian was able to break through 2,000 people's armor. He used his two sleeves, the green snake, and the sword Qi rolling dragon wall. His gang Qi was like a swimming dragon. He charged straight into the front line of the Beimeng army, as if he was going to take the head of the general in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Compared to Su Fengnian's powerful attack, the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai, who was slowly moving forward, was much quieter. After the Taiyao sword was unsheathed, it suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. In the thunderous clouds, there was a ferocious flood dragon occasionally glaring with anger. Before the peach blossom sword god, Su Fengnian and Luoyang rushed in one after another, followed by Mount Huizi and Red Robe Suing. The Beimeng troops in front of Dong Tai were already in a mess. Almost no one dared to provoke the Zhongyuan Wushu Grandmaster, who had fought Tuoba Bodhisattva to a draw. When Li Chungang was alive, he lent his sword to Dong Tai. Although the battle was not clear, in the eyes of the Jianghu Grandmasters of Beimeng, Dong Tai was the most powerful man in the world. At that time, there were rumors that there might be people in the world who could surpass Dong Tai, but as long as it was a battle of life and death, no one in the world could defeat Dong Tai. At most, both sides would die. Now that Dong Tai had returned from a visit to the East Sea, the Peach Blossom Sword God, who had never carried a sword to travel the Jianghu, was carrying a long sword. Therefore, who would dare to act rashly in front of this swordsman? Dong Tai did not deliberately kill the Beimeng soldiers. His pace was not fast, and he moved forward steadily. The soldiers on both sides of him moved south, but Dong Tai ignored them. He was using the Taiya sword to search for traces of Tuoba Bodhisattva. The situation was somewhat similar to when he chased Xie Guaniying from the north to the south for thousands of miles. However, compared to Xie Guaniying, who had almost no power to fight back, the Beimeng god of war, who was at the peak of the human world in terms of both state, physique, and combat strength, was obviously not the same. He was just deliberately avoiding the battle. Dong Tai was not in a hurry. He occasionally looked around, and wherever his mind was, that was where the rainbow of sword aura bloomed. In the Beimeng infantry formation where Dong Tai was, the red and purple colors seemed to have entered a no-man's land and killed wantonly. The red-robed Su Ying's body was agile. She liked to fly above the Beimeng soldiers, and did not mind being a target at all. Every time she was faced with a barrage of arrows from the hundreds of archers in the formation, one could vaguely see her scarlet robe shuttling freely through the rain of arrows. She spun nimbly, and it was a beautiful sight. Every time she rolled her sleeves, 6 to 7 arrows would be caught, and as her body spun, she would immediately return the arrows. She did not care about the accuracy of the arrows. She only treated it as if it was a butterfly playing in a flower bush. The arrows came and went, but they did not even scratch the corner of her clothes. However, no less than 70 Beimeng archers had their heads or chests pierced by her arrows. As for the soldiers who were caught in the crossfire, there were more than 200 of them. Although Su Ying's chi was not known for being robust, it was especially long-lasting. Every time she landed, she would either raise her body and step on several arrows in succession, twisting and turning as if she was walking on flat ground, or she would drop slightly and land lightly on the head of a Beimeng soldier. Her stomp was like a naughty child stomping on a tangerine in a fit of pique, easily crushing the head of a Beimeng barbarian. When a soldier saw the scarlet robe sweeping towards him, he could only close his eyes and slash randomly with his saber. He did not even have the extravagant hope of hitting the woman who moved like a ghost. In the next moment, he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, the saber he raised high in the air could not be brought down. The Beimeng barbarians around the soldier looked as if they had seen a scourge. They quickly scattered, leaving behind this pitiful worm who was temporarily at a loss. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that the scarlet-robed woman was standing on the tip of his saber. The woman's embroidered shoes were standing on the tip of the saber, unmoving as she looked down at him. With a light tap of her feet, the saber's hilt instantly pierced its owner's chest and came out of his body. She then used the momentum to lean back, barely dodging several arrows that were shooting towards her face. The scarlet-robed Su Ying, who was originally facing the ground with her head down, waved her sleeves before she landed on the ground. Her feet landed lightly on the ground, but before she could even step on the ground, she charged forward. She raised her hand and revealed an arm that was as fair as a lotus root from her sleeves. She pressed her palm against the forehead of a Beimeng soldier. The latter flew back a dozen or so steps like a kite with its string cut. The 3 soldiers behind him were crushed in the chest by the tremendous force of the impact, and died on the spot as well. This time, Su Ying didn't dodge a swift arrow that was shot straight at her. A smile appeared on her joyful face. She stretched out a finger and gently pressed it against the tip of the arrow. The arrow didn't slow down in the slightest, but it didn't shoot into the woman's neck as expected. Su Ying's figure flashed back as fast as lightning. She waited until the arrow had exhausted all its strength before she stood still. She flipped her wrist and gently grasped the arrow that should have fallen to the ground. She broke into a smile and raised her eyes to look at the archer who had shot the arrow. Although the Beimeng soldier's attire was no different from an ordinary archer's, it was obvious that he had already reached a higher level in the martial way. The strange archer who was currently facing the scarlet-robed Suing had a cold expression on his face. He had originally reached behind his shoulder to pull out an arrow from his quiver, but he probably realized that a strong bow shot was too insignificant for a grandmaster. He withdrew his hand and drew the saber at his waist instead. When he made this move, a dozen or so archers around him also abandoned their bows and drew their sabers. Suing stretched out a finger with a smile and slowly hooked it at the soldier. This person was an elite soldier of the border army of the Southern Court. Whether it was cavalry, archery, or infantry, he was extremely skilled. He was regarded as a valiant soldier by the Beimeng. Even if this kind of valiant soldier joined the army of the Northern Court on the grasslands and attached himself to the nobles, he would definitely be regarded as a treasure by any Chiliarch. They were usually in groups of 10 and hid among the infantry attacking the city, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Not only were they familiar with fighting in pairs, but they were also good at small-scale formations against the enemy. These secret border soldiers of the Southern Court, who were usually scattered among the armies and only under the command of the commander-in-chief during wartime, were far fewer in number than the 20,000 infantry attacking the great cities and towns of the Central Plains. There were less than 4,000 of them, so they had always been complacently praised as the Chieshui army of the Southern Court. These valiant soldiers of the Southern Court, who were said to be comparable to the White Horse crossbowmen of Liangzhou, were currently hiding more than 100 people in every 10,000 infantry formation, so there was only one centurion. Unfortunately, the one who was provoked by the scarlet-robed Suing happened to be that centurion. Chapter 1995. The centurion stared fixedly at the scarlet robe. After a slight hesitation, he made up his mind and raised his left arm, clenched his fist, and punched his right palm several times. After he made this gesture, apart from the dozen or so retainers, the other 9 squads of elite Southern Dynasty soldiers hidden in various parts of the infantry formation quickly received the emergency report and quickly gathered here, attempting to encircle and annihilate Suing. Suing, who sensed the abnormality, was eager to give it a try and patiently waited. If the scarlet-robed Suing was more like a child who played around without any distracting thoughts, then Xianyuan Qingfeng's murderous intent was extremely strong. Perhaps in the entire vast battlefield outside of Bibu City, only the young vassal king who broke through 2,000 iron armors in a row could win. Xianyuan Qingfeng rampaged through the Great Snow Plateau in an extremely domineering manner. Unlike Suing, who only needed to wander around, and generally only needed to keep moving forward, this Great Snow Plateau Jianghu Alliance Master's target was extremely clear from the start: the enormous siege towers. It was obvious that she would tear down whoever was the biggest eyesore in her vision. In the vast Liang dynasty, she was indeed the most unreasonable woman in the entire Liang dynasty. The first siege tower was broken in half by the purple-robed woman. After passing through the first siege tower, Xianyuan Qingfeng turned around and directly pounced on the second one. When she tore open the cowhide and entered, corpses flew out in all directions. In the end, when she finally appeared on the top floor where she had a wide view, none of the 300 soldiers in the siege tower survived. Intentionally or otherwise, she cast a glance towards the Northern Mang Army's battle situation. Then, she stomped down heavily. The moment she leapt out of the tower chariot, the sturdy tower chariot that came from the Southern Dynasty's military weapons supervisor collapsed with a loud rumble. The third tower carriage's luck was a bit better, having Xianyuan Qingfeng's palm strike land on that enormous cowhide. That wave of majestic aura actually shook the entire tower carriage until it was on the verge of collapse. A purple-clothed man entered the watchtower again. The 6 or 7 Northern Mang soldiers didn't even have time to take action before they were smashed through the railings by Xianyuan Qingfeng's sudden and abundant aura. Before they even landed on the ground, they already died while bleeding from their 7 apertures. Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced back at the North Jiyu City's drum platform. She was a bit dazed when she saw the snow-white color. The siege tower beneath her was still swaying under the influence of the lingering aura from before. However, at this moment, several arrows shot out from the observation deck of the siege tower, interrupting this purple dress of Mount Insignia's thoughts. She frowned and didn't even turn her head. She casually waved her sleeve, and the arrows flew back along the path they came from. The 4 arrows were so fast that they couldn't be seen by the naked eye and instantly pierced through the chests of 4 archers. After killing them, Xianyuan Qingfeng clearly still hadn't vented her anger. She lightly twisted her ankle hidden under her skirt, and the entire siege tower completely tilted towards the one on the right. Xianyuan Qingfeng no longer paid any attention to the 2 tragic siege towers that had crashed into each other, because she discovered that Northern Mang's side finally couldn't hold back anymore. Apart from 2 groups of powerful and well-armored elite cavalry that rushed to the left and right flanks to attack the groom, Lu Huang, Wei Miao, and Chai Qingshan, the 4 grandmasters of the Central Plains, the movements at the center of the army weren't small either. Moreover, their targets included Xianyuan Qingfeng. Apart from the cavalry that numbered around 1,000, after leaving their original encampment, they charged towards the south through the gaps between the 2 pace corridors. There was also a group of black-clothed figures that didn't wear armor, only carrying blades and crossbows. Their movements were concealed, and they didn't appear on the 2 wide corridors. Instead, they lowered their heads and bent their waists as they quickly advanced through the narrow gaps between the pace corridors. There were also figures that originally came from the rear of Northern Mang's army. They had all sorts of weapons in their hands, and their attire was also greatly different. They didn't carry any of Northern Mang's border army's standard equipment, so they should be Northern Mang Jianghu experts who had mobilized in full force, and then been recruited by the Northern Mang Imperial Court into the Southern Expedition Army. In the past few years, the grandmasters who could do whatever they wanted in the Jianghu of Beimang all ended up rather miserable, especially in the large-scale invasion of the Beiliang Frontier Army. The Dowd Sect, Chess and Sword Music School, Tibbing Mountain, and Princess Tomb were all severely damaged, especially Princess Tomb and Tibbing Mountain. If it weren't for the support of Beimang, they would have been removed from the list of sects in Liang Lake, which was relatively estranged from the imperial court. They would have either been divided up by the joint efforts of other Jianghu forces who smelled the fishy smell, or their enemies would have kicked them when they were down. The Chess and Sword Music School didn't fare well either. Hong Jingyan, who was known as a CI master, died in battle. Huang Baozhuang, who was known as a CI master, or Luo Yang, who was known as a CI master, left the Chess and Sword Music School. The master of the music school and the group of grandmasters who sneaked into Beiliang died in a foreign land. Apart from the peace order and the crown princess named Hangu, who was known as a CI master, the Chess and Sword Music School, a deep-rooted sect, might be in the same situation as Xianyuan Qingfeng's siege tower. With a little bit of force, the foundation that had been painstakingly accumulated over the past 200 years would collapse in an instant. Xianyuan Qingfeng saw that the 3 groups of people with completely different backgrounds only cared about heading south. But they chose to ignore the young vassal king and the white-robed Luo Yang who were deep in the enemy lines. This made the purple dress of Mount Huishan feel unhappy for no reason, and she became even colder. She continued to smash the siege towers. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a cavalry of 1,000 approaching from the south. Purple Dress dashed toward them. Xianyuan Qingfeng slapped the helmet of the leader of the cavalry, and he was sent flying. His corpse shattered into pieces. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had taken over the nest of a magpie, stood proudly on the back of the warhorse that was still galloping away. She looked down at the cavalry from above. This cavalry was none other than the elite force that Orange Province had spent countless efforts to train. The famous Winter Thunder Cavalry was also the main culprit that had dragged the left cavalry outside Beiliang into the quagmire. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't know who was the first deputy commander of the left cavalry, Lu Deyuan, or the famous Winter Thunder Cavalry of the southern dynasties. She only lowered her head to glance at the astonished Winter Thunder Cavalry. Then she looked up and saw a small cavalry of no more than 70 or 80 people. There was a dignified white-clothed swordsman, a woman in a colorful dress with her top fluttering on the back of the horse, and an old man resting with his eyes closed. Without exception, they were all people of the Jianghu. Without a leader, the Winter Thunder Cavalry didn't lose their morale. The cavalry closest to Xianyuan Qingfeng viciously raised his iron spear and stabbed at the abdomen of the purple-clothed cavalry. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't waste too much time with this cavalry. She pushed off with the tip of her foot and flew up a little, dodging the iron spear. Then, she landed on the body of the spear and slid down. Before the cavalry could react, she suddenly looked up and kicked the man in the face. The cavalry's head flew off just like that. This tragic scene was shocking. However, Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't stop there. She allowed the humiliated Winter Thunder cavalry to continue south. She floated up high and landed gracefully on the empty ground between the Winter Thunder cavalry and the group of Jianghu experts. Xianyuan Qingfeng leisurely walked forward. Her footsteps were indescribably elegant, like a long ink scroll written by a dancing artist. After Xianyuan Qingfeng's massacre, Su Yambing, who hadn't made any big moves, suddenly said to Dong Tai's back, "I'm afraid I'll have to leave the matter of preventing Tuoba Bodhisattva from looting the burning house to you." Dong Tai didn't turn around. She smiled and said, "I won't let you down, Brother Su." Su Yambing tilted the fine iron spear that the tide-listening pavilion had kept for many years. Facing the peach blossom sword god's promise, this Baoyang half-step martial saint didn't express any gratitude. He just cupped his fists and left. Su Yambing turned around and strode toward the sword eater, who hadn't made a move. He said in a low voice, "I'll have to trouble Senior Sui to coordinate with His Highness's return to the city." Sui Siegu glanced at this junior martial brother of the spear immortal Wang Xiao. The old man didn't comment on Su Yambing's request. Su Yambing didn't force him either. He went to support the young sword-crowned swordsman from the sword tomb of the Wu family. Wudong's great spiritual master Yu Xingrui had already left to support Mao Shulang and Ji Lu, the two grandmasters of Nanjiang. Wu Luding and the swordsman Sui Hua were still facing an entire formation of 10,000 men. Although they hadn't fallen into a certain death situation, they were already surrounded by layers of iron armor. For some reason, the female swordsman with outstanding swordsmanship didn't unsheath her Su of Gojoseon sword to kill the enemy, even though she had seen the sword crown of the sword tomb's aura weaken many times, and was surrounded by danger. She seemed unwilling to take the initiative to help Wu Luding share the pressure. In addition, the young sword crown was really like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He buried his head in the formation and pressed forward with indomitable will, as if he couldn't wait to kill the Beimeng crown prince. In contrast, Mao Shulang and Ji Lu, and one of the few bladesmanship grandmasters in the world, were more steady. They were even able to greatly limit the speed of the entire attacking formation. The reason why Yu Xingrui, the master of the current Wudong sect leader Li Yufu, chose to support Mao Shulang and Ji Lu and was reasonable. Firstly, it could greatly impede the Beimeng's attack. Secondly, the young sword crown was too rash and radical. Yu Xingrui couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. After all, Yu Xingrui had long heard of the unreasonable rules of the withered swordsman of the sword tomb of the Wu family. Even if he was a kind elder and a martial arts senior, even if he had compassion in his heart, it would be very troublesome if he really helped. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to help, but he would also be superfluous. Chapter 1996. In the formation, the young sword crown from the sword tomb of the Wu family had his vision blurred by sweat. He held two sabers that he had casually snatched, and had just repelled the dense saber formation of more than 100 Beimeng soldiers. For a swordsman like Wu Luding, it didn't matter what kind of weapon he had in his hand. He took the opportunity to gasp for breath, shook his head, and lifted his sleeve to wipe his sweat. Looking ahead, the young man grinned. The so-called battle between masters was a battle of qi, which was the truth of martial arts. However, that was under the situation where both sides were evenly matched and there was no room for the slightest difference. But when it came to fighting on the battlefield, there was no such thing. For example, no matter how closely the Beimeng soldiers and archers connected their attacks, there was no way that the young sword crown did not have a chance to breathe. However, this did not mean that Wu Luding had become a legendary enemy on the battlefield. This was because the depth of a martial arts master's qi was ultimately fixed. Not to mention the earth immortals, even the celestial state masters who could resonate with heaven and earth did not have an inexhaustible qi. Every time they breathed, it was just a reaccumulation of power. The speed of the qi in the body was definitely much faster than the speed of replenishment. Especially compared to Wang Xianji, Tuoba Bodhisattva, or Xianyuan Pan, the ancestor of Mount Hui, who were pure martial artists, whether swordsmen focused on sword intent or swordsmanship. Regardless of whether they had reached the first level, their physique was inevitably not as strong as the former. Therefore, in the 500 years of Jianghu, the people who advanced the fastest were usually the gifted swordsmen. Previously, there was Li Chungang, the spring and autumn sword armor, and now there was Chen Tianyuan, the banished immortal of Taibai sword sect. On the other hand, although Wang Xianji, Xianyuan Pan, and the others had great achievements in the end and their combat strength was even more terrifying, the speed of their martial arts advancement was obviously slower. Since ancient times, there was a saying that there was no enemy on the battlefield. Why was it that only Bailiang Su Longxiang was expected to break the precedent? Of course, it was not because of how high Su Longxiang's realm was, but because he was born in the Vajra realm. On the battlefield, there was room for a martial Dao Grand Master to breathe again and again. However, as the qi in his body decreased, as long as the army had enough soldiers, the martial Dao Grand Master would naturally be exhausted to death. Of course, the young people of the Wu family, whose talent and constitution were the best among the Wu family's sword tomb, understood this superficial logic. However, he still insisted on breaking the formation alone. Wu Luding bent down at the waist, his back facing that female sword attendant who roamed the Jianghu with him. He released a heavy breath of turbid air, his expression a bit sentimental as he quietly said, "Suehua, I believe that I will never be able to compare to that fella surnamed Su in my entire life. I reckon that he has already slaughtered his way all the way to Northern Meng's great banner. Where am I right now?" The sword attendant Suehua nodded, and did not say any comforting words. Wu Luding sighed. "It's really annoying. Do you remember that time in the reed marsh outside Xiangfan City? I could defeat 70 or 80 Bailiangs His Royal Highness with one hand." The sword attendant Suehua's mouth curled up. Her eyes were gentle. "It should be." Wu Luding was silent. He clenched his two swords. Suddenly, the young sword attendant felt a palm gently pressing on his head. How could a man's head and a woman's waist be touched? However, Wu Luding did not care. The female sword attendant who gave the impression of being quiet and peaceful rubbed Wu Liuding's head. She opened her eyes and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Although I have always wondered why you wanted to compete with that young king, no matter what, since you are willing to admit defeat." Wu Liuding's eyes were firm. He shook his head vigorously and said, "I don't admit defeat." The sword attendant Suehua retracted her hand and raised her arm to hold the Su of Gojoseon's hilt. "Actually, there is something I have been hiding from you." Wu Luding suddenly turned his head and said with a sad face, "Suehua, don't say it, don't say it. If you tell me that you secretly like Su, where should I go to cry?" The female sword attendant glared at him, and then slowly pulled out the Su of Gojoseon. After brushing past him, she said softly, "I am probably already a sword immortal on the land." Wu Luding was stunned. Outside the big formation, Su Yambing was not in a hurry to break the formation. In the face of the thick formation, Su Yambing made a move that no one expected. As the junior brother of the spear immortal Wang Xiao, this martial arts master who was rarely mentioned in the Liang River Lake, suddenly stabbed the iron spear in his hand into the ground. Su Yambing took a step forward. The iron spear was behind him, and on his right side was the iron spear. It seemed that this man wanted to tell the 10,000 people formation, "I, Bailiang Su Yambing, am here. No one in Beimang can pass the spear." At the back of the 18 masters who left the city was the blind female zither player from Shishu, Shuesongguan. However, it was precisely this young woman who seemed to be the furthest away from the battlefield that bore the heaviest pressure. Northern Meng's wave after wave of arrow rain that rained down on North Jailer City were all stopped by her and Cheng Baishuang, who had ascended to the great celestial phenomenon realm. It was to the extent that even the 2,000-plus stone catapult carts boulders, the largest among them, were all shattered in midair by this female zither master, who was merely at the finger-profound realm. The huge stones thrown by those large catapults driven by hundreds of people were like thunder. They were invincible and could sink 7 feet into the ground. His arrogance was extinguished by a woman with a slender waist and a delicate body, just like the spring wind and rain. Shuesongguan had already changed to sitting cross-legged. The zither was placed on her legs. for strings had been broken. The first string was broken by her. The next 3 strings were broken by Jia, Bai, and Fan respectively. The blind female zither player lowered her head. Her fingers were trembling slightly. There were drops of scarlet blood dripping from the body of the zither. She knew that her sacrifice was worth it. Although she was born an assassin and did not know much about war, before the siege infantry arrived, every wave of arrows that Bei Meng threw out to help the infantry suppress the city was equivalent to fewer casualties for the Bailiang frontier army in the North Jebei city. Xue Songguan slowly raised her head and looked with some confusion at the old Confucian who had come to her side. She knew that his surname was Cheng Baishuang. He was a scholar of the old Southern Tang and a martial arts master of the southern border. The old man said with an amiable expression, "Miss Xue, you are still young. You don't have to work so hard. Previously you acted too quickly." This old man was worried about disrupting your qi and did not know where to stop you. Now it will be up to this old man to do the work. Miss, it will be up to you to fill in the gaps. How about it? The blind female zither player gently shook her head. She was unusually determined. The old man did not find this strange. He waved his sleeve and smashed the boulders above his head with Hauran Qi. At the same time, he continued to persuade her with an amiable expression. "Miss Xue, this old man is 2 generations older than you. Allow this old man to take advantage of his seniority and speak some great principles. This old man does not know why you are here, and does not know who you are here for. But since this old man is fighting side by side with your little girl, there is no reason for a girl to die first. This is unreasonable and impolite, isn't it?" The woman smiled gracefully. She seemed to have thought of this old man who also liked to speak reason. Some scholars, regardless of age, seemed to be somewhat naive and cute. She still remembered that in the early years, Su Su and this old man Zhao had argued. In a fit of anger, Su Su spoke without thinking and asked the old man why he did not die for the country. She did not expect that this old man Zhao would confidently reply to Su Su that scholars should be strategizing for the emperor in the imperial court. That kind of dedication was the right thing to do. Fighting on the battlefield had always been the duty of a martial artist. Death was a worthy death. If I, Zhao Dingxiu, was a scholar afraid of dying on the battlefield, what was wrong with that? Su Su suddenly grimaced and was speechless. This old man Zhao leisurely left with his hands behind his back. It was just that the old man's back was somewhat bleak. Cheng Baishuang laughed and joked. "Miss Xue, such a beautiful and rare girl like you. How can you not get married? Wouldn't that cause a certain man in the world to lose that great fortune?" This old man Zhao is old. If I were 30 or 40 years younger, I would definitely write a beautiful poem and give it to you. A gentle and graceful girl is a good match for a gentleman. Xue Songguan blushed. Cheng Baishuang restrained his expression and said, "Next, let this half-scholar old man put in more effort. Miss Xue, what do you think?" Xue Songguan did not know how to answer. The old Confucian scholar Cheng Baishuang took a deep breath. The Confucian sages said, "Even if there are millions of people, I will go forward." It was the perfect scene. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the world. A light pillar as thick as a mountain fell from the sky and completely covered the land in front of the Bei Meng Great Flag. It was like a snow-white waterfall that fell from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. At that moment, Tuoba Bodhisattva finally appeared. He stood less than 10 feet away from Dong Tai's flying sword. The Bei Meng god of war looked coldly at the peach blossom sword god. "I'm only here as bait. Actually, there's no need for me to kill Su Fingnian. The heavenly Tao will suppress it." Dong Tai's expression was solemn. He looked at the light pillar that continued to strike the ground from the sky. It contained a supreme dignity that did not exist in the mortal world. Dong Tai fell into deep thought. Tuoba Bodhisattva sneered and said, "Dong Tai, why don't we use this opportunity to determine the victor?" Dong Tai slowly retracted his gaze and finally looked at Tuoba Bodhisattva. However, he shook his head and sneered, "It's not my turn." Tuoba Bodhisattva immediately turned around. In front of the great northern Mang banner that was covered in dust, one could vaguely see that a black line seemed to have appeared between the pillar of light and the ground from the distance. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, someone straightened his back. Chapter 1997. The Prince of Beimang, Yalu Hongkai, had cut through the formation of the army and went straight to the heart of the army of 400,000 Beimang. Yalu Hongkai, the Crown Prince of Beimang, had stopped his horse under the banner and didn't retreat half a step. The future king of the prairie didn't show any fear. Instead, his eyes were burning. It was like watching a fierce beast fall into a carefully arranged trap during the annual autumn hunt. The more it struggled, the more it would make the knights who participated in the hunt feel the pleasure of conquering. The Crown Prince, who had been mediocre for many years, had always been regarded as a puppet by the nobles of the prairie. They thought that he was just an ordinary person without any talent or strategy. Many of the royal family members who were angry at his incompetence even thought that he had tarnished the noble surname of Yelu. However, it was undeniable that the young man who had inherited 70% of the former emperor's looks and wore the dazzling armor that the former emperor always wore when he was alive. He was indeed like a god of war in golden armor on the battlefield. Yalu Hongkai held an exquisite dagger inlaid with several priceless gems in his right hand and gently tapped the scabbard on his left palm. He looked up and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. His angular face was slightly stiff. This noble of the prairie who had endured humiliation for many years kept breathing softly. He was afraid that if he revealed any clues, the great grandmaster of martial arts commentary, who rose like a comet in the world, would stop at the edge of the cliff and cause his efforts to be in vain. Yalu Hongkai subconsciously narrowed his eyes. His mood was complicated. If the Prince of Northern Liang could be prefixed with the word young, then just like the emperor of the Zhao family in Liang, a young vassal king and a young emperor, they were both fully deserving of the title young. This was because there was a gap of several years between them. However, Yalu Hongkai was different. He had long passed the age that the scholars of the Central Plains called getting married. He was 35 years old. According to the survivors of the southern dynasties, there was a saying in the Central Plains that people who lived in the 70s were rare. He knew that his martial arts talent was mediocre. Not to mention the few top grandmasters like Tuoba Bodhisattva, Hong Jingyan, and Sword Qianjin, even Zhong Tan, Li Fengshou, and Tuoba Chunsun of the same age were far inferior. Therefore, he had no chance to become a level 2 master, and naturally couldn't enjoy the life extension after refining his body. In this way, half of his life was gone. Except for marrying the woman with a prominent background under the emperor's order, and becoming a couple with the woman who was extremely boring on and off the bed. He remembered that at that time, most of the young nobles in the Norland were waiting to see him, the crown prince, become a joke. They were waiting for the woman who slept with him to openly keep a gigolo. However, the crown prince's wife, who won the title of 2 words poem in the chess and sword music school, was quite well behaved. She lived in seclusion and rarely went out. She didn't follow the example of those bold and unrestrained noble women who had an ambiguous relationship with eagle-like prairie men. She also didn't go to the western capital of the southern dynasties to hook up with some nobles. Other than that, it seemed that Yalu Hongkai didn't have any other outstanding achievements. As the crown prince of a country, the future leader of millions of cavalry in the grassland, how sad and pitiful it was to live like this. Yalu Hongkai couldn't help but look ferocious. His 5 fingers clenched the scabbard and blue veins bulged. Finally, the young king of Liang didn't disappoint the crown prince. He killed a bloody path and stood still with a cold knife in his hand. Although he was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the young king still looked calm and handsome. This was probably the so-called handsome and elegant. Yalu Hongkai found that the jealousy in his heart was so strong. It was like the withered grass in the vast grassland at the end of autumn. If you threw a match casually, the grass would burn fiercely and endlessly. Even if he knew that the young man standing a mile away was a person who was going to die, he couldn't suppress this feeling. For no reason, the crown prince of Beimang wanted to drink the famous Baoyang green ant wine. He really wanted to drink it in front of the proud son of Liang heaven. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yalu Hongkai, who was wearing a bright armor, squeezed the horse's belly. The intelligent Fergana horse gently stepped forward a few steps. The man and the horse left the shadow of the big banner. The crown prince of Beimang laughed and said, "What a great king of Baoyang! If you and I didn't meet on the battlefield, I would have held your arm and talked with you. That's why I, Yalu Hongkai, would take out the best horse milk wine in the grassland and drink with you Su Fingnian until we are drunk. Behind the northern Mang crown prince were tens of thousands of heavily armored Qieshue soldiers. When the 2,000 elite guards and cavalry closest to Yelu Honkai heard these words clearly, most of them revealed strange expressions. They clearly didn't expect this crown prince, whose reputation wasn't good, to be so imposing and majestic. As a result, their gazes towards the back of that golden-armored figure retracted a bit of their disdain and contempt. After all, compared to the royal army of the Liang dynasty that was hailed as the son of heaven's heavy armor, by successive generations of Zhao monarchs, the grassland's Qieshue army had an even more transcendent status. They all came from the and families. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that there were relatively few Chinese in the southern dynasty, while there were many large families in the Norland. In the western capital where the remnants of the southern dynasty gathered, as long as one was a descendant of the A and B families, let alone a direct descendant, even a slightly talented and knowledgeable member of a side branch would often be able to secure a place. There was no lack of people who came from the C's and D's families to serve as important officials in the western capital. The reason why the old minister Yelu Honkai, whose name sounded similar to the northern Mang crown princes, was still able to stand tall even after the empress seized the throne and ascended to the throne, was because this rotten old man who would be either dozing off or mentally wandering 10,000 li each time he held a meeting grasped the hearts of almost half of the Qieshue army. Morong Baoding, who was known as the number one relative of the empress, was supposed to be in charge of the Aquarius prefecture, which was an important source of food and war horses. However, in the end, he could only go to the Orange prefecture, which was ranked the lowest among the 13 prefectures. Undoubtedly, it was Yelu Honkai and a large group of Qieshue who secretly exerted force. Dongzhuo was able to quickly stand out in the southern dynasty and eventually hold the military and political power at the same time. Of course, the contribution of saving the country in the early years was indispensable. However, marrying the woman surnamed Yelu was more important. His Majesty especially valued Dongzhuo and constantly promoted him in hopes of alleviating the fierce conflict between the Murong and Yelu surnames to a certain extent. It should be known that in the past 400 years, there were many outstanding people in the grassland. It had always been, the one who got the Qieshue army got the grassland. The biggest contribution of the king of the old northern courtyard, Su Huainan, was to assist the empress to break this iron law in the turmoil of internal and external troubles. He helped the empress, who was not a legitimate woman, not only to successfully sit on the dragon throne, but also to unexpectedly sit on the dragon throne. In the face of the bold words of the crown prince of Beimang, the young king of Beiliang, who was standing on the edge of the open space, was indifferent. He did not say any words of appreciation, nor did he take advantage of the situation to rush forward. He was always 1 mile away from Yelu Honkai. Obviously, he had already broken through 2,000 Beimang armor, but when no one stopped him, he chose to not move. This made the Beimang infantry behind the young king and the Qieshue army behind the crown prince of Beimang puzzled. Could it be that he had finally reached the point where he was an arrow at the end of its flight? Yelu Honkai did not continue to urge his horse forward. He just raised the dagger that was passed down from the founding emperor of Beimang and pointed it at his own neck. He laughed loudly and asked, "Su Fingnian, do you have the ability to take my head away?" Chapter 1998. In today's world, how many people could ask a martial arts evaluation grandmaster if he could take his own head at such a close distance? As a result, the soldiers around that extremely daring northern Mang crown prince, regardless of whether it was the infantry or cavalry, when they heard these words, they immediately felt their blood boil. They really wanted to charge at that arrogant northern Liang king. It was a pity that the new Prince Liang was still unmoved, as if he wanted to retreat from the battle. Yelu Honkai, who was sitting high on the horse's back, smirked. Within the orderly northern Mang army, this 1 li wide open space stood out abruptly and conspicuously. This was especially the case when it happened to be in front of the northern Mang Great Banner. Even a blind person would know that there were hidden mysteries. He believed that with Su Fingnian's ambitious and ruthless nature and cultivation as a martial scholar, as long as he didn't lose his mind or become extremely conceited, he definitely wouldn't recklessly take risks. Yalu Hongkai also didn't feel that a few words of provocation would be enough to successfully lure Su Fingnian, the backbone of Northern Liang's 300,000 cavalry, into a trap. However, there were some things that some people had no choice but to do. It was very simple. Yalu Hongkai knew why he was suddenly able to govern the country. Why was he able to control 400,000 troops in one night and lead them south to attack Baiming City? Could it be that Her Majesty, who had been cold-blooded all her life, suddenly became merciful and decided to hand over the grassland to him, using the merit of Baiming City to pave the way for her only remaining flesh and blood? Of course not. She never cared about the fact that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. On the contrary, the reason why she supported him to the position of commander-in-chief of the Southern Expedition was because she wanted to use him as the world's biggest bait. She wanted to use 400,000 troops to force the young man named Su Xiao to come out of the city. At the same time, she wanted to make Su Xiao's eldest son feel that there was hope to capture the king first to capture the bandits. Therefore, as the crown prince and the commander-in-chief of the Southern Expedition, in the end, he only had Deng Mao by his side to protect him. Tuoba Bodhisattva, Morong Baoding, Zhong Shentong, Zhong Liang Li Mibi, and the others were the few martial arts grandmasters left on the grassland. Yalu Hongkai could only order them to attack the city, but there was no way he could make them stay by his side and form an iron bucket formation. Otherwise, how could he be a qualified bait? Taking a step back, Yalu Hongkai didn't think that Bei Meng's 400,000-strong army would collapse if he died. He believed that with His Majesty the Emperor's methods and the arrangement of the peace decree, even if 10 Yalu Hongkais died outside Jiebei City, the siege of the city would not be delayed. Speaking of which, while his relationship with the Emperor as mother and son was thin, there was still some left. For example, he had at least learned of the shocking plan last night, and he also felt that his victory was within his grasp. At this moment, Yalu Hongkai was too lazy to look at the cautious young lord. Instead, he looked up at Jiebei City in the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't expect that so many grandmasters from the Central Plains would rush to the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass. Otherwise, the grassland army would have already begun to climb the city. But this was also a good thing, a very good thing. Nearly 20 of the top martial arts grandmasters from the Central Plains died one after another outside Jiebei City under the crushing of his own cavalry. This unprecedented achievement would be recorded on Yalu Hongkai's head. The Sword Emperor of West Shu died under the hooves of the Su family's cavalry. Although he died, it was a glorious death. The Spring and Autumn War had ended more than 20 years ago. But the Central Plains still enjoyed talking about it. They talked about the heroism of the Sword Emperor of West Shu and the cruelty of the Su family's cavalry. Think about it. Su Xiao had led the army across the Central Plains for more than 20 years and fought countless soul-stirring battles. Why was it that the pacification of West Shu went so smoothly? The number of times he was mentioned in the streets was comparable to the Battle of West Wall and the Battle of Jinghe. Obviously, it was because the Sword Emperor of West Shu had single-handedly provided timely help. Including the king of Bailiang, Su Fingnian, there were 17 people on the battlefield outside Jiebei City. 18 martial arts grandmasters whose names shook the Central Plains. Only then did Yalu Hong retract his gaze, slowly drawing out his dagger. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the unsheathed dagger sparkled with radiance. This northern Mang crown prince lowered his head to look, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the blade that was as smooth as a mirror. He suddenly had a thought. After this battle he should engrave 4 characters on this dagger. Return to the mandate of heaven. Su Fingnian looked at the empty field. For some reason he looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was not afraid of this trap appearing here. He was only afraid that it would be placed near Huaiyang Pass. He was afraid that the bait would not be this arrogant crown prince of Beimang, but the Bailiang protector general Chu Lushan who was facing off against Dongzhuo's army. Su Fingnian held the cold blade in his hand tightly and disappeared in an instant. Deng Mao had already taken out the broken spear that was less than 3 feet long from his bag. When the young feudal lord disappeared, he took a step forward and landed on the left side instead of in a straight line. The next moment, Deng Mao slid back 7 or 8 steps. The entire sleeve of the arm that held the spear spurted out scarlet blood. Under the collision of the cold blade and the broken spear, a visible ripple of qi activity rippled like a vertical mirror. Under the huge impact, not only did the banner behind Deng Mao flutter, but even the extremely tough flagpole bent back at an astonishing angle. If Yelu Hongkai did not have Deng Mao in front of him to block most of the Qi and Hanggu, who was the champion of the two-word poem, dismounted from her horse and held her sword in front of Yelu Hongkai, this crown prince with an ordinary physique would have died on the spot. Chapter 1999. Deng Mao stared at the front with firm eyes. After the young king was repelled, he was standing on the edge of the open space. Compared to Deng Mao's arm that was full of blood, Su Fingyan just shook his wrist and waved his sword, dispersing the remaining force. Obviously, he was more at ease. The man in white in the distance reminded loudly, "Be careful when Deng Mao throws away his spear." Su Fingyan frowned. Deng Mao, who was exposed, didn't get angry. He just grinned and didn't care. Su Fingyan didn't pay much attention to the broken spear Deng Mao that he fought for the first time. It wasn't because he was conceited, but because he was confident. Deng Mao and Hong Jingyan's martial arts cultivation were relatively close, and even lower than Hong Jingyan in the Longyan Plains. After all, the chess and sword music school showed that he was about to break through the threshold and enter the celestial realm. It was just that Su Fingyan didn't give Hong Jingyan a chance to stabilize his realm. Otherwise, Bei Meng would have one more Earth Immortal. Su Fingyan thought of the words Earth Immortal for no reason. His heart was a little heavy. He seemed to be casually looking around, but at the same time, his mind was turning rapidly. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that the pugilistic world was welcoming a once-in-a-thousand-years great year. The Liang River Lake was far more prosperous than the Northern Mang. Even the Empress of the Northern Mang had publicly declared in the imperial court that regardless of the number of martial artists in the first-class Vajra finger, mysterious celestial phenomenon, or third class, after Huang Longsher transferred the remaining fate energy of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn into the pugilistic world, the Liang Martial Arts Circle, which seemed to have pulled up seedlings to help them grow, began to far surpass the Northern Mang. Even the land immortals were obviously more in the Liang Martial Arts Circle than in the Northern Mang. Even if the great immortal Yuan Qingshan of the Kailan sect, who had ascended before, and the Order of Peace of the Chess, Sword and Music School, who had never revealed his strength, the number of land immortals in the Northern Mang pugilistic world could be counted on one hand. However, Liang Jianghu seemed to be lush and green. Among them, there were people who were no longer in the world, such as Wang Xianji, Hong Shixiang, Li Chungang, Chao Chongqing, Huang Sanjia, the father and son from Longhu Mountain who had ascended together, Zhao Huangchao, the monk of the dragon tree from the 2 Zen temples, Xianyuan Jingcheng from Mount Hui, Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, and so on. Not to mention, there was also the first sage of the Confucian school who lived in seclusion in Shangyin Academy, as well as the group of people who were still alive, such as Su Fingyan, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, Qin Jibao, the eunuch from Taiyan City who was the same age as Gua, the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, and Tantai Pingjing from the Guanyin sect. Moreover, Su Yambing, Gu Jiantang, Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wu Jiancheng, and Cheng Baishuang were only a step away from the Earth Immortal realm. Although this was related to the fact that Bei Meng's Jianghu had never obtained the spring and autumn providence, it was still unreasonable for there to be such a great disparity between the top grade 1 grandmasters of both sides. In particular, the disparity in the number of Earth Immortals was almost 2 hands apart, which was extremely strange. According to the deduction of Su Fingyan and the young leader of Wudong, Li Yufu, Bei Meng's Jianghu should not be so lifeless. In the past 20 years there should be at least 4 to 6 more Earth Immortals, one for each of the Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist sections. There should be 1 or 2 Earth Immortals among the pure martial artists. The possibility of someone successfully becoming an Earth Sword Immortal was the highest. However, even if Su Fingyan and Tuoba Bodhisattva were fighting in the western region for thousands of miles, or killing the black dragon that symbolized Bei Meng's fate outside Liuzhou Pass, there were still no Earth Immortals who appeared out of nowhere to stop them. It was as if someone in Bei Meng was deliberately suppressing the Jianghu's fate. But no matter what, where did the 3 or 4 Earth Immortals who should have shown in Bei Meng in the past 20 years go? It was not that Su Fingyan did not know that Bei Meng was using Crown Prince Yelu Hongkai as bait to lure him to take the head of the general. In fact, Su Fingyan did not have much interest in killing Yelu Hongkai. If the old woman died of illness or a sudden death, then Yelu Hongsai's existence would not change Beimang's chaotic situation. On the contrary, it would worsen the internal strife. At the very least, his appearance would become a stumbling block in front of Yelu Hongkai and Yelu Dongchuang. If the Yelu family wanted to regain the glory of their ancestors, they would first have to engage in an internal strife before they could have the qualifications to unify the power of the imperial family and fight against the representative of the vassal towns, General Dongjue, the leader of the foreign relatives, Morong Baoding, and the other major powers of the grassland. Moreover, Yelu Hongkai had secretly probed Mount Qingliang through the famous princess of the grassland. Therefore, Su Fingyan did not bat an eyelid when faced with Yelu Hongsai's provocation. Su Fingyan was sure that there was a trap at his feet, which was why he dashed forward. Su Fingyan did not move forward in a straight line. Instead, he moved in an arc to where Deng Mao was blocking the way. The degree of danger of this trap was directly related to how highly the crown prince of Beimang was regarded by Su Fingyan. This also required Su Fingyan to weigh the pros and cons. In the end, the one Su Fingyan really wanted to kill was Tuoba Bodhisattva. The current Tuoba Bodhisattva had the invincible in the human realm. That was close to the peak of Wang Xianji's martial arts. What did this mean? It meant that unless two martial arts grandmasters joined hands, they could barely stop the person Tuoba Bodhisattva wanted to kill. The reason why Su Fingyan did not go to Dunhuang, and why Huyan Dagwan stopped him from rushing to Beimang was very simple. It was because of Tuoba Bodhisattva. Now, in the situation before Su Fingyan, there were two things that must be done. North Rejecting City could not be lost. Even if Tuoba Bodhisattva was not killed, he could not continue to have that state. As for Yelu Hongkai and the others, they were not even worth mentioning. Chapter 2000. To lead those grandmasters of the Central Plains on a 1,000-mile raid to assassinate the old woman in Beimang, not to mention whether those grandmasters were willing to do so. In fact, it was absolutely impossible. On one hand, at that time, the principal of the chess and sword music school, Xiaonian of the Princess Grave, Taimu Dyer, and a large group of Beimang grandmasters infiltrated the border of Yuzhou province, but they were all intercepted and killed. With Tuoba Bodhisattva's unblemished celestial being realm, the imposing manner of the 18 people gathered together was like a candle in a house in the dark night. Beimang could very well wait for the rabbit to come out of a tree stump and wait for the rabbit to come out of the tree stump. With Tuoba Bodhisattva leading a large group of Wu Dao grandmasters as the vanguard, they might not even be able to reach Xijing by then. Only Su Fingyan and Dong Tai would be able to retreat. More importantly, on the other hand, with 400,000 Beimang soldiers bearing down on the border, and the loss of Beicheng, the Bailiang cavalry was like a rootless tree without a source. Bailiang had lost its last gate outside the border. Not only the three provinces of Bailiang, but also the entire northwestern border of the Central Plains was in a perilous situation. Even if Su Fingyan and those grandmasters managed to get through the heavy encirclement of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Beimang's iron cavalry, how could they accurately locate the old woman of Beimang, who had chosen to hide her identity? One had to know that not only was she not an earth immortal, she was not even a first-stage martial artist. As a result, Su Fingyan was unable to determine her location based on the chi of a martial artist. On the other hand, the young king Su Fingyan had no way to retreat from North Jiebei City, which must not be lost. Su Fingyan could not retreat. The remaining 17 grandmasters were unwilling to retreat. Only then did Su Fingyan and North Rejecting City win the current situation with great difficulty. In the Martial Emperor City, Huang Groom's building, Wei Miao of the Southern Zhao, and Chai Qingshan of the Eastern Yu Sword Pool, they risked their lives to stop the cavalry on the two wings of Beimang from shooting at the top of the city walls. Wu Luding and swordmate Suehua of the Wu family's sword tomb, as well as Su Yambing behind them, Mao Shulang and Ji Lu, and of the Dragon Palace from the southern border, as well as Yu Xingrui, the Taoist master of the Wudong sect. These two groups of people defended their position to the death in order to delay the Beimang's besieging troops as much as possible. At the rear, Cheng Baishuang and Xue Songguan were doing their best to stop the Beimang archers and the 2,000 catapults from attacking Beimang City. Beimang did not lack war horses or cavalry. They were known as the best cavalry archers in the world. They only lacked infantry that were good at sieges. The grandmasters of the Central Plains behind Su Fingyan, and the white-dress Luoyang were actually doing the same thing, which was to exchange their lives for the greatest loss of the Beimang infantry. Obviously, Beimang was also aware of this, so they quickly mobilized Morong Baoding and Zhong Liang's private cavalry, as well as the elite cavalry and the spiderweb men of sacrifice, as well as the Beimang Jianghu forces that had decisively turned out in full force. They were using our entire Beimang Jianghu to exchange for your dozen people's Jianghu. If Beimang's Jianghu is still not enough, then we'll add in our grassland cavalry. Many Beimang officers and soldiers recognized the identity of the white dress, and they all had complicated feelings. After all, this Grandmaster was known as the #1 devil path person in Beimang. In the Beimang court, where martial force was highly valued, everyone was happy to see him as a rebellious hero. However, Huyan Dagwan had never shown up, and this great devil, as a Grandmaster of the Central Plains, had chosen to stand on the enemy's side. This made the nearby Beimang cavalry feel somewhat helpless, but they were not in a hurry to draw their swords against the infamous Luoyang. Su Fengnian's hesitation before the battle and his failure to make a prompt decision to kill the Beimang crown prince made Deng Mao feel somewhat regretful. Deng Mao wanted to open his mouth and say to the young man, "Su Fengnian, you could have died more heroically." In Deng Mao's eyes, this kind of cautiousness that did not match the dual identities of a Grandmaster of martial arts evaluation and the King of Beimang was just a chance to live a little longer in the world, or to make Li Mixi pay an extra price. Luoyang had been quietly standing 200 steps behind Su Fengnian the whole time. In her vision, a young knight with a face full of armor suddenly appeared. He broke out from the Qieshui army behind Yalu Hongkai and passed by the banner and the Beimang crown prince. He slowed down his horse's hooves and looked down at the young King Su Fengnian from above. He raised his arm and slowly took off his helmet. He had an ordinary appearance, but he had a pair of strange golden eyes. From the corners of Su Fengnian's eyes, he saw that following this young knight's sudden appearance, the circular clearing began to retreat like a tide. In the end, another 7 or 8 northern Mang cavalry were revealed, stopping their horses in place. Su Fengnian, who had been standing on the arc, instantly landed in a larger circular open space. The young knight with golden eyes said in a hoarse voice, "Su, we finally meet again." Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "A cut willow Li Fengshu?" The young knight pulled up the corners of his mouth and said with a sinister smile, "Good eyesight." In the hinterland of the Central Plains, this genius swordsman nicknamed A Cut Willow, together with Spider-Web's leader Old Moth and Beimang's relative Morong Longshui, chased after Miss Hehe. The other two successfully escaped. Only Li Fengshu was cut in half at the waist by Su Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness at the time. According to reason, he should have already died to the point where he couldn't be more dead. This young knight, who was rumored to be Li Mibi's illegitimate son, stared at the young king. Your Li Yang's Great Peace City has a great formation that is specially used to deal with Earth Immortals. Our Great Mang is a dynasty built on horseback. Since this is the case, I believe that you, Su Fengnian, have also realized that after you entered the Earth Immortal realm, Beimang had no choice but to create this seemingly unremarkable secret formation to deal with you. However, I am very curious. Why aren't you running? Are you waiting for death? Su Fengnian turned around to look at Luoyang. The latter didn't hesitate at all and rushed away. A cut willow's phoenix had leaned forward slightly and shot a glance at the demon who had previously shaken the grassland. His eyes were full of regret, but soon he felt relieved. Leaving behind this young king who oversaw the Central Plains northwest border, successfully pulling out this damned nail, could be considered as not wasting such a huge amount of effort. In an instant, a cut willow's figure disappeared from the horse's back. At the same time, those knights who didn't have any strange chi fluctuations at all, as if they were possessed by celestial beings, dazzling snow-white light shone from their 7 apertures and the iron armor on their bodies. In the next moment, Su Fengnian crossed his cold blade in front of him. Beimang's cut willow's phoenix head was actually holding the young king's war blade with one hand behind his back, and the other hand's 5 fingers behind his back. Li Fengshu, who was at most in the Finger Xian realm for the first time, revealed his strength at this moment, absolutely not inferior to an Earth Immortal. With Su Fengnian and Li Fengshu as the center, 12 Beimang knights who were blooming with white flowing light had already abandoned their horses and stood in a big arc. One of them was standing right in front of Crown Prince Yalu Honkai. 12 people, 12 celestial beings who had temporarily stepped into the earth immortal realm. 12 of them, at the same time, opened their arms, and the white light connected into a circle like a snow-white flood dragon entrenched in the human world. Li Fengshuo's face was ferocious and proud. His 5 fingers that were holding the cold blade were surrounded by lightning, like an electric dragon swimming around. The young Bei Meng man's lips moved slightly and spat out 2 words, dead. Su Fengnian swept his blade and easily cut off Li Fengshuo's head. There was no blood spattering. The corpse fell to the ground like a shriveled skin bag. Then Su Fengnian looked up at the sky. In his vision, there was only a dazzling snow-white light. It was like a full moon falling into the human world. Outside the big circle, Li Fengshuo appeared beside Yalu Honkai and Deng Mao. His eyes had returned to normal, but his whole body was covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight. However, this young man simply ignored the wounds on his body and his soul that had been broken together with his body. He only had joy in his eyes. Even if I have no future in martial arts in this life, it's worth it. The sun rose from the East Sea. The full moon fell on the human world. Within a day, outside the Liangzhou Pass, in less than half an hour, these 2 spectacular scenes were seen one after another. On the city wall of the North Barricade, countless Baoyang border guards could only watch the light column as thick as a mountain heavily hit the young king's head. Behind the northern Meng Great Army, Yalu Dongchuan and Chun Jubo Tuoba stood side by side on the observation deck of a tower carriage. The former clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "So this is our emperor's trump card?" Tuoba Chi-yun pressed his hands on the rough but sturdy railing and exhaled heavily. The young man, who had always been expressionless, suddenly raised his hands and patted the railing. He said in a carefree and loud voice, "Done." People didn't know that Chuanju Fengnian was the one who had set up this big plan. Yelu Dongchuang suppressed the killing intent in his heart toward Tuoba Fengnian, and asked curiously with a smile, "Chuanju Fengnian, can you explain to me?" Tuoba Fengnian hesitated a little. Perhaps because he had personally created this great situation that could be said to have saved half of the country. Even Tuoba Fengnian couldn't help but feel a little proud. He looked at the majestic light column that had not shown any signs of decline and said with a smile, "Presumably, you also know that there were several banished immortals that fell one after another in the border areas of the Southern Dynasty, right?" Yelu Dongchuang nodded and secretly looked at the side face of his peer from the corner of his eyes. His high-spirited spirit that was even better than that of the scholars in the Central Plains really made people envious and jealous of him. Tuoba Fengyun's eyes were only focused on the magnificent battlefield of heaven and man, in the distance. He continued to talk about his strategy. Those were just icing on the cake. In fact, even if there weren't several celestial beings that were knocked down to the human world by Su Fengnian, Bei Meng's Jianghu fate was enough to accumulate 4 or 5 celestial beings. I, Tuoba Fengyun, started to advise the emperor on this matter in the chess and sword music school when I was 20 years old. Chapter 2001. At this point, Tuoba Chi-yun's lips curled up. She paused for a moment and turned to look at Yelu Dongchuang, who had an uncertain expression. She asked with a smile, "Do you know why there are no more than 3 land immortals in such a big grassland? Why did Huyan Dagwan, who is a sect by himself, go to the Central Plains? Why did the woman in white, who stopped the number 1 person in diabolism, only send out a cavalry but not a real top martial arts master? And why did the Qilin immortal, who is a national advisor, choose to leave the human world before the first battle of Liangmeng without any warning?" Yelu Dongchuang could not answer a single one of the questions. Tuoba Chi-yun laughed and said, "Isn't it strange that the master of Bubang Mountain, the 5th raccoon, was only at the Finger Xian realm before he died? If it is said that the Qilin sect's fate was taken away by Yuan Qingshan alone, causing the other Taoist experts to stagnate in their realms, it is still reasonable. Then why is it that my chess, sword and music house, which has produced so many heroes, is still unable to break through that layer of window paper? In the end, it's just a simple logic. Since Huang Sanjiao of the Central Plains scattered the fate of the fallen countries into Jianghu, then why can't my grassland merge the fate of Jianghu with the dynasty? It's nothing if the martial arts of Jianghu are used by the imperial court. Only when the fate of Jianghu is used by the dynasty can it be considered safe. Whether it's the Su family riding their horses in Jianghu, or the grassland gathering of Jianghu sects in the early days, it's all a simple plan. It can't be considered as cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Tuoba Chi-yin seemed to have realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly stopped smiling and returned to her calm state of mind. She no longer revealed the secrets of heaven. You only need to know that in order to suppress Su Fengnian, the emperor paid an immeasurable price. Therefore, the king of Bailiang died a worthy death. Yalu Dongchuang rubbed his chin. He did not care whether the king of Bailiang died a worthy death or not. He only knew that the shrewd young man beside him was definitely not to be attracted. One day, he would let Tuoba Chi-yin die a worthy death. Suddenly, Tuoba Chi-yun's eyes widened and she was shocked. Yalu Dongchuang followed his line of sight and his emotions surged. There was fear, respect, and the fascination of a martial artist. For some reason, Yalu Dongguan felt a sense of unspeakable satisfaction. What great things can a scholar achieve in this chaotic world? The pillar of light that symbolized the way of heaven pressed down rapidly. It was so fast that even the young vassal king, one of the 4 grandmasters of Wu Ping, could not escape from the cage created by the joint efforts of the celestial beings, the insurmountable thunder pool. 12 Beimeng land immortals appeared together. 3 of them were banished immortals who had been personally struck down from the sky by Su Fengnian. Before their bodies and spirit were about to completely merge into the light pillar, one of them sneered and said, "How dare a mere mortal disobey the will of heaven? Do you really think that we will be so weak?" The Beimeng land immortals who stood behind the young vassal king had the most powerful momentum, as if they were guarding the 4 directions of heaven and earth. These 4 celestial beings were different from the Beimeng Qi cultivators who bore the fate of Jianghu with the body of a mortal and temporarily entered the realm of land immortals. These 4 celestial beings came from heaven, and were the same as Bodhisattva Tuoba's cultivation. They were also one of the gifts from the will of heaven. However, they were relatively more hidden, and were far less dignified than Bodhisattva Tuoba, who bore the will of heaven. The burly figure standing in front of the young king opened his mouth, and spoke like a great bell. He looked at the pitiful figure who was almost kneeling on the ground because of the way of heaven, and said without the slightest emotion, "Su Fengnian, why are you still resisting?" At this moment, whether it was the central plains of Liang or the grassland of Beimeng, almost everyone looked up and could see the snow-white waterfall that seemed to fall from heaven. However, in the eyes of most people, it was more like a slender fishing line. When the immortals were fishing, the clouds were on the shore and the human world was in the water. In the light beam, Su Fengnian knelt on one knee and held the cold blade with his left hand. The tip of the blade was pressed against the ground, and did not pierce into the ground at all. The vassal king's robe was not damaged at all. It only caused some ripples when the young vassal king's body trembled. Su Fengnian's perception was cut off. Not only was he deaf, mute, and blind, but he also lost his divine will. The body of a celestial being could not resist the way of heaven's light beam at all. Although it was not completely shattered, it was already showing signs of collapsing. Su Fengnian, who was kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and his arm holding the blade was trembling nonstop. From his 7 apertures, including the one between his eyebrows, 8 streams of qi flowed out of his body, like 7 little snow-white snakes slithering in the air. Su Fengnian, who had lost all his senses, subconsciously propped himself up with his saber and pressed his right palm against the ground. He subconsciously propped himself up and tried his best to stand up. It was as if he was carrying a burden, and continued to walk with it. The celestial being behind Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Our grassland cavalry broke through the pass, and went south to unify the central plains for the first time. This is an established trend. How dare you, Su Fengnian, try to stop the will of heaven by yourself? You're overestimating yourself." The celestial being on Su Fengnian's left crossed his arms and laughed. "I can already see the eagle from the grassland perched on the eaves of the Central Plains Library." The celestial being on Su Fengnian's right shook his head slightly. His silver eyes showed some sarcasm and pity. "With only the power of one place, you can show a power that is more impressive than the power of a country. You've caused so much trouble for our grassland men. You Bailiang are not bad." Chapter 2002. Compared to the northern Mang's secret qi cultivators who had already dissipated in the pillars of light, The figures of the 4 celestials and 3 exiled immortals were much more durable. They seemed to be a little impatient with the young lord's persistence. After looking at each other, the 3 banished immortals nodded and dispersed their bodies and spirits. In this way, the light beam that was already aggressive suddenly became more powerful. The young lord who was kneeling on one knee suddenly felt his shoulders sink a little. Tuoba Yun, who was sweating profusely, felt relieved. But this time, he couldn't smile anymore and still looked serious. Yelu Dongchuang, who had been looking at Chun Jubo's face, was a little disappointed. He thought that Su Fengnian could at least risk his life to exchange for those immortals from Earth. It would be even better if he could kill Yelu Honkai in one go. At some point in time, a purple robe rose from the ground in the distance and crashed into the pillar of light. Luo Yang in white tipped her toes and grabbed Xianyuan Qingfeng's shoulder, smashing her to the ground. She said in a low voice, "Don't go. With your fate, you can dominate the Jianghu. But against the fate of heaven, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. You'll die in vain." After killing more than 80 Beimeng Jianghu experts and piercing through the encirclement of 1,000 cavalry, Xianyuan Qingfeng was obviously badly injured. After falling to the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She ignored Luo Yang's warning. The qi in her body was circulating rapidly, and she was about to stand up again. Luo Yang quickly landed beside her and said calmly, "Trust me." Xianyuan Qingfeng gave up attacking the light beam and said coldly, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Now don't stop me from killing that Beimeng crown prince." Luo Yang didn't have any intention to stop her this time. She just smiled angrily and said, "You really know how to take advantage of the situation." However, Deng Mao with the broken spear had already bypassed the light beam and appeared in front of the 2 women, blocking the way of the purple dress of Mount Huishan. On the city wall of North Barricade, a drum sound that was heavier and more solemn than the previous drum sounded heavily. Luo Yang also laughed out loud and said, "The winds of Great Qin rise." In the pillar of light, the young man who carried the heavenly axiom on his shoulders seemed to have heard the sound of drums and Qin Empress's words. There was a woman in white who shouted with a sobbing tone after beating the drum, "You're not allowed to die." However, just as the saying goes, Taoist is 1 foot tall, while the devil is 10 feet tall. The 4 immortals who were enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens also began to take a step forward, taking the initiative to merge into the pillar of light. Every time each figure took a step forward, the pillar of light would increase in momentum. In the light beam, the cold blade in the young man's right hand was gradually crumbling. His lips moved slightly, but no words came out of the light beam. Even he couldn't hear his own voice. But the young king knew what he was talking about. On that snowy night outside Liangzhou Pass, an old man asked his eldest son, who was temporarily acting as a groom, if he could take on the responsibility. The young man nodded. At this moment, Su Fengnian slowly straightened his back, inch by inch. The words he said to himself before were, "Su Shao, I will definitely do what I promised you. Even if I can't take on the responsibility, I still have to." Every time the immortals took a step forward, every time the pillar of light increased in momentum, even if the young man's body swayed several times, he still stood up in the end. When Su Fengnian finally carried the heavenly axiom on his shoulders and straightened his back, the last remaining immortal stretched out his arm. He didn't dissipate between heaven and earth, but held a dazzling spear and slowly walked toward Su Fengnian. Deng Mao began to charge forward toward Xianyuan Qingfeng. Luo Yang suddenly turned around and moved several meters to the side, crossing her arms in front of her to block the impact of a burly figure. The peach blossom sword god Dong Tai held the Taiya sword in his hand and arrived in an instant, sweeping toward the thick pillar of light with his sword horizontally. This sword could be called the pinnacle of the human world. After the burly man punched Luo Yang back, he didn't pursue or block Dong Tai's sword. He said coldly, "It's too late." The pillar of light suddenly disappeared. However, Su Fengnian was also stabbed in the chest by the immortal holding the snow-white spear. The young lord didn't bleed. After the snow-white spear pierced through his body, it revealed an exceptionally dazzling snow-white light. At this moment, it was as if all sounds between heaven and earth were silent. The first to break the silence was Luo Yang. She turned around and glared at the back of the figure, questioning, "Why?" In a trance, there seemed to be 2 Luo Yang in white. One was a real body, and the other was an ethereal spirit. The two constantly overlapped and separated. It turned out that she had planned to use her spirit to escape from her body. The former was to block Tuoba Bodhisattva's attack while the latter was to block Su Fengnian's attack. She had indeed done so, but she was stopped by Su Fengnian. The young lord with his head lowered raised his arm and held the spear. He said in a hoarse voice, "Women, don't meddle in men's business." The immortal's figure finally dissipated and turned into ashes. He looked at Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was expressionless and just nodded gently. The immortal then disappeared with a smile. Su Fengnian twisted his wrist and broke the spear. He slowly turned around and looked directly at Tuoba Bodhisattva. Tuoba Bodhisattva glanced at Dong Tai, and then asked the young lord with a smile, "Is the two of them enough? If it's not enough, add the two of them. I can ask Deng Mao to step down." Su Fengnian smiled and said to Dong Tai, "Take them away from here." Dong Tai frowned. Su Fengnian's eyes were firm. The peach blossom sword god could only say, "Don't worry." Su Fengnian shook his sleeves and said to the Beimang military god, "Tuoba Bodhisattva, although I don't know your parents." Then Su Fengnian said the second sentence, "But I will beat you until your parents don't recognize you." It seemed that before the voice dissipated, Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva's figures had already disappeared. The battle between the two was the peak of the millennium. Chapter 2003. After Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva disappeared, Deng Mao felt a little embarrassed. After all, the three people in front of him, Dong Tai, Luo Yang and Xianyuan Qingfeng, were Wu Dao grandmasters who were deeply involved in the Beimang army. Any one of them was enough to make him suffer, especially the peach blossom sword god who had shown his talent in this battle. Deng Mao probably had to suffer more than one jar. Deng Mao was never known for his talent in martial arts. Instead, he was more like a diligent old farmer. Every time he plowed a piece of land, his harvest was earned through hard work. Of course, Deng Mao's so-called ordinary foundation was only compared to those young people who had shown extraordinary talent in Jianghu. For example, Xianyuan Qingfeng, the owner of the Moonless Tower in the Great Snow Plateau, who had occupied 3 of the 13 chiefs of Auspicious Talisman, was now known as the Twin Jade Annals of Jianghu along with the young vassal king. She was so talented and blessed that she was almost not inferior to Su Fengnian, who was already standing at the top of the world. When Su Fengnian asked the peach blossom sword god to escort the 2 women out of the battlefield, Luo Yang was worried, but she did not look reluctant. She was ready to leave with Dong Tai because she knew very well that with the cultivation of Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva, only Dong Tai and Huyan Dagwan among the millions of martial artists in the world could intervene. Other than them, it was no different from a fool's dream if anyone wanted to help or take advantage of the situation. It could even be said that it was useless to say that even the immortals on Earth would be useless. If Luo Yang really wanted to help Su Fengnian, she would leave as far as possible. Otherwise, she would only become a weakness that Tuoba Bodhisattva could use against Su Fengnian. Only Xianyuan Qingfeng looked past the dignified Deng Mao and stared at the Beimang banner. She was ready to make a move, as if she did not care whether she would be affected by the battle at the peak of the Beimang army. In this woman's heart, liking someone was very important, but whether the person she liked her or not was not important. In her eyes, there was probably never just a single person's back. In her eyes, there was the heavy snow on the snowfield, the ebb and flow of the Jianghu, the bright moon above the sea, and many people, many things and many sights. Deng Mao was able to achieve what he had today because of his tenacity. Therefore this Beimang grandmaster, who was almost at death's door, was fearless even if he had to fight against 3 people alone. His battle intent surged, and he advanced instead of retreating. Deng Mao held the broken spear tightly, his clothes fluttering. He faced the purple-robed man of the Central Plains and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Xianyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plains?" Xianyuan Qingfeng retracted his gaze and sneered. "Could it be your long-lost mother?" Deng Mao, who had already disregarded life and death, was stunned and speechless for a moment. Clearly he didn't expect that Xianyuan Qingfeng, a grandmaster of the Jianghu, would say such unbearable words. Not far away, Luo Yang shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue. She really needs to change her temper. It's too unlikable. For some reason, Luo Yang had always held a subtle admiration for this arrogant and despotic chief of the Liang Wulin alliance. Hearing this, the peach blossom sword god smiled and teased, which was rare of him. The Central Plains, on the other hand, are fond of this. Nowadays, masters roam the Jianghu, hiding and hiding. It's very undesirable. Luo Yang couldn't help but laugh. She remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Why did the heavenly way that fell to the mortal world disappear on its own? Was it because you cut it off?" Dong Tai shook his head and said, "In fact, my sword didn't hit the light beam just now. As for why it suddenly disappeared, I'm not sure if it was to avoid my Taiya sword's edge, or if it was to hide something and have a backup plan." Luo Yang looked up at the sky and said angrily, "It's so annoying. It's like a ghost that won't go away." Dong Tai agreed. He turned his head and looked at the top of North Barricade City. He said to Xianyuan Qingfeng solemnly, "The Beimeng army is about to reach the city. You two better go back to support them so that Su Fingyan won't be distracted. As for me, I have to go to the sky and take a look." Xianyuan Qingfeng said expressionlessly, "Since we're already here, there's no reason to turn around and leave. You don't have to worry about me. I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, am in charge of my own life." Dong Tai smiled and dismissed it. Then he chanted the word, "Rise," and stepped on the Taiya sword. He rose into the sky and broke through the clouds. One man and one sword disappeared into the golden sea of clouds above everyone's heads. If Su Fingyan's enemy was the invincible Tuoba Bodhisattva, and was no longer suitable for Dong Tai to interfere, then the only person who could be considered a mortal enemy by the peach blossom sword god would be in the sky. Luo Yang said hello to the back of Mount Huishan Zi. Then she smiled and said, "Xianyuan Qingfeng, I'll give you my dear chasing mountain as your dowry. Anyway, I don't think you'll be able to get married in this lifetime." Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't turn around, but his shoulders were obviously stiff. Luo Yang and White flew up and left with a laugh, returning to North Barricade City. It wasn't that the Beimeng army was scared out of their wits and could only allow the former #1 demonic cultivator of Beimeng to come and go as she pleased. It was because the battlefield behind Luo Yang was already in chaos. Countless Beimeng soldiers were frantically fleeing, and no one could pay attention to her movements. It turned out that back then, the northern Meng war god was kicked out by the new King Liang. Even though his tall and sturdy figure didn't fall to the ground, he still slid several dozen zhang away. The 100 or so armored northern Meng cavalry on that path were instantly sent flying to the sides by Tuoba Bodhisattva's retreating body. Both men and horses were sent flying into the air, causing many innocent cavalry soldiers to fall off their horses as well. Su Fingyan didn't follow up with another attack. After landing on the ground, he put his saber back into its sheath. After the dust settled, Tuoba Bodhisattva stood where he was. Although he had been knocked back by Su Fingyan, he didn't look embarrassed at all. This Beimeng war god, who had always been crowned as the king of the grassland, had arms like an ape. Strands of golden qi that were almost condensing into solid objects circled around his body. Especially under the light of the rising sun, they shone brightly, as if he was a war god from the heavens. His aura was majestic and unparalleled. He could destroy mountains and shake cities, and thousands of soldiers would flee. The tens of thousands of Beimeng soldiers at the center of the battlefield were first shocked when they saw this scene. Then they drew their sabers and roared at the same time. Tuoba Bodhisattva closed his eyes and raised his chin slightly. His entire body was bathed in the sunlight, as if he was intoxicated by the vitality of the world. Su Fingyan took a deep breath. His sleeves fluttered and were instantly filled with the Great Spirit. He took a step forward with his left foot. There was a loud bang under his foot. Cracks appeared and spread in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The next moment, Su Fingyan's figure appeared in front of Tuoba Bodhisattva. He jumped up high and stretched out his right fist in a big arc, quickly smashing towards Tuoba Bodhisattva's forehead. For some reason, Tuoba Bodhisattva didn't move at all. He maintained his original posture and didn't move at all. Su Fingyan's fist smashed down and directly smashed Tuoba Bodhisattva's body. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Fingyan stood at the edge of the big pit. He looked down and frowned. Tuoba Bodhisattva stood at the bottom of the pit and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Su Fingyan, who had just punched with the power of thunder. Tuoba Bodhisattva's mouth twitched, full of sarcasm and disdain. At the same time, he seemed to be asking why the young king was so polite, and why he didn't use the more lethal two-sleeve green snake at the beginning. This kind of attack didn't hurt at all. Was it because Su Fingnian had become too weak, or was it because I, Tuoba Bodhisattva, had become too strong? Su Fingnian's brows relaxed. He gently twisted his wrist and then suddenly clenched his fists. This time, Su Fingnian disappeared in a flash. Probably because his speed was too fast, the place where he originally stood exploded into a cloud of mist. Su Fingnian, who was wearing a purple gold-embroidered robe, rushed forward. Wherever his body passed, a long black rainbow stretched out. No one on the battlefield clearly saw how the young king attacked. They could only vaguely see that Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was covered in golden light, was hit by the black rainbow. His whole body flew backward again and again. The black rainbow followed like a shadow. It was as if Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was shrouded in golden dragons, was hit again and again. In this straight line, more than 100 Beimeng cavalrymen who couldn't dodge in time were torn into pieces on the spot. If they were hit directly, they would be smashed into pieces. Every time the two grandmasters collided, the violent sound caused by the collision came late and seemed to be extremely delayed. Every punch landed squarely on the body. There were no flashy moves, nor were there any magnificent and shocking ultimate techniques. On the contrary, it was like a rude and unreasonable fight between villagers. They went back and forth, and it was very straightforward. However, it was purely because the two sides were Su Fingnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva. It was a Vajra realm against a Vajra realm. With Su Fingnian's current chi dynamic and physique, he could fly and fly at the speed of his sword. However, every time he rushed forward to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva, he would take a step that seemed cumbersome but was actually very mysterious. This was not the Taoist magic of shrinking the ground into an inch, but it was taken from the Grand Peace City's gatekeeper, Master Lu Haosher. At that time, Master Lu Haosher used this move to enter the city from 10 miles away. The starting distance was an inch that an ordinary child could cross in one step. The last step was as long as 1,000 feet. The key was that during this period, he could continuously accumulate his power. It was similar to the stacking and stopping that White Fox's face used to scare Tuoba Bodhisattva away. White Fox's face once said that 12 stops could kill a celestial state. Below 16 stops, the celestial's physique was like a piece of white paper. After 18 stops, there would be no land immortals in front of him. Compared to Gu Jiantang, who climbed the Wudong mountain to challenge the Buddhist Vajrali Dongshin, White Fox's face once said that 12 stops could kill a celestial state. Below 16 stops, the celestial's physique was like a piece of white paper. After 18 stops, there would be no land immortals in front of him. Compared to Gu Jiantang, who climbed Wudong mountain to challenge the Buddhist Vajrali Dongshin of Buddhism, Vajrali Dongshin, the battle between masters was fought at the millimeter. Therefore, this step that seemed to slow down the speed was the essence of Su Fingnian's real advantage. As for the four great grandmasters of Wushu evaluation, Su Fingnian was beating Tuoba Bodhisattva from the beginning to the end. Tuoba Bodhisattva could only parry and did not have the strength to fight back. When the high and mighty immortals fought, the ant-like mortals could not hope to sit on a bench and watch the show, not to mention clapping and cheering on the ground or pointing out the world with relish. Chapter 2004. From Qi Xuanzhen's ascension on the demon-slaying platform to Su Fingnian's battle with the immortal of Dragon Tiger Mountain in the capital city's imperial astronomer, countless bloody Jianghu grasslands had already proved this point. In addition to drawing their swords to boost Tuoba Bodhisattva's momentum, Beimeng's cavalry had already deliberately retreated to the east and west under the urgent mobilization of some generals and Kiliarchs. They did not care about the established formation to prevent themselves from being implicated in the battle between the two grandmasters. It was a pity that the young king who had been suppressed by the heavenly way did not show any signs of weakening. His attacks were still shocking and Tuoba Bodhisattva inexplicably fell into a dangerous situation where he was beaten passively, causing the thousands of cavalry nearby to die in the hands of their own war god. A Beimeng cavalryman who was galloping to the west only felt that he was lifted off the ground and turned around. It turned out that Tuoba Bodhisattva's tall back had hit him near the horse's buttocks. Fortunately, Tuoba Bodhisattva only smashed the back half of the warhorse's body, and the cavalryman was not killed on the spot. However, the young king who was following behind quickly grabbed his head and threw him out. The cavalryman in armor was thrown to Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had just slowed down. The latter stretched out an arm forward. The poor cavalryman crashed into the majestic chi and shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Su Fengnian passed through the bloody mist and pressed a palm on Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest. In the past, on the reed-filled path outside Xiangfan City, Baoyang His Royal Highness had used a move that he had comprehended from practicing his swordsmanship to defeat the Red Armor Talisman General, who was far superior to him. That move was named Armor Removal. This was the first time Su Fengnian used the fixed move, in a battle of life and death between the two grandmasters. Logically speaking, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was supposed to retreat faster than before, did not retreat at all at this moment, which was extremely unusual. The golden chi as thick as an arm wandered freely like dragons, like the eyes of a heavenly king, solemn and dignified. 18 strands of vital energy lingered in the surroundings like 18 coiling flood dragons. After resisting the young king's armor removal, the golden dragons wandered and rolled faster. It was dazzling and made Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was already tall and sturdy, look even more majestic and awe-inspiring. Returning to nature, the chi was as usual. This was the chi that only celestial state warriors or Taoist Xianjinren could possess. It was the dream of all martial artists in the world. The second-grade master, or first-grade Vajra state. When they occasionally showed up in Jianghu, they were often the most sensational because their chi was much more than ordinary martial artists. They were often the most outstanding when they appeared Jianghu. Their chi was realm level was realm. They would often cause a sensation when they occasionally in Jianghu. Because they were in chi that was much realm, they was, and the chi and had seen King the great lord, north many head, many who had many times and went alone, many alone north city. Of the many had master. Tuoba Bodhisattva was another special case after Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city. He was a special case among the earth immortals. This Beimeng army god's chi was so strong that he had to pour it out. Tuoba Bodhisattva's eyes were full of sarcasm. He seemed to be looking down on the young king's insignificant skill. Su Fengnian changed his palm into 2 fingers and formed a sword. Finger sword style. On the big lake outside Yuyan Mountain Villa, there was once a female chi cultivator from the Guanyin sect who fought Su Fengnian with 2 styles of finger Xian realm. One was finger mountain and the other was finger sea. They respectively meant finger mountain to fill the sea and finger sea to destroy the mountain. Tuoba Bodhisattva also felt the chi movement in his chest. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned sideways in the blink of an eye and dodged the young king's finger. As expected, when Bodhisattva Tuoba barely dodged the finger sword, a white rainbow of sword aura shot out. The power of the sword aura was not inferior to the all-out sword strike of a land sword immortal at close range. However, Tuoba Bodhisattva soon showed a somewhat helpless expression. The seemingly aggressive mountain-splitting sword style was suddenly weakened after shooting out for a short distance. At the same time, the young king's 2 fingers turned back into a palm and the back of his hand was placed on Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest. He slapped his arm. Stacked thunder. Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest felt like it was struck by lightning. However, he only gently inhaled and the 18 golden dragons suddenly stopped. Then, the power of the stacked thunder was miraculously removed. The stacked thunder that was on the verge of being triggered had a total of 6 times. It was continuous and progressive. After Tuoba Bodhisattva inhaled and exhaled, the dragons returned to their swimming state. A human's breath was very ordinary. Tuoba Bodhisattva's understatement of movement and stillness made the young king's terrifying stacked thunder disappear after the second stacking. Su Fengnian's left hand, which was hidden in his big sleeve, clenched his fist and loosened his 5 fingers. It was also an extremely simple action. After that, Tuoba Bodhisattva's head shook violently as if it was hit by a bell. Then his whole body flew out horizontally. Gu Jiantong's thunder square was known as the thunder pool of palms. Tuoba Bodhisattva's body staggered horizontally. He stepped heavily on the ground and forcibly stopped his body. Beimeng's god of war raised his arm and gently wiped the blood from his nose with his thumb. Golden blood. The former leader of Buddhism in the world, the dragon tree monk of the two Zen temples who met Su Fengnian in Beimang, relied on his supreme cultivation to cast an invincible Vajra body. The blood in his body was refined into golden liquid. 800 years ago, the group of great Qin alchemists who tirelessly went to the sea to search for the immortality elixir for the emperor was actually a kind of zhong shuntong in the hearts of the people of the future. Undoubtedly, turning stone into gold was the most fascinating thing. Although this was the short-sightedness of the common people, in fact, after the Great Qin dynasty, there were many branches of Taoism such as the Pill Cauldron Talisman Amulet. Of course, the Pill Cauldron sect had a deeper meaning. The Pill Cauldron sect mainly focused on the internal and external Jindan. Even the Talisman Amulet sect had to advocate refining Jindan internally and using talisman amulets externally. Wudong's patriarch Lu was the master of Taoism's inner elixir study. Wudong's Grand Yellow Hall and Jade Emperor Pavilion of Dragon Tiger Mountain were two qi cultivation techniques. The former was regarded as having the magical effect of once the apertures are enlightened, the golden body. Therefore, Taoism's Midas Gold was only one step away from Buddhist's invincible golden body. Chapter 2005. Tuoba Bodhisattva looked around. He was curious as to why the young enemy did not continue to suppress him. Could it be that he had realized that it was a fool's dream to completely destroy his qi in one go? Or was he secretly accumulating his power, the real trump card, similar to the 18 stops that the white fox face forced him to retreat? No matter what the young king thought, Tuoba Bodhisattva did not care. The realm of martial arts, the physique of a martial artist, and the state of mind of martial arts. A tripartite balance. Generally speaking, it was the external physique and the internal state of mind that supported the realm together. Tuoba Bodhisattva was originally very conceited about his physique. It was the same as pure martial artists like Liang Xianyuan Great Disc. The physique was the real foundation. After the battle with Dong Tai, his state of mind was close to perfection and reached the peak. However, after the battle with Su Fengnian in the 1,000 Miles West region, he fell into a situation where his life was hanging by a thread. In the Battle of the Dragon Eye Plain, he was forced to retreat by the White Fox face with an unprecedented 18 stops. It was one disaster after another. Therefore, even if his physique was far better than before, and his realm was high, he was confident that he had won against the other three grandmasters. Although it was a realm of excessive enthusiasm, there was no hidden danger. Then the only regret, but not the flaw, was his state of mind. The subtlety of the state of mind was that every level had a small perfection of each level. A second-grade master could also achieve a flawless state of mind. For example, Mount Huishan Xianyuan Great Disc and the current Liang Xuelu Spear Saintly Honghe were respected as masters in Jianghu. It was recognized that they had great martial arts but little martial virtues. However, in the same realm, these two were undoubtedly the closest to being invincible. The people of the three sects who could enter the first-grade realm mostly had a good state of mind. However, they often had an empty realm, but their combat power was not as good as the pure martial artists in the realm who cultivated their strength and not their mind. The unpredictability of the state of mind was due to the profound difference. Wang Xianji, who had dominated Jianghu for 60 years, claimed to be one of the top 10 martial artists. He could fight against 9 people and was absolutely invincible. This was the state of mind of Wang Xianji that stood above everyone. It made people feel that this god above, old man should have ascended early. Why did he bully people in the mortal world? Tuoba Bodhisattva wanted to know how the young king who disappeared had achieved such a state of mind. Therefore, he did not fight. He wanted to let Su Fengnian use his life's unique skill. He wanted to use Su Fengnian as the world's best whetstone to sharpen his state of mind. He wanted to let Su Fengnian to show his skills to use Su Fengnian as the world's best sharpening his state. Tuoba Bodhisattva for the first time to speak. To Su Fengnian. Han war atfa atto to his to fight, was to tudo him to warm him to him. To him to face. Su tudo him. Finally, Su Fengnian showed his true form. Hovering in the sky, he lowered his head and replied, "Call you Lord." Tuoba Bodhisattva looked up and sneered. "Is the great king of Bailiang all you can do is talk?" Su Fengnian smiled and squinted his eyes, looking up at the North Rejection City in the south. Here it comes. Dark clouds loomed over the city. In the world, Li Chungang was the most powerful sword user, and Su Fingnian was the second most powerful one. The dense and majestic sword rain was the sword tombs scattered all over Yuzhou and River Province after the battle between the Wudong Mountain and the Zhang family. Although many of them were lost during the battle, there were still thousands of them. There were also more than 6,000 ordinary iron swords collected from Beiliang's Huainan and Huainan's Jianghu by the Fish Dragon Gang. In that instant, Northern Mang's 3 10,000-man siege infantry formations all raised their heads to shoot a glance at the same time. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Nearly 8,000 flying swords came from the east to the west. Then, like an arc of iron cavalry, they flew from the south to the north in the sky above the North Rejection City, quickly sweeping past this majestic border city. In the end, the tips of the swords all pointed at the Beimang army outside the North Rejection City. No matter how heavy the rain was, no one had ever heard of anyone dying in the rain. But what if knives fell from the sky and flying swords fell from the sky? Tuoba Bodhisattva said in a low voice, "You dare to divert your attention and control the swords? Su Fingnian, you're really courting death." Su Fingnian pressed his hand down heavily. 8,000 falling swords, one sleeve of green snakes, and sword energy like green dragons, rushed toward Tuoba Bodhisattva on the ground. Tuoba Bodhisattva stomped on the ground, and thunder rumbled on the ground. His body rose from the ground, and one of the golden flood dragons rushed toward Su Fingnian first. Su Fingnian's 18 sleeves of green snake sword energy, one sleeve after another. Below the North Rejection City, although almost all the Beimang infantry raised their shields and tried their best to block the rain of arrows, the flying swords that fell with the momentum of wind and thunder still penetrated the Beimang heavy shields, armor, and bodies, nailing more than 3,000 Beimang infantry outside the North Rejection City on the spot. More than 2,000 Beimang barbarians who were relatively lucky had their shoulders cut off, thighs pierced, or feet pierced. Although their lives were not in danger, their combat strength was severely damaged. The 3 infantry formations that had pushed 50 steps below the city wall with great difficulty were instantly defeated. From the beginning to the end, not a single arrow fell from the North Rejection City wall. Half of the 8,000 swords were broken, but there were still 4,000 swords that were intact and stabbed into the ground at an angle. It was like a sword formation with a solemn aura, blocking between the North Rejection City and the Beimang army. Such a large-scale sword defense that consumed an infinite amount of chi was bound to have to pay a huge price when facing a martial arts evaluation grandmaster like Tuoba Bodhisattva. First, it was the powerful 8,000 swords and the 18 sleeves of green snake sword. It was up against Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was ready and had 18 flood dragons protecting him. As expected, the young lord's 18 swords were shattered by the golden flood dragons. Although Su Fingnian's immortal's touch on the top still managed to hit Tuoba Bodhisattva's head, he was also punched in the stomach by the latter. Tuoba Bodhisattva's body swayed as he went against the flow. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and punched Su Fingnian's arms that were blocking in front of him. The last punch even broke through Su Fingnian's arms and smashed on his face. The young lord's body instantly disappeared into a sea of clouds, as if he had ascended in broad daylight. Tuoba Bodhisattva hovered in the air, 300 feet above the ground. Heavens above. Chapter 2006. The 2 generals on the left and right flanks of Beimang, each with 5,000 cavalry, almost went crazy. They were able to participate in the siege as cavalry and obtain this kind of easy merit. Although the merit was not destined to be great, it was easy to win. They did not have to risk their lives like the first group of 30,000 infantry to push to the bottom of the city wall, and then risk their lives to besiege the city. As the 2 flanks of cavalry, in fact, they were just shooting a few rounds on horseback symbolically, trying their best to help the elite infantry of the Southern Dynasty suppress the rain of arrows on the city wall. In addition, Beimang itself had crossbows and more than 2,000 catapults as the main projectile force, so the 2 cavalry forces did not have to bear any responsibility at all. The Beiliang cavalry had long figured out a pattern. Whether the Beimang barbarians' border army was the old army, the children's army, or the sun's army, one just had to look at the status of their general. Generals from Norland who were stationed at the border of the Southern Dynasty were usually not too bad, but also definitely not too high. Therefore, the soldiers and horses under their command were usually in the upper middle, and the majority of them were the children's army. First, the nobles of Norland and the great Devi did not care about the western capital's imperial court. In the eyes of these arrogant people of the grassland, there were probably not many people who could be considered as officials other than Huang Songpu, Dong Zhuo, and Lu Gui, who were great generals and officials. Furthermore, His Majesty had always carried out the strategy of the remnants of the spring and autumn period, and the nobles of Longguan jointly ruling the southern dynasty, and did not support the important people of Norland getting involved in the southern dynasty. As for the local generals of the southern dynasty, it was generally based on the status of their family. The descendants of the Longguan nobles were the most valuable. For example, Wanyan Jiang, who had personally rushed to the battlefield at Laolu Mountain in Liuzhou, and his elite cavalry was the old army of the southern dynasty. Whether it was in terms of combat strength or equipment, they were second to none. Then there were the Jia and Yi families outside of the Longguan nobles. They were also deeply rooted in the southern dynasty's military and politics, and were often very familiar with the main field cavalry forces of Bailiang. They could not be underestimated. These two cavalry troops were typical of the southern dynasty's border army. Their ancestors had already secretly relied on their connections to pull strings. It wasn't easy for them to rely on the crown prince, who had personally led the army into battle. Only then did they obtain this treatment that was similar to lying down and taking credit. Who would have thought that before they even entered the range of the horsebow, each of them would be hit by 2 iron nails? Their flesh was badly mangled, and their hearts and livers were in pain. 2 cavalry armies had suffered heavy casualties of nearly 1,000 riders, yet none of them managed to pull out a single arrow from their quivers. In the end, they didn't even touch the walls of North Resisting City. How could the general not be frightened? On the rightmost battlefield of North Ju City, 2 people were blocking their horses. Wei Miao of Nanjiao and Chai Qingshan of Dongyue Sword Pool were 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains. They had never met each other before, so naturally, they had no chance to spar with each other. However, their cooperation was flawless. Wei Miao fought the Beimeng cavalry with his bare hands. His moves were bold and decisive. Every time he punched, the momentum of his fist was heavy and powerful. Often, a charging horseman would have his arm and blade broken. The high-quality scimitar in the hands of a Beimeng horseman was as fragile as a piece of paper. On the other hand, Chai Qingshan had always been known for his exquisite swordsmanship and profound sword aura, which perfectly complemented Wei Miao's firm and fierce fists. Very soon, this grandmaster of swordsmanship no longer deliberately pursued killing moves that were as imposing as a rainbow. Instead, he mostly used 2 styles to kill the enemy. The sword light emitted from the tip of his sword was no more than 2 qi long, but it was already as if he was holding a 5 qi long sword. It was just enough for him to stand on the ground and accurately stab the Beimeng horseman in the chest, or lightly slash the horseman's neck. His long sword was never dyed scarlet. At this time, Wei Miao suddenly changed from his previous vicious fist wind that could kill the enemy with 1 or 2 moves. Instead, he began to move in an arc, or perhaps he began to walk in the mud that didn't even reach his knees. His figure quickly moved about, twisting his waist and shaking his armor. Each time he faced the Northern Mang cavalry's warhorses with his shoulder and back, relying on his Vajra physique, he didn't have to worry about the hacking of warblades at all, instantly sending a border army warhorse flying. Because of Wei Miao's hurried footsteps, he was always able to find a gap between several riders. Even though Northern Mang consciously spread out the width of their charge, immediately forming a line of 7, 8, or even more than 10 riders in an attempt to break the stable formation of the 2 Central Plains grandmasters, doing their best to not give the 2 a chance to switch auras. Wei Miao's fast advance, fast retreat, fast attack, and fast retreat still stopped wave after wave of cavalry formation. Even though the Northern Mang cavalry already realized that they had to exchange the lives of 10 riders for a breath of air, only wishing to slowly exhaust these 2 Central Plains grandmasters to death. Under this type of dangerous situation, Wei Miao's attacks that only targeted the mounts and not the Northern Mang soldiers began to contain powerful spiraling hidden energy, creating exaggerated and absurd scenes one after another. Many of the Northern Mang warhorses flew in directions that were simply inconceivable. They might fly to the sides, might fly backwards, might even fly upwards at an angle. These massive hidden weapons made it impossible for the same line of northern Mang cavalry and the cavalry behind them to guard against, greatly restricting the northern Mang cavalry's attempts to quickly advance and form two encirclement rings. Even if there were some who slipped through the net and wanted to bypass Wei Miao and flank him from both sides, Chai Qingshan naturally wouldn't rigidly adhere to the rule of, you in front and I in back. As the master of a sect whose swordsmanship was the best in the southeast of Liang, did they really think that the old man's sword energy was only 2 feet long? After losing 200 to 300 riders, the Beimeng cavalry was unwilling to retreat, and they didn't dare to cower from the battle. After losing 500 to 600 riders, the Chiliarch gritted his teeth and hoped that he could drag out the 2 martial arts masters to death by taking turns to fight them. After losing more than 1,000 riders, the commander of the cavalry, who had never dared to charge into the battle himself, was already in a killing frenzy. Knowing that there was no way out for him, he ordered all the cavalry under his command to abandon their sabers. They could only charge forward as fast as they could and use their warhorses to ram the 2 masters. After that, a total of 500 warhorses charged forward madly, as if they were committing suicide in front of the 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains. As long as the Beimeng cavalry didn't pass out or die on the spot, they all stood up and pulled out their sabers to fight. The Beimeng cavalry was indeed not the only elite in the world who didn't fear death. In the first battle of Liangmang, in Liangzhou's Huta city, Liuzhou's Gourd Pass, and Liuzhou's Qingsong city, the Beiliang frontier army didn't care about their own safety, and the Beimeng soldiers also died in a spectacular fashion. In the second battle of Liangmang, from the Miyun Pass in the western regions, to the northern corridor in Liuzhou, to the battlefield of Crone Mountain, and then to the left cavalry against the Winter Thunder elite cavalry, and the Ruren cavalry outside the Liangzhou Pass. In every battlefield, both sides of the enemy and their side killed each other to the core. Therefore, the Beimeng had always believed that as long as they conquered Beiliang, they would have conquered the vast Central Plains. And the Beiliang had always believed that it really wasn't that they looked down on the elites of the Central Plains, or the 2 Liao Iron Cavalry on purpose. As long as they were in a vast area where cavalry could gallop freely, once they encountered a large-scale grassland cavalry, no matter how many heads the Liang army had, they wouldn't be enough to be chopped off by the Beimeng barbarians. In the middle of a conversation that was destined to be buried in the dust of history, Tantanon laughed and asked a certain close friend who always had his hands on the handle, "If we annoy the Su family, they might as well rebel and join hands with the Beimeng to invade the Central Plains. Then what should we do? Won't we become sinners for all eternity? You, Bai Yener, will be ranked first and I, Huanwen, will be ranked second?" That Grand Secretary, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the Liang court, had an indifferent expression and gave a humorous answer that didn't match the horse's mouth. "I only hope that when the time comes, all the officials in the court won't feel that the water of martyrdom for the country is too cold, and the Liang family has no rope." Huanwen was still in that court, still standing tall as the Tantanon. However, after autumn this year he had gradually faded out of the court's view, and almost didn't participate in the small court meetings. The old man lived in seclusion and became more and more silent, unwilling to speak with others. As a result, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's opinion of the Beiliang Su family in the depths of his heart was even more unknown. In any case, as the battle between the Jiangnan aristocratic families and the Liaodong aristocratic families in the Liang court became more and more intense, some scholars, who were clean but carried righteousness on their shoulders, after gaining a firm foothold in Tian City, began to speak out. Their words shocked people to death, saying that the old traitor Zhang Julu not only dominated the court, he even secretly colluded with the Northwest Border Army, and purposely raised a tiger to cause trouble in order to solidify his position. Although there weren't many of these people, their statuses were often not ordinary. They were seen as having a body of knowledge and ambition but could only be suppressed and ostracized by Zhang Lu, who was led by Bai Yan, who was jealous of their ability during the reign of Yonghui. Now that the clouds had finally parted and the moon could see the light, they should speak out for justice and speak out for the common people. For a time, there was praise everywhere. They had the strength of a scholar, a master of morality, and a pillar of the country. These scholars, who were like carps jumping over the dragon's gate, or famous scholars who were born in the families of generals and ministers, were not many compared to the vast majority of normal scholars, but their voices were the loudest, and they had the most audiences. After this auspicious third year of autumn, at the highest point of the Tian City court, even the Ministry of War Yamen that had fought with the Northwest Sioux family for so many years, did not purposely hide the tragic victory at the Battle of Miyun.